and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Another beautiful Saturday afternoon. Oh, Loxley, Arsenal. Okay, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. Just had a wardrobe malfunction, so apologies due for the few minutes that I'm late. Anyway, I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Thanks for tuning in. And last week's program was long, but I think you'll agree with me that it was rather interesting. To recap, because during the week I got a lot of phone calls and text messages, emails saying, you know, what was the essence of last week's program? Because it was so long, people didn't want to go back and listen for 8 hours, although thousands of you did. To recap, we discussed the pipe bombs that were located in Jamaica. We looked at it from the aspect of stolen, missing fertilizer in Jamaica. We looked at fertilizer as a possible component of those pipe bombs. And we looked at the possible connection to terrorism. We then talked about education issues, particularly at the primary level, and possible ways to resolve those issues. Then we went on to talk about fundamental rights and freedoms and states of emergency. We had I think we had consensus on the next topic. We discussed whether or not Wayne Marshall, with his meager body of work, was deserving of the Order of Distinction. And finally, we discussed the Prime Minister's wife's construction development in Lee's Flat. And today we're going to spend just a few minutes with some updates on that topic. Somebody says who's here on the... Oh, okay. Bless up everybody in the chat room, everybody who's tuned in. Oh, Jeff Clive, enjoyed last week. Good. I trust that you will enjoy this week's program just as much or even more. Anyway, many thanks to last week's guests and panelists who participated. We had retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent Amanda Strickland. We had Dr. Karen Dunkley, Attorney Isat Buchanan, reggae star Mr. Vegas, reggae artist and producer Wayne Lonesome, author, publisher Maria Edwards, and of course our intelligence analyst, security advisor Herb Nelson Jr. I'm hoping that today's program will be shorter, but as I said, I am sure it's going to be just as interesting as last week's program. We will have Manley Buchanan, some will call him Manley Buchanan, otherwise known as Big Youth, otherwise known as Jayut to the people in Waterhouse. He'll be here with his son, Isat Buchanan. We will also have former PSOJ President Howard Mitchell and former President of the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce and President Chairman of the Consensus Monitoring and Oversight Committee, Mr. Lloyd Distant. Foundation update. The foundation family. Don't forget the foundation. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Kevin had it up on the screen a few minutes ago. If you want corruption, if you want legal and administrative violations, if you want abuse, if you want fraud, if you want waste and mismanagement to be exposed and prosecuted by the appropriate entities, then you've got to support the foundation. And you can do so now by visiting the website, people, ojldf.org. Visit the website and use your bank or credit card, or you can use Zelle via the email address to make your donation. Tony, you want to get me in trouble? As you ask about certain people. All right. Folks, like, share, and subscribe to the program. I can't say it enough. Usually I say it just once. And then because I know I have some strong supporters in the chat room and they're usually encouraging people to like, share, and subscribe. Like up the thing, like up the thing, like up the thing. Please do so. I'll try and do the occasional reminder, but I know I have some trusted people in the chat room that will take care of that in the event that I don't do it. Rattigan did I run from upstairs? That's true. That's right. Yeah, we have to big up Kevin. Yes. Issues. We still have not heard about the Integrity Commission's corruption prosecutors or the DPP's efforts to prosecute the former Minister of State, Leslie Campbell, former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Mark Barnett, President of the National Water Commission. We haven't heard anything. I mean, these things have gone through the investigative process. They've gone through Parliament. And so now it's prosecution time, but we haven't heard anything. And we don't want these issues to be 9-day wonders. You know, the media is mum about these things. And unfortunately, we, family, we are complicit in the 9-day wonder. So don't be surprised if you never hear about these cases again. Again, family, the foundation, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Support it and watch us go to work for the interest of the collective, not special interests. It has been suspected and said by many that the government, quote unquote, allowed Dr. Grace McLean, the former acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education, to escape the surcharge action by letting the time expire. They had 3 years to bring the action. 3 years went by, whoops. And her lawyer went to court and said, Judge, here's a statute. Here is, for lack of a better term, the statute of limitations that says 3 years and no more. And the judge says, yeah, you're right. It's past 3 years throughout the action. Now, I've been told by reliable legal practitioners in Jamaica that she's not out of the woods yet, because there are criminal and other civil charges that could be brought against Dr. Grace McLean. So, DPP, Department of Public Prosecution, Integrity Commission, JCF, MOCA, we're calling on you. And we're watching. Don't let this go by the wayside. It's time for action. We have somebody who allegedly did something wrong with public funds, and we simply cannot let these actions just fall by the wayside. We've allowed one so far with this lady. We can't allow the others. Enough said about that. You want me to become Security Minister Junior? Boy. Relax with the Rebel. Please tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight. The best by far online reggae station. Tune in tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. Or I think it might be 2 until 1, because we're turning the clock back early tomorrow morning, I believe. But anyway, midnight. Tune in at midnight. And we'll go until, we'll do 2 hours. And tonight will be a nice session of slow jams. So make plans to join me. Blessings to Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Desmond, Paul, Michelle, Ma Jean, Mrs. Nelson, and Mr. Baxter. Angie, keep taking care of him. Lisa, get well soon. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rallington crew, and all of our supporters in North America, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean. Future presentations. By special request and popular demand, our education guru, bless up Dorothy, Dr. Karen Dunkley, will be back 2 weeks from today. Karen, remember you made me that promise. No, you guarantee me that you're coming back. She'll be back to delve deep into the education issues. And for that program, I'm thinking about having like an education summit where we have people who will come in, and that will be the focal point. We'll just talk about what the issues are, and we'll provide solutions, and not just in a cursory way. We're going to really dig deep into it, because that's one area where we're regressed compared to where we were, at least when I was going to school. So we're going to have to do something about that. And again, we're going to discuss the issues as we should, but in addition to that, we're going to provide solutions. And Dr. Dunkley actually started to provide solutions last week, but and let me say, Karen, I have to big you up, because you didn't have to stay as long as you did. In fact, you were only supposed to be here for about, I think, 40 minutes or something like that. But she stayed well beyond the time, and she was very, very late for her function. So I just want you to know, Karen, that from the depths of my heart, really, really thank you on behalf of everyone. Thank you for coming and sharing with us. We're also planning to continue with the mental health discussion with Mitzi Sky and Dr. Cheryl Bellamy. I was hoping to have them on today, but they have a scheduled engagement, so they of course they're not going to be able to make it today, but fairly soon they will be back. Today's presentation. Let me put out the disclaimer. The opinions you hear today regarding everything we're going to discuss will be that of the presenters only, and is not endorsed by, or known to, or vetted by Reggae Global Radio. Rattigan, where's your $sign so we can contribute to the live chat? Kevin, where you there? Put it up for me there. The people in my heart street. The OJ LDF sign. Oh, Dr. Lennon's doing great. I chat with him yesterday. He's fine. Andre's fine. A lot of people asking about Andre. Andre's doing well. He's planning his next move. He has some things that he's working on right now, and I think they're fairly successful. I think he has a drive to feed the poor in downtown Kingston. I think it's next week. But look out for that. But just to calm everyone's fear about him, he's fine. Trust me, he's fine. Today, when I take your telephone calls, we will get you an answer as soon as we can, and then move to the next caller. So just keep that in mind. When you come on, you can set the scene to ask a question, but what we really don't need is, we don't need speeches, So if feel free to call, feel free to set the stage for your question, do a background, and then just ask the question, and then we're going to try and get you your answer as soon as we possibly can. And if you call and the line's busy, or if you can't get through, just keep calling. We will get to you. As mentioned today, we will hear from Howard Mitchell regarding leadership, the role of culture, and our governance structure. Folks, he was recently inducted into the PSOJ Hall of Fame, and he gave a speech that I wish all of you could hear it or read it. I mean, it's an amazing speech. Quite unlike what you would expect to hear from a past PSOJ president. But that's Howard. It's always been like that. Speaks his mind. We will also hear from Lloyd Distant regarding the state of crime in Jamaica in light of the many initiatives and crime plans, including the consensus on crime. And he's leading that effort. So we're going to talk to him about that. Actually, it was started back in 2020. And if you look at the crime rate right now, you're going to ask some questions, or you're probably asking some questions already that I'm going to ask him And I'm not even sure if most of you knew that he was in charge of the program called Consensus on Crime. So there's some issues there, and we're going to get to those. But before any of that takes place, we will do a quick recap of last week's broadcast, and then we're going to reason with Aysat and his father, Jayut. Also, during the program, I will talk about recent developments involving my favorite minister. We'll talk about her recent blunder is significant and inexplicable, and it has caused people, even within her party, to question her competence, and some have asked for her resignation. The Prime Minister is not blind. He sees all of this, and yet has remained a steadfast supporter. Now, some of you asked about the six and wanted me to name the six, wanted Lonesome to name the six, everybody to name the six. And we said, no, it's a secret, and we don't want to get ahead of the Integrity Commission. But here's one secret I can share with you. It's no longer a secret, right? Once I tell you. Some MPs from my favorite minister's party are sick and tired of the attention and burden she has placed on the government. They've told me this. In essence, she's like a millstone around their necks. The cabinet is also getting tired of the Prime Minister and the many scandals swirling around government action and inaction. It may seem long, but it won't be too long before you, the voters, get a chance to exercise your democratic and constitutional right. Listen to me carefully now. Do not be fooled by new promises when the old ones have not been fulfilled. I'll say it again. Do not be fooled by new promises when the old ones, going back to 2016, have not been fulfilled. Don't be awestruck by the symbolism of the Clark's shoes, because those wearing them want to see you barefooted and loyal. So they wear the Clarks, and you're not even thinking that, wait a minute, I don't have a pair of Clarks. I revere Clarks, but I don't have a pair. And this man is there showing off, or this lady is there showing off for them Clarks and ask me to vote for them. And they wouldn't even give me a pair of Clarks. Clarks too expensive for them. Them never give that. Them will give 5,000 and a plate of food and a boom and a t-shirt. And then that transaction calls for you now to give them your vote. Now they're making what, 12, whatever the million, don't forget how many millions they make every year, and then give you that money one time. Them give you that $5,000 one time, and you give them the job for technically 5 years at 12 or whatever the grand salary they're making now. Don't be fooled by that, my people. Don't be fooled by that. Remember that a promise is a comfort. Tigo, finish it for me. To a fool. So base your right to choose your political representatives on real performance and their attention to your issues, not on promised prosperity. Anybody who promised you stuff years ago and they haven't delivered, it's up to you if you want to continue receiving those promises and living in hope. But I say to you, look around, look at your family, look at your wife, your baby mother, your kids, your neighborhood, look at the country and see where we are. And then if you're happy with the way things are, then fine. If you're happy, vote for a continuation of it. Sonia, you're right. It might fling with the clocks and come with that slippers like where the movies show Jesus aware. You're right. Right. your right to select political representatives is a real weapon against unfulfilled promises and corruption. Remember that. Don't ever give it away like that. No, we're going to finish up, do a little thing as the ISAT design way. So we're going to finish up. Bless up yourself, ISAT.
Greetings, greetings.
Yes. We're going to a little piece. Just tidy up the Prime Minister's wife's thing from last week, because there are some other things that there's some things that I just need to correct, and some things that I need to draw your attention to, really draw your attention to. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with this. Yeah. All right. All right, folks. All right. Let me see if we... Okay. All right. Now, the first thing is, last week, remember I said that they were building parking garages, right? And I don't know if you can see the pointer, if you can see the cursor, but these three right here, these three spots right here. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, these three spots right here. They're parking spaces, not parking garages. And on the map, they would be like right here. You can see the cursor. They would be like right here. But you see where they're located. They're located on this area that's marked in red, right? So they're still on the owner's property, not the Prime Minister's wife's property. They're right here. See them? They're right here. Right? Now, again, they're parking spaces, not parking. No, actually, no, they're right here. Sorry. My mistake, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 spots right here. Right here. Yeah, these are parking spaces. And they would be right here. That's number one. No, last week I think I may have confused a bunch of you. And here's why. I had mentioned lot 21A and 21B. And I think I may have given the impression that this is 21A, the area that's marked in red. And then where you see these 2 right here, that's 21B. If I gave you that impression, I was incorrect. And I apologize. Here is the real scoop. From right here, from the road, all the way back here, that's 21A. Follow the red line and just make an imaginary line all the way past these 2 buildings, come all the way down, all the way to the 2 basement building, all the way back here. So this plot of land right here, all the way down, all the way up. Use where it says road access. Use this as the borderline, right? And you just come out the inside of it, the border, left side of it. You come all the way down to the back, where the cliff is, where this building is, right? And then you turn and you go back up. All of that is 21A. All of this on the right side. All right. So you can't hear me, Isat? All right, cool. So I guess everybody can hear me then. So the demarcation line would be this road access. So this line separates 21A from 21B. Now, here is what was sold to the Prime Minister's wife. Everything below this red line. So this property from the red line all the way down to the back. That was sold. So that would be like if you call this parcel 1, where surrounded or marked by red, then you could call this parcel 2 of 21A. So I hope we have that clear. That the left side of the road is 21A, the right side is 21B, and it goes from the street all the way to the back where you have this building and the cliff. All right. Now, let me show you something right here. Hold on. All right, here's another look at it. All right. So 21A would be all the way, follow this thing all the way, going all the way. Actually, 21B, 21A, this building straddles both properties. So 21A would go right onto the center all the way to the back right here. Come around. 21B all the way down, middle of that building back there, and come all the way up. All right. Now let me get to the density. And you're gonna be shocked when you see this, folks. All right, it's the next one. All right, here we go. Now, when you add up the total acreage of land that the Prime Minister's wife has, that I just showed you, comes up to about 2.6. This is what we've been told, 2.6. And according to the regulations, you're only allowed 30 habitable rooms per acre. So she was entitled to 78, right? Now, for some reason, the agency, KCC or NEPA, they approved 95. She's only allowed 78 according to the rules. She get 95. But so far, we know that she's gone over 120, which means that she would have to have 4 acres, at least 4 acres. But she doesn't have 4 acres. She has 2.6 acres, right? So let me go back and show you something. So what happened is that in order for the agency to accurately determine how many rooms she should build on the 2.6 acres that she has, they would have to start with Unit B right here. Unit B, Unit D, Unit G, and then do that left turn, go all the way up and go back here. They cannot include this private property. They cannot include it. But guess what? That's exactly what they did. They included this private property in the original approval. They included this private property, and that's how they came up with 2.6 acres and 28 and 78 rooms. Yeah, draw the line for me, Kevin. Are you on me, draw it? All right. Here we go. Drawing not that good enough. So, right. This that I just show you, man lean, but see this now the blue. This is what the density, the amount of rooms that should be built. This is the land space that should be taken into consideration. And then guess what? With that land space, she would end up with about 62 rooms. She then put about 62 rooms. But what they did was, them add this to it. Them add the people and property to it. And that's how they ended up with 78. They should get about 62 rooms based on the calculation. I spoke to some experts and they looked at the chart.
This segment is brought to you by Starlink. Starlink. If you don't want to freeze up, if you don't want to look bright like Mr. Rattigan, get yourself Starlink. But while Mr. Rattigan is frozen, he wishes to let everybody know about the additional rooms and the unauthorized. I mean, look, people laughing. People say Starlink on here. Yeah, so the program will resume momentarily. But get Starlink. If you don't have Starlink, you'll be frozen like Mr. Rattigan. Right. Back to you, Will.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Somebody, yeah, Starlink for true. Somebody was saying that they're confused about the let me slow down a bit, right? The Prime Minister's wife, she had about 2.6 acres. 2.6 acres is the entire land space you see here, except where it says private property, right here, except that. So what she should have done when she applied for the permit is use the acreage, the 2.6, all of this. But instead of doing that, they included this piece right here that the owner is still living there and the owner did not sell this piece of land to her. So they included this, and when they included this, guess what? The amount of rooms that they could build, they increased it. They increased it based on the inclusion of this private property here that they shouldn't have. And when they did that, she wouldn't be entitled to 78 rooms, I think, as originally authorized. She would be authorized to build around 62 rooms. So they use this to bump it up. And then they even went beyond that now. They've gone to 100. And remember, it's here. Let me show you again where here it is. With everything I just showed you, she was supposed to build 78 rooms. For some reason, the agency bumped it up to 95. We're still waiting to find out why it went from 78 to 95. But an independent auditor went in, and what they noticed that she has built 120 rooms already. Here we go. This is what she was entitled to. This 78. Then they approved 95. Now we see that she's gone to over 120, and there's no explanation. So I hope you understand that. Now, why is that important? Because I want to draw your attention to something else. Draw your attention to this. Okay. I want to draw your attention to this gentleman here, Mr. Mark Barnett. The Integrity Commission suggested or recommended that this man, that the DPP should look to prosecute him. And the Integrity Commission also asked the Water Commission to discipline him. He's the president of the National Water Commission. Now, what did he do that was so, egregious that they decided to take such action against him? Here's what he did. Oops. Okay, all right, yeah. Here's what he did. He had a permit, it's right here, to build 12 one-bedroom units.
Are you tired of being frozen? Do you feel depressed when you're watching a program and you're frozen? Get Starlink.
Yes, Starlink. Yeah,
I need to stop this. No, he's not frozen. He's searching for something.
No, I'm okay. All right. So here is where it says he was supposed to build 12 one-bedroom units, right? But he built 6 two-bedroom apartment units and 6 three-bedroom units, right? 12 one-bedroom, he converted that into 6 two-bedroom and 6 three-bedroom, 6 two-bedroom, 6 three-bedroom units, right? And they talk about him being a public official and that he shouldn't be doing that and blah, 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 blah. And here they said that they're asking the prime minister and the local government minister to introduce legislation to impose financial penalties on developers who willfully violate building and development permits for financial gain. So you see what they're doing to him. Let's go back to this. Like that. No. Let's go back to this. Here we are. 78 rooms that should have been approved based on the total acreage, 2.6 acres, 78 rooms. For some reason, it went to 95. And for reasons best known by the developer, it's now in excess of 120. If that is not intentional, I don't know what is. So, the National Water Commission President Mark Barnett was referred by the Integrity Commission to the DPP for a determination for prosecution of breaches of building permit. Why? He built apartments in violation of the permit. Question now is, why isn't the speaker referred for prosecution for building more rooms than approved? Maybe the Integrity Commission didn't know about this before last week, but now they do. And if she's being investigated by the Integrity Commission, and I don't know if she's being investigated by the Integrity Commission, I'm just saying if she is, they should add this breach to the list of things to be investigated against her. So that's where I'm going to leave it and go now to my favorite minister. We're going to talk about something new with her. We're not going to talk about anything that's old because we don't want to cause any problems in court. So I'd like to play you 2 short videos. And then we're going to make some comments. And then we're going to bring in Isat. I don't see his father. So I don't know. Maybe Isat is the father and the son. Who else?
No one gets to the father except through me.
Okay.
So until the comments say Isat, and bring me some KFC, a 6-piece, then I shall see my father. But don't tell him, say, over and I'm chicken. I don't want him fire about me. But breaking news, we have new news on Ampina. So stay tuned.
All right. So here's where we go with this now. Here's the video. Let me crank it up. Oh, Kevin, you can't get rid of this section here for me. Kevin, where are you there? All right. That's it, Kevin. So, hold on. Let me see something. I don't want to mess it up in the people. All right. Close the search panel. All right. Here we go, folks.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership, and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those 2 thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. Hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. Sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen, stateswomen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
All right. Well, one more video I want to play. Kevin, line up the Vuce thing there for me. Kevin there. All right. Well, while we wait for Kevin, let me just say that it has been said that was, by the way, that was Dr. Miles Monroe. Powerful man. May he rest in peace. All right, here we go with the second one now. This one is Vusi Tembekwayo. Some of you know about Vusi from South Africa. But let me just show you a little piece about what Vusi says about leadership. All right. Here we go.
Whoa. You only become a leader when it's the moment to lead. Until then, you're a manager, you're many things, but you're not a leader. You're just the guy in charge. And that's easy. You get the office, you got the key, you can come in. But you're only a leader when it's the moment to lead. When around you there is doubt, when around you there is fear, and you bring in a sense of clarity and certainty. You go, that's where we're going, that's how we're going to get there, that's when we're going to get there, and that's how we're going to do it. That's what leadership is. So tell me what you think. What do you think about this week's musing, this conversation about leadership? And in your mind, what...
Stop right there. All right, folks. So we hear from Vusi and we hear from Dr. Monroe about leadership. And what's especially interesting about what he just said is that you can have the title of leader, but you don't become a leader until the circumstances call for you to be a leader. Crisis. That's when you show your real leadership. That's when you show your mettle. Like you said, when at that point you're supposed to get clarity and certainty from a leader. Now, let's go to my favorite minister. Now, it's been said that she's very upset and she doesn't like me because of the weekly spotlight. And frankly speaking, folks, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think she likes me and she likes the spotlight because she keeps giving me gifts. And if you don't like people, you don't give them gifts. And she gives me gifts all the time. And here's the latest gift she has given me. Latest gift she has given me is this one. Okay, we heard about what happened at the UN. And we've heard her explanation. Jayu, there are some of them want to take up too much time. Come on and get him right in the spotlight so we can go and talk the things. But what happened was that on the floor, Jamaica spoke for CARICOM about getting humanitarian aid in Gaza. Jamaica helped to draft that speech, and Jamaica made the speech on the floor. Why? Because I think right after that, Jordan put out a resolution, a non-binding resolution, asking the world to sign on to this thing so that they could get humanitarian aid into Gaza. Right after that, the Canadian government tried to attach an amendment to the resolution. There was a vote taken on the resolution, on the amendment. Jamaica registered a vote. Jamaica registered an abstention. And then it was time to vote on the resolution, right? And here's the timeline. At 3:44 p.m., the General Assembly completed a vote on a Canadian amendment to Jordan's resolution. The amendment was defeated. Jamaica abstained in that vote. It actively participated, suggesting that whoever was in the chair knew what would be tolerable to Kingston. At 3:49, less than 5 minutes after Jamaica voted, cast the abstention, 3:49, there's a vote on the resolution, and Jamaica was absent. Jamaica was absent. And so when people started asking the minister what happened, she said, oh, like she said, there was a crossing communication and we were deliberating at the time the vote was taken. How the hell you deliberate at that time? You deliberated before because you cast the vote for the amendment. You cast an abstention for the amendment. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we try to deceive. No wonder people are asking for her to resign. Because time and time again, she has shown us her inability to deal with crisis. She has shown her inability to provide clarity. She has shown her inability to provide certainty, to provide direction, to provide guidance, to provide counsel. She has failed every step of the way. And so, folks, again, for a different reason this week, I'm calling for her resignation. There are others calling for her resignation, but she's not serving in the best interest of Jamaica. One of the things that you do as a diplomat, you learn how to craft your speeches. You become a wordsmith. I know because I've been in that position. Words mean a lot on that stage because using the wrong words could send the wrong signal, could cause serious problems. And here it is that she's in Kingston, the representative is in New York, and somehow she's saying, oh, we got our lines crossed and we were deliberating, and so the vote took place while we were deliberating. Nonsense. Nonsense. I'll add to what she's wont to say all the time. She said, that will never happen. Well, I'm about to say, and I'll say, that could never happen. There was something going on. But I'll leave it at that, folks. But think about that. Think about that. Yeah, you're right. She think all of us are dummies. Anyway, what we're going to do now, we're going to bring on the stage Herb Nelson, and we're going to bring on the man who I grew up with him at the first time I get to meet him. Well, actually, the first time he might get to meet me, because he never see me before. But I used to watch him dance a Towile, Waterhouse, Whitfield, with Maxfield Avenue, everywhere when Tipper Tona play. This is the man who give us some major hits. This is a living legend. This is the man who said Lion, Iron, Zion before Bob Marley, even though them don't get the credit for it still. But
Test.
yeah, on her. Without further ado, I want to bring on the man, Manley Buchanan, otherwise known as Big Youth, but we call him in a firehouse. We call him Jah Youth out of respect. I would say, no, can't call him Big Youth. A Jah Youth.
Test.
Jah Youth. Welcome to the program version. Welcome.
Yes, I.
Yeah, man. Herb, big up yourself. Herb can't hear me. I guess Herb now hear me. All right. Well, Jah Youth, you up now.
Yes.
I used to follow Tipper. And in fact, there was Jack Clive. I think Jack Clive.
Them kill him.
Jack Clive. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Jack Clive. But I used to listen to Tipper Tone all over the place. Them time the Tubbies believe a block away from where Tubbies come from. So you know, during them days, you have Arrows, you have Fiat from Upper Redlands Road, you have Tone, you have a whole heap of set them days there, right?
Yes,
and you used to have a whole heap of clash. And I can tell you one night I go watch you over Towile, and you did your chant on the mic. You did your chant. I remember the lyrics. Left, right, do right, left, wrong, a Babylon preaching, and automatic pistol remote control. Dennis the Menace to match them.
No, it's not Dennis the Menace, you know. It's the Dennis generic. Always I say Dennis the Menace. That's why I feel so proud of Big Youth in this present time for know what I tell them about the generics what them feel upon now, brother.
Okay, yeah. Man was a prophet in time time. Still a prophet. Yeah, man. And we go a dance over a while, you know, you come in at the dance. I think it was Tubby's up there. And everybody gather up around you. And you go and chant. And somebody come and whisper in your ears. And I don't know what, but you left the scene. And as soon as you left, police raided the dance.
Sure, on Friday night. I never forget that, brethren. And then beat up the people them that me I say the power of God me I work with.
See him so them put you out on the street. I mean, see them kick a pregnant woman in her face, you know. And I dread hold on my foot, and my three minutes I shake my foot. And him say, a tribulation, Rasta, tribulation. Couldn't forget it. And the whole on to get up and run. I will start run, and a policeman down at the bottom of the road. We see a youth a run, and him just reel up and give the youth one lick in the belly, you know. And the whole of it crumple up and the whole of it run round. But no, me have some pleasant memories of the eye. Pleasant memories of the eye. So what would I like for though is just to ask if you just kind of just give a little background to the younger ones who don't really know about Jah Youth. You know, just to give them a sense of who Jah Youth is, your purpose in the music business, because it was always to enlighten people. You never talk about slackness and things like that. In fact, I think you're the first Rastaman, real Rastaman who start chant on the mic. You know,
it was chant about Rastafari. And
yes.
Because the system, the place was in such a turmoil where people just a fight against one another, borderline system. So we have to tell them to make love and no war. Because war ugly and love lovely. Yeah? And make things right and do things right to make it bright in the middle of the night. And promise me to do a thing like that. Yeah?
You know what? I was in a Tubby studio one night. As a little youth, me just screechy and go inside there. And them times they would have jammies. Them never named Prince Jammies or King Jammies. Jammies, right?
Jammies live in Canada. Yeah.
Then Bunny Lee Striker walking at the studio. And him said, gentlemen, we have to do something because this week, he said, Jah Youth come out to that song named Hit the Road Jack. And we have to counteract it. Then that the memories me have of you. But talk to us about the music and how you see the music evolve over the years from the 70s to where it is now.
It right now it's coming like politics because the music the music go through a transition where it's like the whole niceness of the music. I remember say it was a rare, yeah thing, you know. Nobody never tell the people them the real story. It's this fun and game like where it reached today, you know. Yeah? People never check for humanity like them times, you know. Cause I don't know. I not blame nobody, you know. I'm not even blaming the youth them, because this is what them say are going around them.
Right.
Yeah? But it's the spiritual. It's the spiritual vibes that strengthen the music. Enough people think the Rasta business couldn't make it within the music.
Right.
And me was so great towards Rastafari that I said, boy, if me have to cut my locks, me not go no foreign, you know. Me I stay right there in Jamaica, cause Rasta country, Rasta music was spread till. Sometimes when we go into it, brother, when we go into it, you know, a whole lot of people them come back and try for fight. Cause I talk the truth, cause you know the truth now have no friend.
Right.
And some people go up on a different vibes till when why do we all big youth start come on next 90 skank no ride like lightning or you crash like thunder. So we want people to be careful. If you never go to jail, you couldn't go to court, and if you never go to court, you can't face the judge. Then there could never be no grudge. So I tell the youth them, nobody with the crime in and kill off on one another, because that's not getting us anywhere.
Right. Right. Talk to us about how you got involved in music. What's your story that led you to music?
Like me I say, when you hear me just tell you about S90 skunk, I crash, you know, I'm up on a bike and crash at 12:20 in the afternoon. I'm do a song for Gregory. I hit myself, you're coming from far in a bus or a car, make love and not war. And I mean, did interested for Louis hear it on the radio, brother. I'm never hear that. I get miserable upon Gregory, because Gregory Isaac first produced that song. And Gregory give me the stamp on press a 100 record, and coming from Federal upon Marcus Garvey Drive. When I reach right at Denham Town Station, I come from down Industrial Terrace and lick off me and my brethren Jadil off for the bike. And so, and when them have me in the hospital like a dead man, come up on a slab, them not do nothing for me. Me just lay down there. Them not try to resuscitate me or wake me up or nothing. And I saw me get a vision, say me must tell the people them about Rastafari and how to live good and live right, because the system wasn't working for the youths, brethren. They must die like how you see them dead in now.
Right.
Then it's something that S90 skank now. The next week after that accident, I'm gonna make S90 skank. Boom. That is my first number one. All of a sudden, take over the place. Chicharon take over, because I did the two songs the same day. And I didn't even know how powerful I was, but I see it. Yes. And in no time, in no time, we have 7 songs on the 2 charts. Because only 2 radio stations we have, so I mean become the first phenomenon. They describe everyone.
Yes, I. How you getting your big youth?
All right, you see when them a build, when them call the hotel, you know, Hilton, it name Sheraton. It and one named Skyline. So I'm used to do, I'm used to the diesel mechanic work over them place there and common labor work too. Yeah? So me as a smaller one, everyone call me youth. Then don't match this lane now. Me more spar with the smaller youth them like Early Bird and Carly and them thing. And one day Carly said, "Oh, it's so big a name youth. You must be a big youth." You understand? Can all right, give your next big joke now. When Gregory put it on the record, my vex, you know. Come here, I say, sure, you big, you would come like a big boy. You know? So the name just work, brethren. Cause I give thanks up until today, I still feel like a youth. Gravy head, big youth.
Good. We watch a couple of the concerts in where over in Europe and even in North America, and you're still well received, still well revered. You know, it's like people can't get enough of you. You know, them just can't get enough of you. We attribute that to
Longevity. And the words, you know? Kaka words, like a song say, words without love now have no meaning, you know. Even though love absurd sometimes. Yeah? But it's the teaching. Cause we remember music is the way we get for communicate with the people them. Just like how you talk about the sound with Tubbies and Tipo and all them thing there. The sound system was our radio station, so that is how we get to spread the message amongst the youth them. Cause you know, so the real part of the music comes from the village of the underprivileged.
true.
You understand? It's not like all them take it and you see some people going like it's a round town or uptown thing and people like all them that go like you see up a university and you see some professor chat this and that. And them no know about what go on. You understand? Cause
Yeah.
it's not his story, you know, it's their story.
It's his story. Yeah.
Yeah, you get the vibes. So these people go and study now and come with partiality and talk. Just like how them go. Cause me go to Heidelberg's University, you know. When I get the chance to go up a UA.
Right.
You understand? Heidelberg's University is like what them call hard knocks. In the street.
Right.
So when them go up a UA, them have to learn about we, you know. Because we are the factual, the natural part of it. You understand?
Yes, I. Look, we have Herb Nelson Wedway, our resident intelligence analyst, and also a security advisor who used to go Georges and Nard Street. Yeah, so I know Herb. Want to ask you a question, so I'm gonna turn it over to Herb.
Well, hail up to you, big youth, and to all your listening audiences.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to see you. You're looking much fitter than the young Buchanan, you know. And
For real?
Yeah. And I noted here that you have the first name of Manley. Now, how did it come about?
My mother is a comrade, you know.
Okay.
She used to follow Norman. Yeah, Norman Manley. So she said, while she was pregnant with me, she out of Bellevue where there, Paradise Street corner.
Right.
And I jump in her belly. And Norman said, I must Manley this. So she give me the name Manley. And hear this now. Florizel is my sister when me follow Godfather, you know.
Wow.
So, my name Manley Augustus, because I remember it's Florizel Augustus, you know. Manley Augustus Buchanan.
So she really carved out your future as a comrade then. There was no doubt naming you after two different at the top comrades then that you were destined to become one.
Which never work. Because me grew up and find out say politics is so corrupted that me never want to be a politician, brother. Yeah? Me there for 74 years and me never cast a vote, you know.
Well, I'll tell you something. That I can understand how you feel about politics. But you see, now I guess you realize that it needs cleaning up, because if they're taking all the money intended for the youth, you have money coming from the Vice President of the United States, you have money coming from the Foreign Minister of the UK, right?
Yes.
Millions of dollars and bring down the billions in Jamaican dollars, and the youth not, and nobody can see transparency in how it's been applied to the communities that are underserved, and that's what it was intended for.
Them doing it for a long time. Cause I had been all kind of people send out a whole heap of million.
Yeah,
Me not shame for tell you, from 70s till now, me not get paid, brother.
so
You hear that?
them still owe you money on your recordings and stuff.
Them not give me none. Cause you have so much fat cats in the business that join up with these same set of people who get all these funds and things for big up artists. And we suffer and pay and them sell all our record when record was selling. And up until this day, we still can't get no pay.
But
Yeah?
let me ask you this: the producers back in the day, like Lord Tippertone, Augustus, Gussie Clark, and Prince Buster, none of these people took care of you.
Talk about Gussie Clark, him come pan the plate pan the line and say, me is the worst person him work with. After me and him produce Screaming Target, which was my first album.
Right.
Yeah? Cause after his mother dead, him live right on a Church Street, me there love lane in our corner. So me and him go in a 50-50 deal to make this album. Him go and him sell this album to Trojan till it gone to Sony, Universal, them say them own it. Me never sign off nothing with none of these people. Them alone reap the sweets. Well, we have to carry litigation now, which takes so much time. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because if you get certain lawyers, you're not going to reach nowhere, brother.
Now, I see where the album included folks like Gregory Isaacs, Leroy Smart, and Lloyd Parks. Is that true?
Yeah, because them get rid of him.
Right.
Gussie never have no rhythm. He make like Skyline verse and Skylarkin the Killer and maybe David Dabson Loving Papa. Them there the two rhythm he make. All of the rhythm them is where him get from these people like Slavin, Light Parks, yeah, Dennis Brown, Gregory Carr. You know, it's combination, cause it's me have the streets, so I know which rhythms want chant certain vibes on.
Now, they claim back then that you had worked with Jimmy Radway, Lee Perry, and Phil Pratt. Now, Lee Perry is Scratch Perry, the most popular one that I recall from back then. But what about those singles that you did with them?
Me no get nothing, cause it's a Curtis Mayfield song. Lord, you got to keep on moving.
Right.
Yeah? What Marley do, I mean, do the moving version. That is the only one song I did for Lee Perry. Jimmy Radway is the first man that was supposed to record me. And he was itching. And Gregory Isaac said, no, sir. Come and dance and hear me. Me is the man. So, give the 1 foot man a thumbs up, brother. Jimmy Radway not do me nothing, brother. Cause me get the version of warning. Yeah? Where you're gone but already and you're done dead already. You're gone from the morgue to the cemetery.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So you know the thing share. The thing share, and you know say Mr. Man where we do all a version about for kill Poor Paul and hold the 7th seal thereof, kill Poor Paul and Babylon fall. Cause you know within the Rasta fraternity, we are about certain things. You understand?
Yes.
which
Yes.
them say me presumptuous and feisty and out of order, cause you know Catholic enough, you know. But
Uh-huh.
me grew up in a church, you know, cause my mother did own a church.
Ah. Huh.
So
So you were Christianized at an early age then.
all right. So that's why that is what get me to know the natural life. So we could have referred to Rastafari within a different formation. Because
Uh-huh.
I learn about Christianity and the biblical way of everything and reading certain books and know about Africa, because all these things was blotted out from us, you know. Nobody,
Uh-huh.
nobody never stand up for equal rights and justice for the people them. Them never have no voice. Them would have and hit me back and baby.
Mhm.
Wish love baby, yes, but we have greater thing in front of us that is happening to us and politician is doing to us because it's self-taught, self-will, self-rule. You understand? We too hold them tight. We drop off a head, drop on shoulder, and it not go no further.
Mhm. But you see now today, you see Africans being more aware of themselves, their history, and now we have Region 6, all black people in the Western Hemisphere
Yes.
belong to Region 6 of the African Union. You're aware of that, right? And you're
Yes.
aware that we're reaching out across the Atlantic to them.
Oh, we've been doing that.
Yeah.
That's why more time me not going to Africa too much, because I always say we are African and we sing about Africa. We don't see how it wise to take money from Africa to come back around at the Western world.
Mhm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I would voluntarily go and sing in Africa for nothing. Instead of take Africa wealth, come build up Western world.
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
you
you
think
see,
that song, yeah?
yeah.
Walking
So
down.
so remember this now. You say one thing, remember say His Majesty set up the OAU, you know, the
Uh-huh.
Organization of African Unity.
Right, right.
And them mash it up, them mash it up now and come with UN. Yeah?
Yep. Yeah.
Even Marcus Garvey oppose it and come with UNIA.
Well, everybody who's made an effort to unite Africa has been killed
Yes?
or been put in jail. The last one being Gaddafi.
All
Gaddafi was
right.
the last one to try.
And
And
who kill him? Who set it? The great black one where them say are them black president who if you look up to Obama send them go kill off him.
yeah,
Enough people now want to talk that. Just like how so much things that man them doing, send no fly zone, them send no fly zone over the man place because
yeah.
Gaddafi want to help the people because them have the money to do it and them don't allow it.
Yep. There was
Can
no Libyan suffering anywhere in Libya because they had education, they had health, they had
and
everything
wealth.
going for them, and wealth. Yes.
Yes.
He shared the wealth and he lived humbly, right?
Thank you.
You'll ever see that in Jamaica?
No, sir.
Well, you know,
No, sir.
there you
No,
go.
sir. It's fat cats. It's fat cats from Jamaica. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same fat cats we're trying to uproot right now with the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
Thank you, sir.
We want to go after every one of them because them robbing so much money from the people that the people suffer and they
And
live in glory and they look down on people and talk bad about people and
because it's all
nobody.
about them.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So it's a clan. It's a clan. It's a clan of gangster. Like me tell you, say we two hold them tight.
Yep.
Or drop off a head, drop on shoulder. And I got to do certain term and in possess certain wealth. And after a time, you see some of them don't even look wealthy, because them don't even look healthy.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing. They're stressed out, stealing so much, and have to look over their shoulder all the time that they can't enjoy their wealth, right? They might as well give it to the community.
But them not do that. The community suffer and suffer and suffer and suffer and suffer more and more every day.
Yeah.
And them talk. Them garrisonerize the people them.
There
We
you go.
know this, sometimes we talk and we say this and that, but these people know what they're doing to keep the people poor and keep the people hungry. And
Yeah.
have the people them for kill off them one another, brethren.
Yeah.
Because that is how them gain power. And when you talk the truth, if you talk too much, you have to watch your head, because them want to kill you too. You see? But what I say, you have a powers, which is the Almighty. The Almighty is not no religion. Because the whole set of religious folks. Religion is a division. Them used to divide the people for rule them. Yeah? And them go around and talk. Sometimes when you talk, some people hate you. I don't care. Them can always hate. If you watch Jamaica, every day them ball for the blood of Jesus. The blood run out. Too much blood. Because blood, and you see pure blood. The people just dying, brethren.
Yep.
Yeah? And the fat cats striving. Them rolling. Them is high rider, high rollers. Yeah?
Let me ask that question. When you talk about Africa, a song coming to my mind when you and Dennis did though. It start out walking down the streets in Africa, looking at the sky.
In Africa. Yeah. All right. It's a war song, the group one name War. Them a sing about walking down the street, smoky eye and sleepy eye and starry eye. So my interpretation is streets in Africa. Yeah? And we know that the world is a ghetto and slavery abolished. Yeah? So that is where we try to tell the people about Africa. That's why I couldn't want to sing. I never want to go sing and take off get no money from Africa. Africa we sing about. No, we just feel good and proud nowadays to see Africans and make so much money out of the music now that I'm so delighted,
Let me ask you a question, because people throw it in the chat room, and I don't want to get out the musical part at your beginnings and all of that. I still want to ask you about the set them where you use so DJ pan. Because I know Tipa is not the only song you use to DJ pan. Can me see your DJ pan Tubby's and another song. But here's the question I want to ask you. And it's an open-ended question. What do you think about your son Isat? Talk to me about Isat.
Hold on. That's an unfair question.
No,
you think so? I mean make it to Isat. So I think I know say the intellect, Isat is an intellectual youth, man. No matter the crisis and the struggle I'm going through, him stand up for the right of the people.
Yeah, so he's the new freedom fighter then. That Jamaica needs.
Yeah, free fighter, because we want to take the dumb off fight.
I get you. I got you.
You know. Isat, I'm a son, and it me so partial, but it's not partial. Because we live what we learn, and we feel good about him and his intelligence. Because enough people could have take what him take and be a fool. Yeah? But him stand up, him stand for justice. Yeah? What we not have around here, so. Because you will drive on the road and you get harassed in a certain formation. That you wonder why the human rights are so totally violated. And I sat as a youth where enough people go around and go. At the voice of the poor, brethren, because where there's no vision, the people perish, you know. So you have to have someone to visualize the people who wanna have no vision. Because enough people, oh my God, intellect and intelligence, yeah?
Yeah.
Because we live in a state now where a picnic them have picnic, you know. All the granny them have picnic. A few little children around. You'd have no parental guidance amongst the people them. So the system just weird. And the people them were supposed to rule and set the people right. So ignorant and selfish to themselves with them laws, brethren. Yeah? Because human rights are totally violated, brethren. And some people not see it until it reach them doorstep, you know?
Right. What was Isaac like growing up? He was a wayward child. You used to have to beat him for keep him in line, armed up, obedient. And what was he like?
No, them not grow that way, them man. Them not grow with no disobedient type of way. Because remember the man that go from Priory to Stella Morris to Meadowbrook and, you know, all them sacrifice and go to school. I said to them brother, them bright brethren.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, him can't tell you, I never have to beat them, I just look upon them away. If my papa one lick, because I want to act stubborn. It's what me I say. And them set up Isaac. Them set up Isaac and Isaac face tribulation and out of tribulation. Him come with validation. May I tell you? Because it's a bright youth. Me admire him, you know. And him knows him he's a learned friend in the street.
Right. More big up Bunny Jump from Florida. We are listening to I watch a program, yeah. Big fan of yours. Talk to me now. Yeah, man. Talk to me about when you used to how the set go. When you used to DJ pan and what was it like in all them days there?
Well, it's a joy, man. Cause like me tell you, say, me that day there on outer road full. And nobody now going to the dance as we're riding on the bike, the place full. From Kingston to country. Cause it's a revolution. Not a war revolution, you know, a revolution of the minds. Cause you have no one to talk up for the youth them and give the youth them a chance. Cause them things look wicked now, you know, but it was even wickeder in those times. Yeah? And I believe, like I say, I believe in forgive that you may be forgiven. Yeah, brother. Cause in the street we all make mistakes sometimes, you know. And I think if you learn from mistake, don't make mistakes.
Right.
So it was like I say, when me take up this thing, is a whole spiritual thing and teaching and the teaching. Enough people don't like to hear the truth and hear about Rastafari, you know, but that is the revolution, was a spiritual revolution where a whole lot of people have to hear to know to because all them pick me and turn Rasta, you know. You understand?
Somebody in the chat. 1 second. Somebody in the chat said they would like you make a comment about Tipper Tone and Tubby's it clash of port in the scene of the 70s. I guess it was a big dance. Remember the other one there. Them said them just
wicked dance with Blacker, Pike, Owen Butch Belly. And Them time the daddy you right can't take the heat. So them exile and they are England and all them places. So it's I ride them saying.
Yeah, no.
And that's how we use the song on the Mr. Tipo make you rock. So come Mr. Tipo make you understand? And
The key thoughts on rhythm that. Key thoughts on rhythm.
no,
Upper rhythm.
it's more to see them Greg Rice that them this really make it up with a youth named Joshua. Joshua sing life is sweet, sweeter than money. Go down, go down, go down, go down. Life is sweet. Me, it's the tip of make you rock, so. I'm coming down and make you tell you say no go on, so. Yeah, you understand? And tell you about the temperature and all those things. So it's so much tell you say even go to get the same rhythm. Well anyhow, I ride, Dillion. I remember him play. Got up with them of a song named The Iron Gate.
Iron Gate, yeah, man.
Yeah. So that to him that time top song. And him play a Jackie Me to Autumn sound, wicked saga. I never forget that, you know, cause this happened in July 73, you know. So many years. But me up. Cause I tell you, me's a serious man, you know. I fight against junking and jogging, you know. So never natural man. Me just a plain ganja smoker, brother. I'm a smoke evil cigarette more time when we must stop. I'm not hide, I'm proud. Yes, me see your point, I said I need to stop smoke them cigarettes, but the place stressful. The place stressful. It better me smoke that when I try to take no drugs. Cause I not take none. I'm not drink and be no junk. Yes, sir.
I can see. I was just gonna say I can see here the gadget corner. They say if ISAT wanted to stop smoking, then him have to stop ordering Kentucky chicken.
No. We fireball KFC. Rasta don't eat chicken. Yo, comment people. Behave yourself.
No.
Chicken around here. Where that come from?
I too no want use the dirty word from the program, but is Ken F for fried chicken. We not eat. You see the man where you talk to now, and it's no matter what you eat, it's still a go dead. God, but 50 odd year, me no yam, no egg, no milk, no butter, no cheese, no chicken, no none of them something, the brother. You understand me?
Yeah.
So, no, I love my seafood, you know, because them saying anything good for eat, good for talk, but anything me eat, me can talk. Me love my lobster and shrimps more time. So, my business when I'm not I say.
Watch out, you. Me hear a song the other day with I listen to ISAT catalog, you know? It'll grow.
Yeah.
I'm listening to him do a song. What do you think about ISAT as an artist? What you talk as a person, as a as a son and as a lawyer, but what do you think about him as an artist?
A tough artist, man. I thought have so many meanings in life, brethren, and can do so many things. You understand? Isaac is all a contractor and builder too, man. Then Isaac musical career tough, man. In study.
That's why you think them have me a build house up a lease flat. Don't mix me up.
Another kind of way there. Another kind of way there.
ISAT is a talent partner out there.
Talented, even him surrounding where I'm living on. Cause all in my house I look good. I said make it stay, so I chew you don't know.
A good son.
A great youth, man. And you know, I overboost him. And you know, like I see them do him something, them say pass and christen him pick the first. The man a pass, my son and my son.
Right.
You understand? And I love everybody, son. You see? Me want them look upon him as an example and try be like him, do like him. Yeah? Because it takes his effort and people use them brains, brother. You understand? Some people use them brain for con people. Use the brain for free people.
You mentioned his brothers earlier in the conversation. You said they all, come out smart. So what are they doing?
Well, Tafari, I know the one who follow ISAT. Is a hip hop reggae rapper, everything, you know. Him live in Florida, and may I tell you the truth? We's a set of people like all me, and the grace of God keep we alive in a virgin. Cause peer barrier and roadblocks and thing, and them try to fight we out of everything and push up other people while you don't do nothing, you know. Yeah? Sometimes I feel, sometimes they want to perform amongst them in my town, in my barn and grow, brother. Because them people are too partial, man. I want them feel for push. Yeah? Me hear you talk about money what them get for big up artists. Them not give we none. We not get none. Them not share none. Not know what payment come out of them not give you big youth none, man. Them do everything for spite for suffer and thing. Them, if you follow these people and you take one and make 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and build and use your head and get through. You know, reach nowhere in them people system, brother.
No, with all the performers that you have, like yourself, you Roy, I Roy, Gregory, the whole set of people that made great music. Did anybody try to form any type of music association to drive the community development across the poorer communities of Jamaica, the underserved communities?
Yeah, man.
So
Dennis was such a nice, kind brethren. For giving support and doing what you can to all the people you can in all the way that you can. That's all you can do because you're going to find you have another set of people who is connected governmentally. Them come up and them find them gyre and them J cap and me cap and E cap and all kind of things. And yeah. So imagine everything about us competition and selfishness, man. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
Selfish. And them control certain people. You hear the word con. Because when them control you, you are well con. Them contract you till them condemn you and yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And certain thing you can't do. Because remember Malia go on, you know, and as him say want him go control him catalog them one thing. Them take him out. We see it in the further world. It happened to Jackson, it happened to Prince, it happened to anyone. Some more time under the system, and yeah, you have people that run the system. Them control everything. Yeah.
Jayo,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. You still are perform. You still have the verve, the vitality, the spirit of a man much younger than your age, right?
Yes.
So age is just a number. If it and them said, somebody make a statement say that age is like mind over matter. If you know mind, it no matter, right? And
Yes.
like that are your case. Where do you see yourself? Where is Jayut in the next few years or so? Where you see yourself?
When they say Jayut, the whole away are Jayut.
Right.
Me see. Me not have no doctor, you know, brother. John make me sick. You hear that? And like I say, the truth, you have to continue preaching the truth. And me no whitewash, me no change. Me no try do foolishness to make money. You understand? Me no pray to God and ask him for money, because God no make money, a man make money. So me just give thanks to the power the Most High give me. And me can go there and make even a little youth feel strong same way.
Right. You
And
see,
and still looking at the future, cause me all the while people say, hey, tomorrow no promise to no one. But me look to tomorrow every day. Cause me there today. So I'm still at the future and still check for the people and the youth them. I want them stop kill off the people them and kill off the old people them and kill off themselves. Yeah? That's my greatest joy what I want to see in the future. And see them stop fight against the righteous and get rid of certain crime and violence what them create within with society, brother.
the message where you preach through the music. Is there anyone out there right now that you can point to? Any artist that you can say, well, see an artist here where conscious, where I preach the music and I preach the principles by which we should live by. Who would that be?
Me go be partial, God no partial, But me not like big up them people here, brother. Cause me not see none of them give the man who set the foundation and give them credit. Yeah? But normally me love all the fireman. I mean the original fireman. But me love how Capitan go on more time, cause him have an intellect. Where you have Sizzler Collins around there so again. What stand up? Yeah. You have Gargamel too. Nah, leave him out. Because more time people have them own little way and differences, but you can't deny the truth. You see? Mr. Lovers Rock, Berries, them people there, they're there. Yeah. Because we know say I keep, it's a family-oriented type of singer that are keeping the love together. Because that kind of love have to flow. Yes. But me not state of mind. Me not big up people, brother. All on Facebook, I go stop big up people, because if you not big me up, what me I big you up for? And I know say everything have a foundation, a roots. Yeah? And come on, man.
Well, watch out. Me see you do a tune with Chronics and what him name
No, I do the video. The video. Because
Yeah.
them use them thing, them maybe the people them who sign them up know say me are the man who can bust them. Because them look on them now. Them never do nothing for dry out. Me take my time and go and video them. Them never one day make me eat a plate of food and say, yeah, make tell you they on one of them show yeah. Yeah. I could do a collab with him, make him make some money, because them on the platform. Them most people are math users, brother. Them just want to use you forget that. Them climb on your start from your foot, come right up till them go up on your shoulder and want to reach for your head. Them want to climb you like a ladder.
So as far as you're concerned now, the music.
No, what's the con word? I discern and observe. I don't concern.
Right. Based on your discernment. Based on your discernment.
Well, hey, I said we have to depend on you, to rewrite the dictionary so that we make sure all the con word them disappear and the rest of
the
words.
wickedest word.
Yeah.
Talk, father, talk, man.
Yeah. So let me say, based on your discernment, where you really see the society now, not go beyond the music now, the culture me I talk about, where you see it going, because it seems to me like yes, boy, is that in a good spot right now? You know, what would it take? What is it going to take then for us to move beyond the things that we see now to get it into a more harmonious setting, the setting that,
UNITY.
and how we are going to achieve the unity?
We need to be unified.
Yeah, but how we are going to do it?
Just deal with justice. Just deal with justice. And stop denying the people them legal and equal rights. What them need for have. Stop tell them say them independent while they are being dependent, brethren, because we're not independent, we're dependent on here. It's what I say, family. So like them two set of people, you know. You have Bro God and Mark Golden. Them need for unify and clean up Jamaica. I could check for the people them, check for them as leaders. Say we are lead, you know. We don't put where we're there. So I could do the best for make the people happy. Yeah? Stop act with selfishness and fight against one another. Just like how you have the people them on the street to fight them one another, the politicians them in them house of Congress to fight them one another. We want unity.
Well, if all of that we are talking about, I will come with some form of leadership, right? And if we don't have the leadership, how do we achieve that goal of unity? If we don't have people that we can coalesce around and say, yes, that man a preaching message, that man a live the talk, and therefore we are gonna follow this. How we get there if we have that?
Yo, remember them national hero Marcus said them got blood uptown, blood downtown, blood round town, blood in the woods and blood in the country. Yeah? So me think them fi make some more factories, brethren. Build some more training schools. Yeah? Make people have an achievement that them no need for rob them one another and kill them one another every day. And some people living at some old broke down zinc fence around the corner and night after night, shot after shot. Yeah? And too much covetousness is in this country. So we want unity from the youth them on the street too. Because if them not unify and unite, how them going to survive? Because all of the fussing and fighting and killing and this, it's not working. And it don't just start now. It start long time, it just gone to a bigger level. You did have Michael Manley and Thiago. Thiago not put up with certain foolishness too long. He will come at it. But him too wild, him too bad. Yeah? Michael Manley a bad man, but him not so bad. Because him would have tried to teach them, give them little Jamal and thing and say, oh, don't bad. Try have some sense and learn to read and write and strive and survive. If sometimes it's when you come to me with these words, I want to talk about confront and see them the con word, because them set we up so much that the con word gets so controversial that it come in everything. It's what I'm saying, but I said them leader here, where we have now. Brethren, every day them have when them have prayer breakfast, them have religious this and that, and it not work. It's not working. Them need unity. And some man just stop going like them is too much of a fat cat while so much hungry cat round the corner. And you're not doing what you're not doing. You understand? You build a road and you never have nowhere to wash with the water because you don't have no drainage. Yeah. So, them need to go back to the drawing board and, like I said, the one thing, a unity, brother.
Going back to the drawing board, does that mean changing the famous constitution?
But them people here change it as them not have a mind. As them like you see them go on one side, say, boy, we're gonna change this, we're gonna do that. Them no, them. You hear the word name? Constitution. Cause it's can it again, you know, Virgin.
Yeah.
So them need for share the people them wealth with the people them and make the people them live good, Virgin. Cause them can do it, you know. Me hear some people all sing said round here nice place to live. But no money now, no dollars now run. A liar, holy pot dollars are run at this.
Well, your prime minister is a good example. He could not pay his school fee back in 2007, but he's worth $192 million today.
Well, I don't know where him invest. He must invest.
Him should tell everybody the secret of investing.
Him need to get them. I want to Jamaica, Elon Musk.
No, I mean that's not Starlink. Him start up the Starlink, man.
All right. You see, Virgin, the whole of them brother, the whole of them brother, are money people them, you know. Cause the opposition are them name, Bunting and Golden, the whole of them are money master people them when know for trade and poor me know about trading stuff. I'm afraid for even use a credit card online because them people will take everything.
Well, you know what? Let me do a switch here. ISAT. I want you to ask your father a question. Just ask him a question.
No, me not ask him the question till you bring your father and your mother on this show. You set me up this week.
Well, no. Them depart.
Okay, my apologies. I
want you to ask your father a question that you'd like to know the answer to that you don't know. Ask him a question that you've never asked him yet, and you'd like to know the answer.
All right, today is my brother's birthday, and I know him watching. So big up Taffy. Big up Tafara, Zambo himself. Why you give us such horrible names? And then two, are you a laborite? Now you talk like a real labor right now, and I don't want to dust you out for the Will Rattigan.
You really think so? What make you say that?
I'm just asking. Well, the comments were saying you need an OD, and I know the green people gave you OD, so I just wondered.
OD.
We really want
overdrive after death, whatever. Anyhow.
Wow.
Anyhow, the name them wanna have, man. That's why you're lightning, you know. And some boy Prince. Some royal name me that think about for us. Not the old Babylon like how me name Manly Augustus, cause Augustus or some Roman. Yeah. But when it comes to politics, me is not a PNP neither, my son, man. I mean not a laborite, man. You know, me never enumerate. Me not have a voters registration. Me can't change nothing because me not have a vote and me not follow politician, brother. Yeah? Me respect leaders to how I was taught churchically and what them call discipline. So me no want to go in it. Me no want to go in it. Me don't like talk about politics too much, cause when you talk the truth, them people are sick, man. But me am not a politician. Me can't change the role there. And I'm not going to vote. I'm not go support them people. Because I think, yeah, you have some great things happening around here from Sister P, Sister That, Brother B and this. And now, no, you have Andrew and Mark. So, me don't know me. This is a new trend of politics where me don't even me don't have no understanding towards it, Bridget. These selfish set of people is too good for me.
So if that's the case, then you don't vote because of you don't like the leadership, what you say, then
Go ahead. Then
I think he's frozen.
He's frozen.
you
Yeah.
know
This
frozen.
segment is usually brought to us by Starlink, but the comments keep asking if they're saying that you should be nominated for OD. So I'm just gonna ask the question: how do you feel about getting a beautiful award from the government in recognition for your 50 years in the business? And yeah.
Well, that's why that's why you ask me if me a live a right, because me that say me grew up under the manly regime, be a victim of the system as a PNP, and none of my PNP counterparts them never see it worthy for honor me, and them make Brogan and Film government come do it. So, all right, if that's be the case, but cause me get what the white though, me not get nothing white though. Me get police harassment, see me I drive and them feel for pull me down. It no mean nothing.
Yeah. Ratty, you didn't finish, you got frozen.
Never finish.
no, I was asking Jayut, I ask you, say, because of your feelings about you never enumerate, you never vote, and because of your feelings about how the political setting is right now, it paints a kind of dire picture. And so the question is, given everything that we're seeing now, where do you see Jamaica headed politically, socially, economically, musically, and otherwise?
Well, if you notice, all them set it in our culture, gender, and the churchical thing them I promote. secular business. Me, brethren, me no know. Like I say, Jamaica coming like Gaza right now, brethren. And that's why I ask you about unity. And even if me vote, my one vote couldn't change nothing that is in front of us. Yeah? And if I go into the evil word, nothing that confront us.
Con.
All right. Because you see, it's a con game, them playing with us,
But the meaning of con is mean you're with them. You're with something.
Thank you. So that's why them use it in every other paragraph. Yeah? To control you.
Yeah.
Before you leave, I don't want to be political, but I have to ask. You did Green Bay Killing, which was social commentary in terms of how musically at the time when certainly dance or reggae artists, whatever you call it at that time, it was about social commentary. That's your work. it's literally identical now to what's happening in Gaza. And I'm not asking you to check to pick sides, but to say that when I listen to your music and I see what's happening in Gaza, what's your comment on just the pointless killings in there and the position of Jamaica in terms of how we feel about it?
All right, you mentioned Green Bay killing.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't partial in. I said they are acting so unwilling, but this time we won't forgive them for the Green Bay killing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's murder them, carry the people them over there and murder them.
Mm-hmm.
Me sing Isaiah first, prophet of all. And it's the same Gaza, Israel. Can remember to know, if we talk about Israel, Israel controlled by Palestinians and Jews. Yeah? Which part them then? None of them no own it. We are Israelite place. Yeah? And from Yasser, Arafat, and Nasser, the whole of them with them carry people through the same channel as slavery. The whole of them keeping up the same thing going on. Israel mad now, cause Matras or Hamas, what them name, go in there, go kill off some innocent people. No support I giving nobody for kill off people and them little picnic them rasta. Yeah? And it's the same thing Israeli I do. Cause me a Israelite, you know. Them are Israeli. Well, if we go biblical search and right around to how the earth set up. You understand me? So all that me can say. Me not have no me not have no great comment upon them because at the same seed where them sow turn back and I go around and people take sides and thing. Cause as soon as these things happen, next thing a year a next mass shooter shoot 18, 20 people and them do things for carry your mind go around. Cause it's just the world fast leaders rise up every day. I fool the people in all kind of way, brethren.
All right, you what, Jayot,
Yeah.
I want to thank you for making the appearance, Virgin. I'm going to remember the word. Any word that begins with con, I'm going to think carefully now before using it. But I just want to thank you on behalf of all of the viewers them for coming on and talking to us about a range of topics because you are one of the true living icons in our
Thank
reggae
you,
music
sir.
in Jamaica. And the recognition where you're supposed to get it can't stop you, so they're supposed to recognize you every day. In fact, they're supposed to have a Jayut day in Jamaica. I look forward for a day like that to come.
Them,
So,
it would have nice, but tell them to stop fight, Jayot. Because them have some people where them just try to block up the road.
all right.
Because them not like hear the truth. I tell you, them don't like hear the truth. Them like to tell lie and boost up some people and I mean nothing to the people. Them I mean nothing to changes, brethren. So we need change. We need change about here. We need unity. We need unity. I don't know if them are going to come with another party, but it don't make no sense. We need unity, and them they will control it. Need for go at them drawing board and say, make a check for the people of Jamaica and Jamaica where we so much we have so much property and we so rich. Make a check for the people them wanna have nothing and stop pussyfooting around the place.
Whoops.
I make the people I make the people them live better, brethren, because we can.
All right.
Yeah?
We're gonna leave it there. So, but like, we just want to leave you with that word, with them words that would say that the truth must not only be the truth, but the truth must be told, and you tell it. I want to
Yes,
thank you.
sir. Yes,
All right,
sir.
big up yourself.
All right.
We talk soon. Yeah?
Blessings.
All
God
right.
bless.
All right.
God bless. All right, Rattigan. Must see you more time, but you don't know. And big up my next learning friend
Yes,
Herb.
from
sir.
Georges.
From Georges. There you go. The original George.
All right, my brother. Take
All
care.
right, George Johnson.
All right.
Yeah.
Big up big youths. We fireball KFC and make sure you carry on tour with you. Blessings. Thanks for paying my school fee. I didn't need student loan. You're a great guy. Blessings.
All right.
You must,
So,
you must have been smelling KFC the day you were born.
well,
No,
folks,
all on weekend, on the bus for me. Oh, let me tell my father say man have chicken. You know say, oh no.
Well, I will leave your cross examination to better judges, man, than me.
no, yeah, because here's what I'm, folks. We have a business icon. We have a social icon on the program here. His name is Howard Mitchell. He's past president of the PSOJ, an organization that some people have a lot of things to say, good and bad, or good or bad about it. But I can tell you that Howard is one of those people, and I don't even want to go over him in resume because it'll take the entire time because he can't stay with us for a long period. So first of all, I want to thank him for gracing us with his presence, and I can't spend the time going over his thing, except to say that this man, I don't know what else to say about him because everything that he can think of in terms of accomplishments in Jamaica, he's done it. And last week, I think it was, that he was inducted, I believe, into the PSOJ Hall of Fame, and he gave a speech. Now, I know Howard. Every now and again, we exchange views and things like that. Very learned man. He has his pulse on the happenings in Jamaica. I mean, if you get a chance to talk to him, you will learn a lot. Believe me. Now, what I've decided to do, instead of asking him some questions that I would normally ask, I decided to dissect his speech because his speech is a composite of the man himself. The way he thinks, the way he acts, the way he processes things, everything about him, I think, is encapsulated in this speech. So, Howard, I want to welcome you to Reason with Rattigan, and thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today, sir.
Afternoon, Will. Afternoon, gentlemen, listeners. I'm a little afraid of the use of the word icon because most of the icons I know are dead. So
Well, you're living icon, living icon.
Yeah, I still think I fall short of that. But anyway, thank you for the introduction. And thank you for taking the time to read what I said. I said it from the heart and I mean it. So
Okay.
I'm prepared to defend it.
Okay. Now, when I went through this speech, I see where you beat almost everybody except the church. You beat the government, you beat the opposition, you beat civil society, you beat the communities, you beat almost everybody, right? So what I'd like to do is just take them one at a time, because I find that in talking to you, you provide some interesting and nuanced positions on some of these issues. Some of them, they're very novel to me. Some of them I've heard them for the first time, and I'm very intrigued by them. So I'd like for you to expound on them.
But yeah, fine. Thank you for the opportunity. What I was trying to do is to, and I know that some people view me as a harsh critic, but I think no society, every society needs to a perspective and needs to be introspective much of the time, and we must have standards. So I speak from a position that I believe that in standards. So what I was trying to do, rather than simply throw stones, was to offer a different way of doing business. And so I spoke of really in 4 areas. One, which was to my mind the most superficial, but I spoke of it, which is that our values and attitudes as we deal with one another need revision. We need to sit down and think about, and this is the recurrent theme through this speech, who we are, where we come from, and where we want to go. So I spoke about the need to examine our values and examine our attitudes and how we deal with each other within the society. I then went on to call for an examination and a renewed willingness to engage in the reform of some of the legislative rules and incentives that we have put together over the centuries that we have existed, because we got them from somewhere, and we have developed them during a period of time that maybe is not functional anymore, and further may not suit us in the new dispensation of the 21st century, or in terms of the realities, the historical realities of where we're coming from. And thirdly, I spoke of the Constitution, and I did deride and criticize the current mockery that is being conducted about constitutional reform and the focus on removing the monarch, as if that is going to create some wonderful new paradise for us. That it's much more than that. And lastly, I invited people to think that we would never be truly independent unless we fashioned for ourselves what we wanted our country to be, where we were globally, who we are globally, and created a society that represented those thoughts and those aspirations and those ambitions. So that was what I tried to do. I think it's ironic that what a lot of people have just gone on and grabbed up is the values and attitudes part. But that's good. But the values and attitudes is the immediate and short-term aspect of the introspection that I'm asking for. It is something we need to do, but it is by no means the fundamental structural change that we need to effect.
All right, let me start out with something that you said in the speech. You said, I am mindful of the fact that my presence on this podium tonight is as a representative symbol of the values and attitudes, you just spoke about that, of the private sector organization of Jamaica, and of its mission to be an advocate for the broader attributes and elements of a productive and prosperous society which prizes equal opportunities for all its citizens. At its core, that is the PSOJ, are the values of integrity and accountability in all of the institutions of this society. The PSOJ has never been and must never be merely an advocate for the technical elements of success for commerce. And here's the critical part. Indeed, that is a part of its mission, but more compellingly, it must advocate for good governance, for discipline, for respectful dealings, and the rule of law equally and fairly applied in a democratic context. First question, is the PSOJ doing this?
No. We have to deal with reality. We're not doing that now. And therefore, that's why I flatter myself.
Move over a little bit more. The camera. Move over a little bit more to your left.
When I was president, I tried maybe not with all the success that I wanted. I tried to go back to the origins, the historical origins of the PSOJ. And yes, the PSOJ is a capitalist organization. It represents capitalists. And I'm a capitalist, right? But I'm a capitalist with a conscience, and I'm a capitalist that understands that I cannot do my business in a vacuum. That your improvement benefits me, right? So therefore, I want to go back to where the PSOJ started, look at the principles that were espoused then, and interpret them in the context of conscious capitalism that is needed for Jamaica as a integrated society to succeed. So, but the PSOJ is not doing that now.
What would you suggest they do? Apart from what you just mentioned, how would you suggest they do what you mentioned?
Nothing can be achieved unless and until the people of Jamaica, and by the people of Jamaica, I mean civil society, the stakeholders, the ordinary citizens, wake up and understand that we are not living on rented land, you know. We have to have a part and an input and a say in how our society is formed. Right now, and for as long as I can remember, we have not had a consensus vision of Jamaica. And that's what we have to try and develop. Now, we're going to fall short of it, you know, but nothing is perfect, right? So whatever needs to be done, and the prescription I have is one for people of Jamaica who want a better society to put aside the little schisms and isms and this and that and come together with an idea of what our future should look like based on what our past looks like, right? And I prescribe some things, changing the rules and incentives by which we live and that we live under, to make them more reasonable and to make them more practical and to make them more relevant. We have laws in Jamaica that were devised by the plantation, and we have laws in Jamaica that were devised by colonialist masters who had a specific objective for the society. So, for instance, our education system, with all of the transformation that is supposed to have taken place, our education system still goes back to the Howe Commission after the emancipation, which said that we must educate certain elements of the society to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. And the system is built that way. That's why I have some school when not giving you the opportunity to do more. Now we need to face those realities and change them. Because everybody, if you're going to have a society that is functional and that works, everybody must get the same opportunity. They can blow it, but they must get it.
Okay.
So these are some of the prescriptions that I offered.
All right. I'm going to read you something again from your speech. By the way, you said your middle name is Samuel, no? And second prophet to Moses. My middle name is Samuel. So I guess we're
yeah, well, I was there first. Okay.
Okay, all right. No, here's what you said. You said, it is said that as a country, we punch above our weight. We also murder more than normal, scam more than normal, and practice more generalship than most other countries. I put it to you that we are in grave danger of failure as a nation, as a society, as a community of souls. We are hell-bent on self-destruction because of our culture of selfish and divisive tribalism, which steadfastly ignores value unless it is clothed in green or orange. Dire prediction. Dire state of affairs. Where do we go from this?
You know, I sometimes find it difficult to cope myself, because when I look at the objective circumstances of our country, I really get depressed. But when you balance against that the spirit of our people, then it brings me back. What has happened to us, gentlemen, in my humble and layman and non-academic interpretation of history, and I'm something of an amateur historian, is that our two societies, the two societies that exist in Jamaica, were born out of the same experience, okay? And the same rules and incentives that were established then are replicated now. So I keep saying, and I, you know, I know I get criticized and man get upset about it, but I keep saying that there is still busha, and there is still will in the fields, because that's how we set up. Even though the laws we have, when you hear a man talking about the El Salvador solution, what do you think that is except an interpretation of how you handle slaves and people who don't have will? So we still have that mindset. That is the mindset that causes me to behave like Busher and causes you to behave like the subject of Busher. Okay? So those are the things we need to look at. And those are the things we need to look at when we pass these laws, make these rules, and provide these incentives. Just as a small humorous aside, I see the current Minister of Agriculture promoting backyard garden kits.
Yes.
Well, I have to tell you that that has tremendous historical connections, because after 1834, the planters, to keep the slaves on the plantation, encouraged them to do backyard gardening. The time we get past that, that is not what agriculture is about. Agriculture is about high-tech, specialized, functional, productive, volume-based food. And as a country, those are the things we should be looking at. Not giving out 3,000 kits to grow carrots and lettuce and cabbage in my backyard. For what purpose? That won't feed our people. We have not since 1962 sat down. We have Vision 2030, which was an attempt, but it was an attempt that basically just serves as a marker for failure. We have not sat down and looked together in a representative way at what this country is, where it is now, where we want it to go. What is our vision and how we're going to achieve that? We have people promising prosperity and we have people promising equality. Well, the only thing those are just words.
Mm-hmm.
They don't impress me. Our system of politics is built on this business of promising and handing out. And there is no consistent overarching theme, national theme, that we, the people, demand of our politicians to agree on. What are we doing about our education? Are the opposition and the government at consensus about how we're going to treat our education? If they are not, what do we need to do to bring them together to do that? It is our country, not theirs.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me just read you something else, and then just for the viewers to just contemplate, and then I'm going to turn it over to Herb and Isa to ask your question. Here's something else you said. Very deep. He said, we practice the doctrine of divide and rule that was practiced upon us for many years past by our slave masters, and refuse to acknowledge the damage that we now do to our future. We steep ourselves in the culture of piracy and mayhem and theft, which is so ingrained in our beginnings, but will be the cause of the end of us as a functional society. And we blame it on everything but our own to establish for ourselves the values and attitudes that are critical to survival and to true prosperity. More recently, we are treating lives as commodities to be bought and sold by contract, and we have substituted brutality and perversion for reasoned dialogue and loving correction. I mean, these are some powerful words, and you said it in the presence of some powerful people without any hesitation whatsoever. This was something that you thought about. This wasn't an off-the-cuff kind of speech where somebody could say, well, you made a mistake. I mean, this was well thought out, well reasoned, and I thank you for that. Isaac, Herb.
Okay. Greetings, my brother Georgian. How you doing today? I hope great.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this right off the bat, because I like to go back and look at some of the things you have indicated. You spoke in, I think, 2022 about the GDP being the indicator of a country's development per capita, GDP. All right. Now, how can we speak about GDP and recently a very boastful Minister of Finance is talking about they have the strongest reserves in the history of Jamaica, which is over $4 billion US. When in fact, if you look at our history, We have never dealt with the question of those people who have been poisoned in the bauxite industry and are continuing to be poisoned because of the dumping or the preservation of reservoirs of waste, chemical waste from the bauxite industry. And in one area of Jamaica, I think Mandeville, you have a school that is next to a reservoir with the kids getting sick every week and can't even come to school, but maybe twice a week, if at all. And we see where they're supposed to have established broadband as the methodology to get these kids to learn while at home. But even if they're at home, they're getting sick because they live too close to the waste. How can we look at objectively GDP and reserve of $4 billion US when we know it takes $20 million US a year to take care of the sick and dying and the testing that's needed to figure out what industries in Jamaica have poisoned our people? How can we be boasting about reserves at this point?
Let me
Go ahead.
respond to that. Let me respond to that with a short answer and a long answer. The short answer is Jamaica is not a real place. The long answer is that children live what they learn. We developed from 1694 into a society. Do you know that Port Royal was the first formal stolen goods transit point in the Western Hemisphere? That Henry Morgan, Thomas Modiford, and a gentleman named Henriquez provided currency for the 13 original colonies in the United States, which were not allowed to operate their own mint. So Henry Morgan went out and stole from the Spanish, brought it back to Port Royal, and Modiford and Henriquez would then sell it to the 13 original colonies of the United States in exchange for goods which were then traded in Europe. That is established in a book called The Currency of Empire. Secondly, the basis of our society and the generalship that we have developed and the responses that we have developed stem from the brutality of slavery, the repression, the oppression, and the feedback, because every action gets a reaction that you get from slavery. So until you break that cycle, Herb, you are going to continue to repeat the mistakes. I was castigated just around the time of that speech. And at that time, I think from memory, what I was saying was that our GDP then was actually less, measured in a certain way, was actually less than what it was in 1962. So how can you call that progress? Right? I was castigated for saying that, and the Minister of Finance said that I'm a suspicious person, but I was castigated for saying that devaluation is economic slavery for Jamaica, because you roll the rock up the hill and every night it rolled back down because of devaluation. You will never get out of that trap until you decide to take the measures and make the sacrifice and dispense with the formula of this devaluation and have your own, either connect your currency to the United States or use the dollar, or whichever currency you choose, whichever global currency you choose. But this system is intended, it is the effect of it is that it will forever keep us in financial, and us, I mean the people, in financial slavery. unable to remedy the things for the school, to take the children out of the plight they're in, to give the people the infrastructure and the social benefits that they need to stop them from having to behave like animals.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell. So thank you, thank you for your honest position. It take a lot of courage to just say it as it is. I just want some more clarity on the equal education aspect of it, and in the context of, I'm not even going to bring government into this, but in relation to the private sector. Does the private sector have the power and the means to intervene in terms of for the education aspect? Answer it in the context of a tax write-off at the end of it, in terms of intervention.
First of all, I no longer speak for the private sector. I'm not a member.
No, I know that. I just,
right.
Yes.
But I feel that if it was presented to the private sector, all right, we complain that we do not have sufficient skill sets, and that we don't have people to fill out our workforce. We do that while 700,000 people approximately are out of the employment picture completely and some of them refuse to be employed because they don't have the skills and they don't have the willingness and they've turned off of the society. Them leave us. By the way, that's a form of revolution, and I keep telling people that the revolution has already occurred. Okay, and it wasn't on television. People have left the system and don't exist in our system. So to bring that back to the question you asked me, if we could sit at the table and go through without the green and the orange coloration and all, and understand that, first of all, a society functions on the ability of its members to have a common belief and a common aspiration. A society functions on the ability of its members to understand, internalize, and self-activate on the basis of that shared consensus. And they cannot do it. They cannot do it if they can't read and write and they can't understand the concepts of the 21st century. So it is in our common interest, in order to save the money to put up the guard gate and the burglar bars and the electronic security and have the firearms around the place. It's in our common interest to give the people around us the skill sets and the opportunities to share and to be productive. We have ignored that common interest over the past 60 years. We have not seen the benefit of the sacrifice that we should be making by foregoing. We have mooted the idea. And by the way, the private sector has mooted the idea over and over. Several people in the private sector have said, look, give us a tax break and we will train people. The apprenticeship program that we used to have, we no longer have. You know why? Because it's too hard. We can't wrap our brain around it to put together apprenticeship programs that are relevant. Instead, we set up these quote unquote centers of excellence, or the schools that are supposed to produce people for industry and for the economy, right? But instead turn out to be diploma mills or that fool of people. And you know, I gather that heart is being reformed. So I haven't looked at it. But I know that there was a period of time where heart was just producing, giving people certificates for cosmetology and hairdressing and knocking those occupations. They're reasonable occupations, but but good God, all of us can be cosmetologists, you know. Yeah, at some point in time, when I go to Europe and I see, for instance, in the rural areas of Italy, children who go to school until they're 13 or 14 have reading and writing skills, technical skills in terms of understanding, the analytic skills that we talk about. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. And then they stop for 2 years, learn a trade, and decide whether that is what they want. That's the course they want to do. That's the course for their life. If they want to be shoemakers or people who metal workers, or they want to go back and get a university degree. That is the kind of decision that the society has to make for itself. Okay? But instead, we force these templates on our society without relevance to what we are providing these people to do when they come out of school. So, for instance, 50% of the graduates from one school of business who get these marvelous degrees in all manner of disciplines, they go to the United States where they have employment opportunities because they don't have it here. So why are we producing them if we don't link them to employment opportunities here? That is what I'm saying, Isaac. We need to do. We need to sit around a table and craft in the same way that you would when you're running a business, craft the strategy and implement it. And we are not doing that because we are diverted by the 4 or 5 year contest where we have this client-patron relationship where scarce benefits and spoils are given out are promised in return to put people in power so that they can control us. That is so inimical. I just don't understand it. Why am I deliberately somebody in power over my life because I'm giving $10,000 for vote? And that's why a lot of people have sat down and analyzed that and left the voting system completely.
All right.
Right.
I think that
I have to ask this because it was so important. You mentioned the El Salvador, the option. It's an option where it's distasteful. Your comments on it or your rejection of it is should be commended. If I had the capacity, I'd be giving you OJ, but unfortunately, I couldn't give you OD, sir. It have to be OJ, the big one, so they know that what you're saying is profound. But I just wanted to, for the benefit of those in the comments, because just the concept of just removing people from the space is like you speak of slavery. I just wanted to elaborate on that.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Look, I think I said it in this speech. The root cause of crime is the fact that our rules and our incentives for our society are not tailored for the benefit of all of the people in our society. If I was born in Manchester. My father was born in a place called Mount Olivet, which is up in the bush, Portland. Those places now, well, Mount Olivet now don't have no running water, no electricity. It have beautiful cellular phone connection, but it have nothing else, right? But at least those people have the ability to grow some food and live off the land. Okay? Mostly old people up there now because the young people can't deal with that. If I were born in Seaview or Painlands or Bakto, I can't tell you that I would be a law-abiding, upstanding citizen. I would have to look after my life and my children's lives. So when you put people in those circumstances, people behave accordingly. And I'm saying we need to look at the root cause and address the root cause. And the solution is not, and with all due respect to the Honorable Mr. Robert Montague, the solution is not herding people into camps and holding them there so that they will not behave or act out against their objective conditions. The solution is to change the objective conditions. And if you can't change it right away, which we don't have the resources for, is to start operating in a credible way and to give people confidence that they are part of the change. Don't come and tell them lie about them going to get water and you drop the pipe and you leave and them never see you again. That's the problem. We have no confidence in our society. And therefore, I have spoken about SOEs. I have spoken about the methodologies used by the police. Some of them are what the police have to use. Them have a choice. Them get instruction. But the problem is in our policymakers and our planning and how we treat with our society. So I am opposed to this El Salvador position. And what I want to say is I don't think it could work. Jamaica is not a country of indigenous Indians and Roman Catholics, right? If you try that here, you could find yourself in trouble because more things out there on the street than you think.
Oh, I know time is flying and you have to go, but I'll just have Herb ask you a couple of whatever questions you want, and then I'll ask and we'll wrap up. Go ahead, please.
A quote here: our society must step up in their life with knowledge and access to facts, not with licky client patron politics, nor tribally exclusive, scarce benefits and spoils issued from the plantation of the partially independent state, mimicking the punishment and reward syndrome of our slave masters. Strong language, right? But speaking against the background issues of transparency in the public sector and a lack of average citizens' participation in the national governance process. You know, Buster used to talk about giving people bulla and peer or whatever, so that you could get the votes back then. Today it's $5,000 or $10,000 to buy the vote, right? Now we've gone from bulla and peer to $5,000-$10,000, and still our people don't have the confidence in themselves to vote their consciences and to realize $10,000 to give this man 5 years for the $8 or $10 million a year they were earning. And I'll extend that even further. There is no demonstrative identification of what a politician's duties and responsibilities are, and there's never been. So we're giving up all this time. Where are we going with our education system to get our people educated enough to stop coming out of high school and can't read and write? More than 50% of them in some areas. How are we going to fix that? What is your
let me be prescriptive, Herb.
Yeah.
First of all, you remember I tell you the revolution occurred already, so it don't make sense. Don't bother go try overthrowing the government because the people have left. They've left the governmental system. Okay, yeah. So you're not going to get that. What we have to understand, and I think I mean, there are politicians that I praise. I praise them at the same time as I criticize them, but I praise them. Bruce Golding, in the 4 years that he was given, embarked on a program of legislative reform that was amazing. Okay, he changed more of the laws to fit the times in terms of governance than had been done in the 50 years before. The people need to demand legislative reform that removes the impediments to the opportunities that you speak about as our children having deprived of. The people the civil society groups, individuals, the church, the diaspora need to look at specific areas and demand reform of those areas, because you have to kind of surround the status quo and bring it and subvert it gradually, because you cannot overthrow it. It's not going to work. Our political systems are so ingrained that a third party cannot, me say so. And I have 50 years of experience in politics in the background. A third party cannot make it in this country, okay? So what we have to do is work on the rules and incentives that are embodied in our legislation and change them and allow them to be workable. Because what happens is you get generalship even in Parliament. We say we're going to have governance and we're going to pass the Integrity Commission Act. And we come up with an Integrity Commission Act that on the face of it initially makes sense, but by the time it goes through the parliamentary process, it is so hedged about and tied up and has so many bits and pieces that you're going to find it very difficult to implement it. We talk about reducing corruption through the procurement legislation. If you sit down, Mr. Rattigan, the lawyer, with that procurement act, I guarantee you, all those gray hairs you have in your head now, right? They're going to be multiplied by 10. We need to have some legislation that makes sense. If a man give a contract that doesn't provide the value and is not done properly, if a ministry does it or an entity does it, they must be punished. Done. The law doesn't do that.
Time is at a premium, so I'm gonna combine some questions for you, and because we have your buddy, brethren Lloyd Distant coming up.
Yes.
Shortly
Yes. Good man. Good man.
All right. No, you've been very, very critical of Parliament and the parliamentary system, because one of the things you've said is that how can a lower house that meets together in full only half days a week for 2/3 of the year produce laws that really address our needs? That's one thing. All right. Now I want keep that in mind. Then I want to ask you about the Constitution, because you're very, very critical of the Constitution as well. You said that the current constitutional reform initiative appears to be majoring in the minors, playing a game of self-deceit while ignoring systemic inefficiencies which frustrate our well-meaning elected representatives and facilitate the tendency to corrupt behavior among the ill-intentioned and misguided few. You went on to say, we know where the roadblocks and impediments are in our current constitution, and we should seize this opportunity as leaders of civil society to influence our political leaders to make our constitution a functional and efficient framework for the development of a modern society. So I'd like you to comment on one, the parliamentary system, what our representatives are doing there. Combine that with the Constitution and the shortcomings there. And the last thing I want you to do is to talk about what did you do while you were president of the PSOJ? Were you as outspoken as you are now, or were you a little bit muted, or people just got it wrong? Because in the chat, people are saying, "Well, is he the same person that was the president, or is he a different person now?" So if you can just find those three.
Okay, one, the parliament. We're going to build a magnificent edifice around at Hero Circle. While we have a parliament that you could extend over, the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association building is right next door. You could buy that building and extend the parliament and solve your space problem. And what you could do with the money is give the parliamentarians resources, clerks, researchers, people who can help them understand the laws that they pass. Many of them pass and vote on it without reading it. Okay? So you could put content into the parliament. The parliament is supposed to be the watchdog of cabinet. How many people know that? But because we have a parliamentary system where you have a parliamentary whip on both sides, whatever the rule the prime minister want or the leader of the opposition want. People have voted or they're out of the party. We need to change that system because parliamentarians are elected by the people to represent the country and to represent the constituency, not necessarily to represent the party. So that's my answer to the parliamentary thing. I think parliament is rotten. Okay, it needs fixing. As what the second point you made,
Constitution.
the Constitution. Look, I recognize that you can't ask for too much all at the same time. And that the issue of constitutional reform, and we have too much lawyer in Jamaica. Sorry, Mr. Buchanan. We have too much lawyer in Jamaica. Then we tie up your foot with that. But we need to pick aspects of the Constitution that are non-functional and change them. And it can be done. And it can. Some of them are not. Don't even require a referendum. And the third point about what did I do when I was at PSOJ? Herb is the historian. Herb can go look up the articles, and Herb can look. The very point you're going to talk to Lloyd Distant about, which is CMOC, the Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee. I was the one, not only me, Peter Thwaites and George Overton, that had 17 consultations with trade unions, teachers, churches, many of the organizations in civil society to come up with that idea for the Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee and put it before the Partnership Council of Jamaica. I have spoken out in my position as PSOJ president about labor reform. I've spoken out about the SOEs. But you have to understand something. I'm not on a platform now. I don't represent anybody now. I represent myself.
Right.
Okay, and the only thing I have to be careful of now is the libel laws and the possibility that if I speak too harshly in any particular way or specific way about any specific individual, I might get a bullet in my head from a motorbike man when he passes my car. But other than that, I can speak more freely now.
All right. The Constitution. I know you're very, very critical of it. Should we abolish and replace? Because
No,
it's
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
tinkering with it around the edges or
Look,
to get rid of it.
look, what we need is a working document. We need a document that is less flexible. Okay? We need a document that represents the aspirations, the culture, and the heart of our people. Now, it's a process, okay? A constitution it should be a living, breathing thing. What we have is a wooden object. We don't have the time to go into it in detail, but I can make it the subject of another discussion if you want, as to the specific aspects of the Constitution. By the way, we need to have the Constitution in every school, in every classroom of the country. We just start teaching civics again, Herb. We just start teaching civics again. How can you have you're developing a child to be a citizen and him don't know nothing about the Constitution?
But wait, hold on, Howard. How do you breathe life into an inanimate object? If the Constitution is wooden, if it's supposed to be a breathing, living document, but our Constitution is wooden, how do you breathe life into that?
I think there are aspects of the Constitution that if you change that and the way in which you treat with the Constitution, and make it more approachable and make people more knowledgeable of it, we can work with it. I would not be in favor of throwing the Constitution out of the window completely. But I think that we need to, first of all, make our people more familiar with the concept and the idea of a constitution, then with the constitution that we actually have, and then with what we want to do with it. That to me is democracy.
So hold on. Are you opposed?
You're running out of time now.
No, I know, man. But indulge me. Are you opposed to working with this constitution while you have a working group working on another constitution that reflects Jamaica in the 21st century? And at some point, you said, okay, we're going to get rid of this 1960 and the tinkering with it, and then we're going to replace it with something that's brand new and reflects Jamaica in the 21st century.
Well, I think that is one approach, but I think I think we need to understand, as people, we always need to understand where we're coming from. And the Constitution is a valid, substantial part of where we're coming from. So we need to understand that before we need to understand our past before we can fully deal with our future. Because at the moment, all we are doing is living day to day. Just hand them out day to day.
All right. Well, look, I don't want to. Let's never what extend your stay or never.
Never plug a dead horse.
Oh, okay.
But you see, Howie, one of the key things you said, and I've said it in the past, we have to separate the executive from the legislature so that they're not driven by the same goals, right?
I do believe in that. I do believe in that.
Okay. So it
Yeah.
seems like we're talking about a US system. Let everybody come under the vote.
Well, as I say, I didn't want to get into the constitutional change because there are some problems with the US formula, as you can see now.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of the United States being any kind of representative example for constitutional efficiency is rapidly fading. But I do believe in the separation of the executive from the legislature. I believe in what you call it, non-elected cabinets, right? That you choose people on merit rather than on political association. But we can talk about it.
Yeah. But you have to be careful of that because people will pick them friend. But something I want to share with you before
as Bully Joseph said many years ago, who you want to pick, me enemy?
Well, there you go. Well, these society there, you pick people you know. Them some know them.
But Ratty, I'm seeing Howie as the head of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
I was just gonna talk to him about that. Howard,
it's time for me to
all the requirements.
Listen, before you go anywhere, Howard, I'm not sure. I won't assume that you know about it, so I'll just tell you. We started something in the diaspora called the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Its purpose is very, very simple. It's to hold government accountable to the people. And we plan to do it in 3 ways: bringing lawsuits, public relations campaign, and conducting background investigations on suspected corrupt politicians. The donation is it's suggested $100, but in your case, it will be much higher. And what I'm gonna tell you is that I'm not only trying to convince you to be a part of this through your donation, because I know you're busy, you don't have time to work on any boards or anything like that. But I'm going to ask you to spread the word amongst your brethren. And if you need more information, we can talk more about it later on.
I have no issue. I'll say publicly, I will contribute with the donation. But I would like to know more about the organization that you're talking.
I will tell you more about it next week, my brother. Okay. And just so you know, we're planning to launch a big lawsuit. We have one that's going on right now.
I've been following the one that's going on.
Well,
luck to you.
Well, you know what? That's always a plus. That's always a plus. But you know what's also a plus? The Court of Appeal. That's always a plus. And the Privy Council is always a plus because we stand on principle and we're not going to be dissuaded by, some. Well, I don't want to make any comments about what's going to happen next week.
I think what you're doing is admirable. I think it's one tool that you can use. I want to see our Jamaican citizens wake up to their rights. And the abdication of the system is one thing, and that is what has happened, right? But it carries you nowhere. We have to understand that this little rock is where we have to live, and we have to fix it. We can't just left it. Sorry to say that to the diaspora, but it's a fact of life.
No, don't be sorry, because a lot of the diaspora
all of us can't leave.
No, but a lot of the diaspora would like to move back to Jamaica.
I understand that, and that's perfectly legitimate.
Well, look, Howard, thank you so much for your time. You will hear from me next week about this One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and some other things. We'll just set up a time that's suitable that you and I can talk, and then
all right, guys,
go further.
All right,
it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
All right. Yeah. Well. the chat room lit up a while ago about Howard. Now, truth be told, I've known him for several years, and I've always known him to be the person you just saw. I think some of the comments, they're based on the organization as opposed to the man. And so they're saying the PSOJ is not known for doing this, not known for doing that. And it's true. It's true. And in fact, even one person said, well, you know what? And I think Howard admitted to that there are certain things that he can say now that he couldn't say when he was a member of the PSOJ. And I think we understand that. So we can criticize him for not being consistent. We can criticize him to say, well, he's talking a lot now, but he couldn't talk back then. But I mean, I understand why he didn't or couldn't say some of the things that he's saying now. And even now, he said he has to be careful because of the libel laws and the slander laws. He has to be careful what he says and what he writes. But I'm going to suggest to all of you to take a look at his speech that he gave last week in front of the government officials, opposition, civil society, church groups, trade unionists, a whole bunch of people. And he did not mince his words. And I mean, it's well written. The tone, very respectful, but the effect was far-reaching and deep. And I'm sure he made some people uncomfortable. Some people sitting in the audience, they felt uncomfortable because he used some of their terms that they've been using in their discussion with the Jamaican people. So big up to Howard. And no one's perfect, but I tell you what, we're gonna have him back, and we're gonna have him back for a longer period of time. And his speech, where can you find his speech? I'll tell you what, I'm gonna put his speech on the website. So I'm gonna entice you to come to the website, all of you. But the speech should be on the website maybe tomorrow. Also, it's about 10 pages, but it's well written, and you can see where he's thinking. You can see how he processes things, and we can say whatever we want to say, but he did make that speech in front of a whole bunch of people. Like I said, I'm sure they were not happy with his speech, but that's a Howard I know. He really don't care. Him speaking mind. So these days he's speaking it up more frequently and with more force. But that's it. Isaac, what do you think? Oh, I see we have Mr. Distant here now. Before you go any further, hold on a second. Let me bring him on here. Yes, Mr. Distant, how are you?
How are you doing? That is Lloyd. How are you doing? Not too bad. Good to see you again.
All right, Lloyd.
How are you doing?
And
Greetings to you, sir.
we have Herb Nelson up top there.
So Herb Nelson, how are you doing? Herb.
All
right. Folks, this is Mr. Lloyd Distant. Didn't get a chance to read out his bio to you, but he's accomplished in business. He was president of the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce for a long time, and done a lot of marvelous work in Jamaica. However, not too long ago, he became the president of this group called I call it the Consensus Monitoring on Crime, but it's more than that. The actual title is more than that, but that's what their portfolio is. And so back in 2020, he spearheaded this program, and the whole purpose, it was just before the election, and the whole purpose was to come up with a plan. I think I have it right here too. Yeah, here it is. That's it, right? Yeah.
Essentially, it's a yes. The consensus document, the summary of the consensus document.
Yeah, the Crime Consensus Monitoring and Oversight Committee. And the whole purpose was to come up with a comprehensive way to deal not only with crime, because it has to deal with the judiciary as well. They had some timelines. They had some reformation inside there, how they're going to reform the system and the timelines and so on and so forth. This came just before the election. It was signed off by everybody who should have signed. Opposition, civil society, clergy, government, everybody signed off on it. So what we're going to do today is talk to him about this plan. Not about, he'll come back another time and we can talk to him about business, but we're just going to talk to him about this crime, I don't want to call it a crime plan. It's a crime consensus monitoring and oversight committee's plan to reform the JCF as well as the justice system and the correctional services. And it sets out, it's very ambitious in the sense that it's looking at social, community, and cultural transformation, JCF transformation, legislation, corruption, justice, correctional services, community renewal, and urban planning. So let me start with this question, Lloyd. Is this a success as we speak today?
I wouldn't call it a success, but we have made progress. And we have made, I would say, reasonably good progress considering what we were all faced with to start off. So if you allow me, just a few quick minutes just to summarize what it is and how we got there.
Sure.
I think as many of us, Jamaicans here and abroad all know, we've gone through 40, 50 years of economic and criminal decline in the country. And at least for certainty over the last 30, 40 years, you've heard the cries that we all need to come together to fight crime. It can't be one government, it can't be one minister. All of Jamaica needs to come together. But never been successful in actually getting to a point where we all rallied around it together. And you had Howard on earlier, and he mentioned the role that he played circa 2018, going into 2019, when he rallied a lot of persons across civil society, the private sector civil society, to actually come together to say that this was necessary. And they agreed it at the Partnership Council, but still took a while to get to an agreement. In 2019, we got the leader of the opposition, Peter Phillips, and the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness at the time, to agree with a working group from the Partnership Council, a process to achieve consensus. So it was not just the premise behind it was we needed to identify the things that will actually get us to sustainable reduction in crime. So we've seen Special Anti-Crime Task Force, we have seen ACID, we have seen Kingfish, and you see these drops, and then years later or months later, the crime numbers go back up. And so the view was we need to stop fighting against each other with crime. Let's get behind this. Let's get the private sector, the trade unions, the women's group, the youth groups, the churches, both the umbrella group of churches, the council of churches, Violence Prevention Alliance, National Integrity Action, the political directorate. We spoke about 17 people, 17 different sets of discussions in the first go round. By the time we got signed off on the consensus, we had agreed with 70 different groups across the country that this was necessary. And the major premise behind this is don't just look at the things that are going to get us to drop, but sustainable reduction, which we all recognize we need to change the social, community, and cultural fabric of the country. But there are a number of other things that we need to do. So whilst the recognition is that if we want sustainable reduction culturally, we spoke about things like civics in school, how we treat the youth, the inequity, all of those things need to be dealt with. At the same time, what I call the criminal justice ecosystem, legislations, the transformation of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the modernization of the justice system and how our judiciary operates. What a lot of people don't talk about is correctional services, or the level of recidivism in our country is unbelievable. Getting beyond recidivism, we also recognize that a big part of what has developed a lot of the gangs were what we call squatter communities, informal communities. So we actually had to treat with urban renewal and actually the discipline of how we plan communities across the island. So the view was that it would need to have been a comprehensive program. We're not going to get every single detail in there. In fact, there are 38 core agreements in the initial consensus. I gave a report to the signatory stakeholders last month. And this is just now summarizing for you sort of where we are. So we had 38 agreements that the government committed to delivering on. Of those 38 agreements, only about 40% of them were actually delivered. So by September, this is 3 years later, it was signed in August 2020. In September of 2020, only 40% of them had been delivered. There were different timelines, and we agreed that some of those timelines needed to be reset. COVID came in the midst of it and impacted some of the deliverables. That's probably about an additional 10%. They're not a 10% that we with flag as staying green. They're on track. We don't consider those to be off track. So all told, we say about 60% of the deliverables would have been achieved as at this point in time. So have we seen progress yet? Are we where we need to be? By far cry, no, we're not where we need to be. I also hasten to say, because first people hear about this consensus on crime, and I have to view that, okay, once we do these things, crime will drop immediately. And it's really that there's an iterative process here. So accountability and corruption, we talk about that all the time. How are we getting improvement? So there's a major recognition that the public bodies, the boards of public bodies need to go through a transformation, a revolutionary approach to how those boards are appointed and to holding them accountable. So an act was needed, and that was an agreement in the consensus. So the act is done. But now we need to get beyond having the act. Just because we have the act, we know doesn't mean that the boards have changed. What we now need to do is track. The act is in place. Have all the public boards been transitioned? Or what's the timeline for transitioning those public boards? And I can speak about the next phase, but you asked a question. I want to give you the summary first. But I would say we're somewhere in the region of about 60% of the deliverables have either been attained or are on track to being attained. And we have far cry on several areas, mostly in legislation. A lot of them have to do with legislation, some of them to do with the constabulary force transformation. And we're still a far cry from what we need to achieve in correctional services.
All right. That's a
I
lot.
know I gave you a mouthful, but
Yeah. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm up to the task. One of the things when you put together an agreement like this that I look to see whether the terms, the provisions are reasonable, measurable, and attainable. Now, that's one of the reasons why they did this consensus on crime, because they have timelines in there saying that we're going to achieve this by you. First, you recognize the problem and you said, okay, this problem, here's how we're going to deal with it, and we're going to deal with it, and we're going to complete it by this time, right? And there's a reason for that. Now, you said that one of the main purposes is to achieve sustainable reduction in crime.
Yeah.
Now, what we've seen, despite the policies, despite the timelines, we have seen a sustainable increase in crime since 2020. So how can you say, just on the crime portion, how can you say then that or would you call that a success?
Okay. So again, there was no determination. One of the things that everybody wanted to hear, the stakeholders wanted to ascertain is, could we say that if we implemented these things, we'd see a reduction in 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? That the measurement wasn't that sustainable reduction in 3 years. And I fully get and appreciate this desire that we all have to see a reduction now and to continue to see the reduction. We're seeing some of a reduction over the last several months of this year, certainly in violent crimes. And we did recognize that there were some things that would have allowed the attainment of that. So one of the targets, as an example, was moving the constabulary force from about 11,000 persons to 14,000 persons on the road. Because we do know presence makes a difference, and utilizing intelligence to ensure the presence in the right place is being done effectively. No, I'm not going to say it's where it needs to be, again, but we're saying we do believe, the information that's coming back to us is that one of the reasons why we're seeing the kind of reduction we are is because some of the aspect of the transformation of the constabulary force is taking hold and taking effect. Over time, we expect to see this sustainable reduction, but it's not going to be. We use the term no quick fixes. There were not going to be any quick fixes. We never anticipated that.
Some people would argue that from the time this thing was implemented, there has been no sustainable reduction. They're saying that if you look at where crime was, right, and you look at where it is now, violent crime, they're saying no, it hasn't reduced. It's where it is, it's where it was, or it's increased. But let me throw something at you. You mentioned, and again, we're talking about things being measurable, attainable, and reasonable. You just mentioned that one of the things you were looking at was to increase the head count of the JCF, the 14,000, right? Now, that was supposed to have done last year, June. And we're not there yet. Let me give you another one. It says ubiquitous island-wide radio and data communication network by December 2020. That hasn't happened. Then physical infrastructure of stations and facilities refurbished or rebuilt by December 2021. That hasn't happened. No. The one thing that we know happened was that there was a budget of 1.2 billion US dollars, I believe, since 2016 that the Minister of National Security had to spend. And that's another thing too. We didn't see I didn't see a budget for this in terms of where it's coming from. But there was a budget of 1.2 billion dollars that the Minister Chang himself said it in his own words. He said that he's been spending this money since fiscal year 2016, and that money he will stop spending it next year, March 31st. And when we hear from the Police Federation, here are some of the things that we've heard. And I'm just saying this for the benefit of our audience, because I'm sure you've heard. Vehicles problem. Even though they said that here it is, upgraded mobile fleet that is tracked and properly maintained by 2021. We know that hasn't happened. Uniforms, they don't have uniforms, even though the government is supposed to provide them with uniforms. Vehicles, non-lethal weapons like pepper spray and collapsible batons, computers, weapons. What else? Radios. What else am I missing, Herb? There are about, I forgot, like 10, 12 things that you would think, these things would have been taken care of. But here we are speaking today, and they haven't been taken care of. So how can we say we're reforming the JCF when we look at it? Some people say it's a regression, because years ago we used to have those things. We used to have uniforms, and we used to have this. No, we don't. They have to pay for uniforms out of their own pockets. Bulletproof vests. They just started giving them vests, and we're hearing that.
So if I may, because I wanted to debunk, because there's a lot of anecdotal information out there as well, and some information is presented as facts when we dig under the hood. It's not quite like that. So as an example, and I'm going to use some of the examples you raised, the constabulary force, the establishment number, 11,000 when we started this in 2020. The view was that by March, it should have been March this year, 2023, we should have achieved the number of 14,000. COVID slowed things down. There's a point in time that they couldn't recruit, they couldn't train. And circa early 2021, we had a sit down with the stakeholders, and a new timeline was set for March 2024 to achieve the 14,000. So the timeline was moved, again, largely because of an impact of COVID. Recognize we were not unreasonable about what could have been attained. And at this point in time, they're very well on track to getting to a point of having the 14,000 by March of this year. And I'll add to this, because there's a whole lot of discussion around attrition rates, the issue of retention, the kind of training that they're taking. So policing with the community is a big component, how the accelerated program around accelerated promotions are taking place. So there's under the 5 pillars under the transformation program, and for most part, many of the things on the people working well. That said, very aware of the issues and the concerns raised by the Police Federation, because we have supported them in many of those instances where the budget is being directed. I can't speak to the budget as well as Minister Chang may have, but I can say in terms of the resources, one of the areas that have been tracking behind, body-worn cameras. You didn't mention that one. So body-worn cameras is one of them, where we should have had 3,000 body-worn cameras a year over 2 years. We've only gotten 1,500 or something like that. So we're well behind. We're probably at 50% of where we need to be with body-worn cameras. The uniforms, major delay. And the uniforms are very different than the uniforms that would have existed 5-10 years ago. Well, these uniforms are more fit for purpose. There's technology built into the uniforms, and not providing any excuse, but we recognize that the spend is significantly more, but the budget allocation for the spend is, of course, a concern because it should have taken place circa 2020, completed in 2022. It looks like it's going to be completed 2024. Not giving any excuses for it, not giving any way. They are behind plan. They have not distributed. The vehicles, one of the areas that has not moved at all in the 3 years. Should have 3,000 working vehicles on the road, and the number for the last 3 years has been about 1,800. We have about 2/3 of the vehicles on the road that we need. Now, we've gotten some high technology fit for purpose vehicles that were not part of the original plan now in the mix and have been delivered. So again, I just use those as some examples of saying the transformation is underway. The first plan that spoke about the transformation that I'm aware of, first detailed plan or study was done in 2005. The investments in this didn't start. I hear the minister talking about 2016. My numbers say the real investment didn't start till 2018, 2019. We were spending 2 billion Jamaican dollars a year in the Ministry of National Security, and the budget went up to 20 billion. And we recognized we didn't have the fiscal space, or certain issues didn't have the fiscal space. So, I'm mindful of time here, but I just wanted to give this view that says the budget and the timing is part of an issue. The discipline around project management. I'm from the private sector, so I don't want to just hear that you want to do it. Show me a plan. A plan exists, and there's a team of persons, of stakeholders that are actually looking at reports from the JCF on a monthly basis to appreciate where we off track and then to advocate, right? So, because part of it is, if nothing is happening, how do we hold the government accountable? I can't vote for 1 million Jamaicans and take this government out. Right? So this issue of accountability is huge. But continue.
Yeah, and then I'm going to bring in Herb and Isaac. I'm sure you can recall talking about financing and providing resources. I'm sure you'll recall when Senator Dan Webby complained that a significant portion of the budget wasn't spent when it was almost close to the fiscal year, wasn't spent by the JCF. Even though they're saying that we need money, they gave them money and they didn't spend it. And so that accounts for a lot of the reasons why that accounts for why we don't have some of the resources that we need, because they asked for the money and then they didn't spend it. And in my world, my former world, if you ask for $1 and you spend 50 cents, the next fiscal year you're only getting 50 cents. You're not getting $1 because they said, you asked for $1 and you only spend 50. So very good. We're going, we'll give you we'll congratulate you for that. But then next year you get exactly what you spend this year. Now, also vehicles. The Japanese government gave Jamaica a donation of, I forgot, millions and millions of dollars to purchase vehicles, including ambulances. Tell us about those funds and the vehicles, please.
I don't have that information. I mean, there's some level of details I don't have at my fingertip. Well, and to be honest, it's not a number that we were tracking. So whilst we were tracking the specific deliverables in the consensus, we expanded in certain areas because of the persons who would have sat on the committee, especially like the committee looking on the JCF as an example, and they probed particular areas. A big part of the focus really was on people, tools and equipment, and the insertion of technology into how they operate. But I couldn't speak specifically around the 2 minutes. That's a question probably best for the commissioner or the Minister of National Security.
All right. 2 quick questions before my brethren them jump in. One is, National Security Minister Dr. Chang said, and I'm not asking you to disagree or agree, I'm just throwing it out there. He said that the suggestion from the Police Federation that the government has not provided adequate resources to police officers to carry out their duties is grossly inaccurate. Not even inaccurate, grossly inaccurate. Yet we have hard evidence that they're not properly resourced. Also, and this one I'm asking you to comment on, this consensus on crime. You were supposed to have meetings at certain intervals. And those meetings, correct me if I'm wrong, those meetings were supposed to be chaired by the Minister of National Security. Correct?
No, they're not. In fact, it was purposely structured that the political directorate was not directly independence and objectivity was very important for this. That's part of the reason why it wasn't under the partnership council chaired by the Prime Minister or the
Yes.
minister.
Was he supposed to be there at those meetings?
So he did not have to be, but the expectation was that he ought to attend.
All right, let me.
And I know where you're going with it. So I can jump ahead of you.
Well, since you're the chairman of this, did you expect him to be there?
I certainly expected the minister to be at most of the meetings.
And I would say of the meetings.
In the last year and a half, he has not been to meetings. The opposite, I would say, and there was a period. So there's when there became a non-alignment between themselves and some of the stakeholders and the opposition over the states of emergency. Some fractiousness ensued for a period. They came back to the table last year, August, and we started the discussions, and then it fell along the wayside. It just couldn't progress. Right. More recently, though, I would say this very last point, more recently, the stakeholders took it to the Prime Minister over the course of the last several months. He has assigned Minister Morris Dixon, who has responsibility for partnerships, to chair, and those conversations have gone well over the last 2 weeks.
All right. Now, you said that based on the agreement, he wasn't required to be there, but you expected him to be there. Why did you expect him to be there since he wasn't required to be there?
So ultimately, you're tracking and reporting on deliverables committed by the government. So ministries, departments, and agencies are delivering on these things. So as much as we get the reports and we could debate it and discuss it amongst ourselves, context is important. So having a representative from the government, the Constabulary Force had a representative at virtually every meeting because their area really came under much more scrutiny than some of the others. But ultimately, things like legislations, things like investments in correctional services, this Minister Chang is the person to be able to provide us with responses.
Now, when he didn't show up for the first meeting, what did you do when he didn't show up?
So let me say, the first year, the minister was at virtually every meeting. If he didn't turn up, he would ask somebody else from the ministry, the permanent secretary or the deputy minister, to turn up. Post the fractiousness, I would say, that took place, the non-alignment over the states of emergency, when the first meeting didn't take place, that we reached out to him. I called him, we sent messages, we wrote to him. When that didn't take place, we wrote to the Prime Minister. And there's been a progressive approach by several stakeholders behind the scenes to have a conversation around, this is a consensus. You sign to all of these things. So if we sign to 38 and we have an issue with one, we still have 37 things to talk about. So don't disappear from the table. Let's have the conversation.
When he didn't show up, like from the 10th time, what did you do at that point beyond writing the letters and? Oh no,
there certainly was public discourse. I would say by middle of last year there was, and the media had gotten involved by then, had taken them to task. The minister made some statements about considering the consensus as being achieved. No, we haven't achieved sustainable reduction, so it can't be achieved. It's a living, breathing thing. And at that point in time, he came back to the table. When I would say, August of last year, he came back to the table, and we had another 3 months of him attending not the CMOP meetings, but another meetings of a set of stakeholders looking to identify the way forward. Because the thing to recognize too is that because so many of the deliverables were tracking behind, again, it doesn't make sense to track something that's already, the date is passed. Give me a new date. I might not be happy with it, but let me at least get a new date. And so we started speaking around how do we move from the old dates that have passed to the new dates, and also things like the Constabulary Force transformation. We now wanted to speak about impact. So don't just tell me about the number of additional police officers we have. I also want to know the difference that having these additional feet on the street are making. So is it response time? Is it how people feel about policing on the roads? Whatever those things are, let's just now start measuring impact. So we've been working on what we call an updated or refreshed consensus, because it needs to be relevant for the times that we're in. And 3 years ago is very different from the time that we're in now.
Let me just say this before, and I've said it 3 times on that. I'm going to bring my panelists in. But there are 2 things for me as far as crime is concerned. One, you have to have the statistics to show that there's a steady decline. But also, there's something that it's hard to quantify, and that is how how do people feel about crime? And if you ask the average person in Jamaica, how do you feel about violent crime in Jamaica? You're not going to get the answer that you would hope after, this consensus started in 2020 to now.
Actually, Will, you might be very surprised.
People are happy? People are happy?
Yeah, so there have been 2 studies, and another one is underway now around the perception of crime in the country. So the numbers, how people feel about crime in their community is invariably 70-80% of people feel safe in their communities. In some communities that we think it would have been worse, their view of crime outside of their community is very different.
And that is where I'm going. I'm talking about Jamaica. I'm not talking about in your one little community, because if you live in a quiet community, you'll say, no, I feel safe here. But remember, no, Jamaica is not one small community. It's a collection of small communities, and it's what, the 3rd largest country in the Caribbean.
English speaking. Right.
English speaking Caribbean, right? So look, I have a bunch of questions to ask you, but I don't want to manipulate the time. I have Isat and I have Herb there. So, gentlemen, forgive me for going. The floor is yours, please.
Isat, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Mr. Distant.
It's Lloyd, Isat. It's Lloyd.
All right, Lloyd. All right, thank you for that. I have to get permission before I just jump into the Lloyd, But appreciate that. I just have to ask this. Your efforts cannot go unnoticed. So with the greatest of intentions, we can't dispel that. But if even all these things are met and put in place, the idea of increasing the police force and then not paying them, wouldn't that just diffuse everything? We have body cams not being used. I hear you mention those, but proper pay for the police officers. How can we begin to fight crime when they aren't being paid properly?
So I speak about performance drivers, less so about pay. And when you speak with the Police Federation, the meetings we have had with the Police Federation, absolutely pay is a major issue. But the point that we'll raise is more of a disincentive for many of them. The fact is, I get assigned 2 pairs of boots, but it's rough work, and I need another pair of boots. I have to go find the money for that. So this allocation of financial resources, budgetary resources generally, continues to be a point that we have to focus on. The government has to focus on, and we the people have to hold the government accountable to say, if this is what is necessary, let's look back at the budget, reallocate from somewhere else. I'm not saying the work is easy for the government, and I'm not sitting at the table, but somehow or the other, we need to ensure that the people at the forefront are resourced and incentivized to do a good job. Okay.
And my last question, on the point of safety, could we be misconceiving or misinterpreting desensitization or becoming insensitive or becoming immune to crime? Crime may be done, but violent crime is very high. Are we, and I'm genuinely asking this, are we saying, well, I'm safe because, people die? I mean, this week alone, a lot of people died.
So back to the perception survey. Those are some of the questions I ask. So you hit the nail on the head. So I'm of the view. And again, I'm careful about how we speak, because one of the things that we said, unless we have data or empirical evidence, everything is a guess, right?
Right.
And one of the questions I've asked of that survey is, how do we also measure that transition of insensitivity? You've become so battle worn that you become to accept that some of these things are the natural communities. Because to the question, to part of the point that Will was making, when you go into some of these really violent communities, they're the ones that saying, well, it's really violent, but I feel okay here. And it boggles the mind, because I'm looking to some of these deeply violent-ridden communities, right? Some 50%, the PSOJ has done a study, 784 communities across the island. 50 of those communities contribute somewhere in the region of about 48%, 50% of violent crimes. 50 communities out of 784. So when you look in those communities and those persons are saying, I understand my runnings, I don't feel like it's really my issue. No, it might be somebody from the community next door driving over, but I feel safe where I am. Your point is that I think it hits the nail on the head that some persons may feel safe in their communities. They don't feel safe island-wide because there are real issues. Notwithstanding a lot of it being gang-related, they do feel as though it can flow over onto them at any point in time.
All right. Before Herb come in, and I'm not making light of a situation, so please comment, people, don't beat me up on this. Where I live right now, I probably would feel safe going in one of the violent communities because JPS wicked to me. It's probably cheaper to duck gunshot than pay these light bills when they come. So I'm just putting that out there to say that a lot of times with these surveys, are people saying, I don't plan to go pay rent, I'm probably squatting, and I don't have a job, there's nowhere else I can get a roof over my head, so I might as well, because I'm at a position where I need to call up I need to look on the news and say, okay, is it flankers? I wonder if a room down there for me where I don't have to pay light and water, and I would be safe.
And I know Herbie is coming. I said it that we always talk about digging under the hood.
Yes.
So we all know the statement, right? There's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. So when somebody presents numbers to me, if I can't get more information under it, and I'm not comfortable the story that it is telling, then we have to ask questions. And I give a lot of credence to members of the Consensus Monitoring Oversight Committee who give their time to this, because 3 years as chamber president and then 3 years on this. I have a business, I have a family. So I give a lot of credit to those persons who have committed themselves to trying to make a difference. So big up to that team.
Thank you.
Herb?
Yes. Hello, good sir. How are you doing?
I'm
I
doing
should
well.
say Lloyd. You're aware of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. I think you've spoken with Dr. Francis before.
Yeah.
I wrote most of the directives in that task force. I'm also the intelligence analyst for the task force. One of Mr. Rattigan is also one. Also, I'm board chair for Crime and Security Committee at the Institute of Caribbean Studies. We're located at the OAS down in Washington, D.C. Now, we see across the Caribbean a lot of similarities to what is happening in Jamaica. Let me ask you this. From a management standpoint, how involved is CMOC? Am I pronouncing that correct? CMOC?
CMOC is good.
CMOC. In the management structure and ideas in the expansion of the JCF. How involved are you guys in that?
No, we're not. We will ask questions. So we typically meet with the commissioner every 2 or every 3 months. We will ask questions around how recruitment is going, what are the levels of persons coming in, people with CSEC versus CAPE versus degrees. We will speak about retention numbers and attrition numbers. We will ask about the training programs. But we are, and in asking questions, there may be an inference of another way to do it, but we're not providing that kind of advice or guidance.
So
what we have had, though I'll say quickly, Herb, is the original consensus was developed by 3 of our most erstwhile, I'm going to say academics, but they're not pure academics. These are people who have been in the field: Tony Harriott, Tony Clayton, Elizabeth Ward. And so we pull back on them to come back and speak about the studies that have taken place. How do those apply to the things that we're doing now? And allows us to ask more pointed questions.
So when we speak about the shortcomings on the part of the recruits, we can say there's a shortage of uniforms, where I myself have had to send money on several occasions to help individuals buy the required black pair of shoes, or to pay for uniforms for training. And I understand that they're supposed to be provided that. Now, you see, if they're supposed to be provided that, then we're starting off a recruit um, in a more depressed fashion, because if they were expecting things to be handed to them and know they have to pay for it, um, they're they're going out begging for money that they don't have. And the purpose of getting a job, or starting a vocation with the police force, was to grow up with the police force as that avocation that would be helping, that's a service to country. But when they start off and eventually get to the station where they're working, and they have no weapons to take home, if they live in an underserved community where there's a lot of crime, and they have to see something and say something and act on it, you can very well act without having your weapon with you, because chance that you getting shot is pretty high. Would you say?
I just made a note here. You asked a question that I don't feel like we have probed before, which is, what is the gap? So we do know that funds are provided for. What's the expectation and what's the gap? So in my company, I know that we commit to our employees a certain number of uniforms every other year, or every year, every other year. And the question is, am I providing what I committed to provide? And what is the true need? And that's a question that we've not probed yet. And it's a question I'm going to take back to have with the Police Federation in terms of what is committed to you. Mm-hmm. What do you believe you need? Because maybe you're committed to two pairs of shoes, but you actually need 4 on average. So what is and where is that gap, so that we can actually ask a more pointed question of the I'm going to say the commissioner, but also the minister and the permanent secretary as well. I think it's a very fair question that you've asked.
Okay. Now the other what I'm going to be driving at here is that you are crime monitoring. So if murders are jumping off the Richter scale, and rapes and burglaries are steady, and we want to reduce that by at least 30%, do you have any idea of, or has any survey been done elsewhere, maybe Belize with Herbert Gale's work in Belize? Do you have any idea what it will take to have that reduction?
First clarity, we're often referred to as the crime monitoring and oversight. It's actually the consensus monitoring and oversight. So the consensus is 38 agreements. So the responsibility of the committee is to monitor, report, and utilize the stakeholders to hold government accountable on those 38 agreements. No, we're expanded beyond the 38, because as you would have realized, we're asking questions that go beyond just the 38. But that's the primary thing, and it's not so much around crime. So in our first couple of meetings, we did spend some time looking at the crime statistics. We spend less time looking specific at the crime statistics, more so for context. And we spend a lot more time looking at the consensus deliverables and then some other overarching KPIs. So the work of the judiciary in reducing the backlog, and the commitment by the Chief Justice that every case should be heard within 2 years. That wasn't in the consensus, but we're now tracking that, because we know that's a key component of what we need to see in terms of a modernized justice system. So your point on the crime statistics and tracking that has not been a primary focus of this committee, but we do recognize the importance of utilizing it as a benchmark for understanding the direction that things are going.
Okay. Now I realize it's a national consensus of crime, right? But everywhere I'm looking, I'm seeing here the Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee. I don't know, and this is in print on several websites.
Yeah.
So if it's wrong,
Yeah,
then they need to upgrade that stuff.
But one of the things that we have not done. So the CMOC has 3 mandates. So one is to get the information report. The one is to get the stakeholders as far as possible to hold government accountable. And the third area is about communication. We have not done a good job of communicating on many fronts because the expectation is that by this time, all Jamaica will know about the consensus. They don't need to know about CMOC so much. They need to know about the consensus. And they need to rally behind holding government accountable to the things in those consensus. So we have more recently spoken about how do we improve communication on this. Of course, cash to care. So, where do we get the budget from to do this? I know people in the chat are going to say the private sector, and I will say that some private sector entities have put some money, but we do need more to properly communicate what's taking place. But your point around ensuring that people speak about consensus monitoring and oversight versus crime monitoring and oversight is important because it does set a different view in the mind.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rattigan spoke about the senator complaining that funds were unused when 2/3 of the year for operations that passed. So if there's a lack of planning on the part of the police force to be concurrent with operations, there's a management issue that surfaced in that regard. And what I'm looking at, when you as a committee view Jamaica, do you have an oversight map that's created? Let's say Dr. Leo up at Mona created an oversized map, something that you can see and identify where resources are. You can see and identify where there's a lack of resources. You can see and identify where there's a lack of enough officers. You can see and identify other community issues that would impact police operations. And how do you validate that there is a community policing program that's effectively in operation if this is going to be a consensus?
So we have sat with Paris and gone through a map. The Violence Prevention Alliance has done a lot of work on our behalf and on behalf of looking at how violent crimes take place and the extent to which intelligence and data is being used in the policing and investigative process. So Paris does have a pretty good map of showing what takes place where and where the hotspots are. What we have not gotten to is an overlay of the resource assignment. So I have been advised, I haven't said no, but I have been advised that a lot of this information is being utilized by the constabulary force now, but we don't have visibility. So some questions around assignments, muster at the stations and so on is not information that's readily available to us. We are hoping that in this next transition of the consensus, the update, Consensus 2.0, that we'll be able to get better visibility on some of those types of KPIs. But at this point in time, we're not getting visibility on that.
Now, I was in Jamaica in 2018, November, at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. And I went into a police station up at Matilda's Corner. Also went into the Constant Spring station. And I see these old street maps, tourist maps up on the wall, right? If you don't have access to it, and it's not accessible at the police stations for them to understand the big picture and where their AOR falls, area of responsibility falls within that picture. I mean, what are they policing? How do they know where the overlap zones are? How do they have any idea the new people come on board? How do they know what the overall area of responsibility is? Where are the red light districts? Where are the danger zones? Add
to that, things like this, the big book that they have in the stations, Right? You know, these
Oh,
big
Lord.
legends that they write when somebody
Big
comes to
grim.
report.
Yeah.
Right. So all of those things were recognized as continuity major issues. So the quality of the stations, so technology is one thing and how they're utilizing technology, but it's even the refurbishments of the stations themselves was a major issue. So I'll comment on two components. There's a part of the transition program is some 120 stations needed to be upgraded or retrofitted by a particular timeline. Only as of June of this year, only 65 of the 120 have been achieved, and then there are another 14 that should be done by December. So the money is being spent; they're being retrofitted, but it is taking time, and I believe that timeline they are actually lagging, but it's taking place. It's going to be 2025, probably 24, probably 2025 before all stations are finished. That's my guess. I mean, the minister hasn't given us a new timeline. In relation, though, to technology, so there's a technology transformation program which includes the logbooks and everything else. 23 of the 120 stations have actually been brought onto the system, which would have things like maps, help them to utilize a database for assignment of their personnel and allow this pulling together of information. Because if somebody commits a crime in St. Elizabeth, does it in St. Anne, and then is in Port Antonio 3 days later, nobody has visibility of that. Right?
Pattern analysis to see a pattern that's developed, right?
Correct. So that information doesn't exist now. So until we get to all 120 stations getting there, we're not going to be at a satisfactory place. But I can say the pilot has been completed, and they're satisfied with the pilot, and they've rolled it out to 23 of 120 stations. So you sort of said finally, because about 50. I'm from a technology background, and for at least 15, 20 years, we have been speaking to the government about this. At least 20 years. So we're finally seeing implementation. It just can't happen quick enough for us.
All right, Lloyd, because time is at a premium right now. We have Bruce sitting right there in the wings, but that's fine. Let me throw this out at you. My observation is that there's something called a national security plan, because this government decided that they weren't going to come out with a crime plan, as people refer to a crime plan. They're going to come out with a national security plan. Well, the national security plan existed before 2016. And so they borrowed from it and they came up with something called Plan Secure Jamaica.
Plan Secure Jamaica, correct.
Right. And now the consensus on crime is supposed to, the way I see it, is supposed to feed into the Plan Secure Jamaica. It is supposed to support Plan Secure Jamaica, which tells you how they're going to do certain things. This is providing you with the resources and other things to accomplish those goals. Now, do people understand, the people that you're working with, do they understand the national security plan? First thing, do they understand it?
So I'm going to say, for the most part, when you say the people I'm working with, you're talking about the committee and the stakeholders?
Everyone that you're working with, yes.
So I would say the committee. So obviously on the government side, they know Plan Secure Jamaica inside out. It's their
No. The national security plan.
So Plan Secure Jamaica is what is the government will say is the national security plan. Now there's other aspects of the national security plan that includes the military and so on.
There is a policy called the National Security Plan, and there's a document called National Security Plan.
Our former executive director, retired Colonel, can actually was in the office of the National Security Advisor when it was developed. So we do have visibility of it. I would say that when the discussions take place, the stakeholders and the CMOC members don't really focus a lot on the national security plan, and maybe that's something that we ought to be doing. What we really focus on is the consensus document, which is in fact not underneath the Plan Secure Jamaica, probably is actually on top of it, because all we're saying is we know that you're doing these 130 things. Of all of those 130 things, here are the things that we consider to be most important for us to track at this point in time, for us to have consensus on and track at this point in time. So ideally, the government would want everybody to be aligned with Plan Secure Jamaica. That may not necessarily be the case.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make, and stay with me on this, is this.
Okay.
When you come out with a plan called Plan Secure Jamaica, which is a cascade from the National Security Plan, and you come out with that in 2016, when you come out with a plan, you're supposed to make sure that you come out with a plan with visibility on every aspect of it as best you can, right? So if that was done in 2016, there would be no need for the consensus on crime coming out in 2020, because this should be part of that plan, right? All right. So
I just add two things to that. The Plan Secure Jamaica, I don't see deliverables and time. I said this is what we want to achieve, but I don't see deliverables and timelines and owners.
And that's why the consensus on crime, that's what I'm saying, it feeds into it. But what I'm saying, when they came out with the plan, this should have been part and parcel of the plan in 2016, 2017. It shouldn't take a Lloyd Distant and a committee in 2020 to say, hey, you know what, we don't think this thing is working, because what we have here, we have the tabletop, but we don't have the legs. So what we're going to do is now we're going to come now and put the legs on it so that we have something that's functional. So in my mind, Plan Secure Jamaica was dysfunctional from the start in 2016. It only became somewhat functional, when 2020, when they said, okay, we have to put timelines now, because otherwise, what's the point of a plan if it cannot be measured?
Yeah.
What's the point about it doesn't have all the things that you need to support it, the supporting features, if they're not there? So the question now from me to you is this. Are you getting all the support you need to ensure that the consensus on crime will become a viable support to the JCF and the other structures of government to make the whole thing functional? That's one. Here's the second one I want to ask you, because time is at a premium. Second one is, what is your stance on the relationship between the Ministry of National Security, represented by the minister, the JCF, and the Police Federation, given the fact that they've interdicted the chairman, so now they're without a chairman, and then now they're saying they want to get together and they want to sing Kumbaya, and what's your stance on that?
Okay. So this whole concept of what gets measured gets done, again, coming from the private sector, I believe that. And anybody who has worked with me will tell you, I'm an engineer, but I come with a management accounting background. So I'm looking at statistics, I'm looking at numbers, I'm looking at KPIs every single day. And so the importance of ensuring this next version of the consensus is we're able to do more specific measurements around impact-related variables is very important for me. So you asked a question about the support that I've been getting. I would say the stakeholder groups, the churches, the private sector, generally speaking, the trade unions, the women's, they have all continued to be very supportive of this. Every meeting that we've had with the opposition, they continue to be very committed around it. In recent times, the government is, I would say, is fully back at the table, and the commentary from the meetings that we have had with Senator Marcy Dixon really gives me hope that there's progress. I would say if in the next couple of weeks things haven't continued to progress the way they are now, you will hear me yelling, you will hear me talking. And I don't have a voice like Howard, and I don't have his gift for articulation, but you will hear us yelling. So I say give us a couple of weeks, let us see where we are, and if we're not there, the fact is we're expanding the stakeholder group now. So we have the service clubs, the NDM, JFJ, Advocates Network, all joining, and we're speaking back to Rupert Francis and some of the diaspora groups to get them on board, because the bigger voice we all have, the more that we are likely to get accountability. In relation to the relationship between the commissioner, the ministry, the JCF High Command, and the Federation, we have not commented on it. I don't really have a view. I was disappointed to see, or surprised to see how things panned out. Because we believe in dialogue and we believe in identifying a solution forward. I'm pleased to hear that a dialogue is going to take place now. I'm just disappointed to hear the dialogue and mediation didn't take place before, and that it's taking place months later. But at least it's about to take place.
All right.
But Lloyd, hey, let me interject here for a second. We're talking about a dialogue and mediation taking place after the JCA has ignored a court order to get something done. Was that pay issue directed by the court, was that settled by the JCF as yet?
I am not aware. I'm not aware, I can say.
No,
I
it
don't
hasn't.
believe it
It
has
hasn't.
not. And
has
the
not.
question then arises, now that you've moved this gentleman out of the way who was pressing to get it done, you want to now manipulate the system to get somebody in there who would you be more favorable to. And the consensus should be that cannot work. You've got to have an advocacy system that advocates for the men and women in uniform. And you can't have it advocating for the government or somebody working on the side of the government while the men in uniform, women in uniform suffer.
And also,
You're out of time. Go ahead.
let me just add this, that, like Herb said, you didn't want to, you meaning the JC, the High Command and the ministry, they didn't want to have this conversation with the Federation, particularly Chairman Rohan James, before now, even though they're in violation of a court order, right? They're in violation of a court order, and because he spoke out, they interdicted it and sent him home. And now, now they want to come and have a meeting, and with him being absent, and I'm like, wait a minute, he's still the chairman of the thing. So, are you in a position to lobby them to say, look, we think that in the best interest of everything that's going on here, that Mr. James should be a part of this conversation? What's your take on that?
I believe all organizations have a leadership structure, and well-run ones are not dependent on the leader necessarily being there. If the executive is sufficiently aligned on what's important, and that may be part of the challenge, but if the executive is sufficiently aligned, then the team at the table should be ought to hold their ground around the things that are important to them. It would have been great to have seen, in mediation, you want some independent facilitators around the table. So it would have been great to see some independent facilitators. And I know some entities have offered to play that role. It would have been good to see some independent facilitators across the table. But I don't necessarily think that the other persons around the table for the Police Federation can't do it. But again, maybe I'm just not sufficiently aware of the politics and the strength of the individuals who sit around that table.
Yeah, well,
I do say, and no time is running. One of the things that we try to do more effectively in the consensus is when we know something isn't happening, Lloyd Distant is not the voice. The fact is, the PSOJ, Chamber of Commerce, the JMEA, the Council of Churches, the Umbrella Group of Churches, all the 8 trade unions, they all have a stronger voice. And if they collectively push and drive accountability, we will get closer there. And I don't believe that unto themselves that they can do it all, because we need all of Jamaica. We need our diaspora to continue the fight that you gentlemen are doing, to raise these things to the fore. Ask a question, challenge me, challenge Howard. All of us who are trying to do a difference, we don't have all the answers. And so having the inputs, the feedback and the guidance is always helpful.
Yeah, somebody just mentioned that how could I expect Mr. James to be there when he's charged? There's such a thing as the prosecutor's discretion, where you can drop charges quickly as you can press them, you can drop them. So they can drop these charges and put him in his rightful position, and that is what they should do. They shouldn't weaken the organization and then try to infiltrate it and get people that they're, as Herb said, that they're more they have a working relationship to undermine the elected leadership, and that's where we are now. Before you go, Lloyd, keep this in mind. The primary focus of your organization is to ensure sustainable reduction in crime. We haven't even talked about correctional services, and we haven't even talked about the Justice Department.
Or corruption.
Or corruption, yeah. So what I'm going to ask you to do is promise us on this forum, we have 1,200 people here, that you will be back. You said in a couple of weeks you expect...
Say no more. Say no more.
Okay, all right.
We have each other contacts. I'm committed to continue to share where we are and to hear more.
All right, my brother. Well, look, thank you for coming on, and we thank you for sharing your views as well, and we look forward to you coming back and sharing those views, coming back with some... Well, you heard the question, so I'm sure you're going to prepare.
I have some notes here.
Yeah. So look, thank you so much. Have a wonderful week, and I'll touch base with you next week.
Okay. Thank you, Will. I said, Herb, take care.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right. Take care now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our guest here with us, Mr. Bruce Zagaris. We call him Bruce. We don't need to ask him for permission to use his first name because we're not familiar with him. I met Bruce I met Bruce on was it the Congressional Week thing that Herb's group they put on every year, and he was a presenter, and talked a lot. Well, actually, no, I met him before that. I met him when there was a certain case that I had in mind against a public official, and he did a piece on it in his journal, which went global, and that was great. And since then, we've kept in touch. Now, time doesn't permit me to go over his bio, but it's very, very extensive. He's very familiar with Jamaica. He's very familiar with the Caribbean. He's very familiar with all the issues swirling around Caribbean: corruption, drug smuggling, human trafficking. Very familiar. So, and once you hear him, once you begin to listen to him talking, you'll understand that there's no need to introduce him formally because he's the real deal. So, Bruce, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Thank you, sir, for coming on and for changing your time slot to be here with us.
Thank you, Will. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you.
All right. Now, I promised the folks that, well, one of the things that we hear constantly is that the diaspora, we're a talk shop. We don't provide solutions. We just identify issues and we just chit chat, feel good, and that's the end of that. Now, what you've done, and I have it here. What you've done is you've identified the problem, but you've come up with solutions. And the solutions that you've come up with, they're solutions that involve the government of Jamaica, or any government for that matter, in the Caribbean. And we were talking about several topics, but we were primarily focused on illicit firearms in the Caribbean, particularly in Jamaica. And so what I'd like you to do is give our audience a sense of who you are, your relationship with Jamaica, with the Caribbean, and what you've been doing as far as, driving these issues of crime in the Caribbean and working with the U.S. Congress and others, NGOs, as well as people in Jamaica. Because I believe you even taught at one point in Jamaica. So having said that, I'll yield to you, sir.
Sure. Okay. So I started my Caribbean career as a professor at the University of the West Indies Law Faculty in Barbados. That was 77, 78. And then I came to Washington. And I've been in private practice ever since then. But a lot of my work has been on behalf of Caribbean governments. Some of it has had to do with helping them with financial services, negotiating income tax treaties, tax information exchange agreements, and mutual assistance in criminal matters treaties. Maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I was a consultant for the Inter-American Development Bank in Jamaica. My assignment was to help the Financial Services Commission strengthen its anti-money laundering laws in response to the evaluation by the Financial Action Task Force. So I visited a few times. I helped to revise the anti-money laundering regulations of the Financial Services Commission. I helped to revise their audit procedures when they audited their regulated community, and I also did some training. So when I've been maybe 4 or 5 other times to Jamaica to give talks, or at one point in 1985, I did some work for USAID on the Caribbean Justice Improvement Project, whereby the U.S. government was helping the region to strengthen their laws and to also codify the laws. So that's basically. I've also done some work for the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force as a consultant, and to the UNODC, United Nations Office of Drugs and Control, on a project that involved helping to train prosecutors, judges, and magistrates on prosecuting drug-related money laundering and asset forfeiture. So that's essentially, some of my work in the region.
All right, you've done just a little bit. That's all you've done, right? Just a little bit of work. You mentioned the FSC, saying that you went to, provide anti-money laundering training for the FSC, and I'm sure you've heard about the SSL scandal in Jamaica, and part of that goes back to the FSC in terms of their oversight and regulatory role. Do you have a comment on that?
No, I really wasn't, engaged in any of that, in grappling with that issue. So I'm really not knowledgeable about, the FSC and that, its role in that incident.
All right, let's talk about something that you do know about, and that's illicit weapons making their way to the Caribbean. Now, in December of last year, the Prime Minister and the police commissioner traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with members of the FBI and other law enforcement intelligence types for the sole purpose of addressing the gun issue. They came with a list of people residing in the U.S. believed to be the facilitators for the guns being transported to Jamaica. We haven't heard anything since December about any arrests, any investigation. The one thing we do know is that people are being killed daily in Jamaica via weapons, guns. Can you tell us what, if any, would be a good plan to address the issue of guns being transported from the U.S. to the Caribbean, but particularly Jamaica, overall?
Sure. I mean, it's a very complex issue, and so there are many potential solutions. So I can give you a few.
Okay.
So, one of the solutions is to go after the profits of the manufacturers and the distributors, because that's what it's all about. I mean, the illicit trafficking has to do with money. The manufacturers are making money, the distributors are making money, and the U.S. politicians who refuse to act are mainly motivated by the money that they get to finance their campaigns from the gun industry, such as the National Riflemen's Association. And so one way to go after the profits is, so far the government of Mexico has brought 2 lawsuits in the U.S. One in the U.S. District Court in Massachusetts. They brought it against Smith and Wesson and some other defendants, saying that, look, you're manufacturing guns and you're targeting those guns for some of the Mexican cartels. You're even inscribing things in Spanish on the guns so that it will be useful to them. So unfortunately, the judge in this case threw out the case because he said the U.S. law, there's a federal law that gives immunity to gun manufacturers unless you can show that they've been reckless by improperly marketing their products or by improperly, designing their products. And the judge said he didn't, that despite the fact that the Mexican government alleged and showed some facts that they were designing their distribution to the cartels, the judge threw it out. Now the case is in the First Circuit Court of Appeals. There was a hearing a couple months ago, and it seems that the appellate panel was interested in the arguments of the Mexican government. Also, in this case, 5 Caribbean governments have filed amicus briefs in support of the Mexican government, namely Antigua, Belize, Trinidad, Jamaica, and there's one other country that can't remember right now. But and then the Mexican government has also filed an action in Arizona, this one against more the distributors, basically alleging that the distributors are selling multiple assault weapons to straw purchasers who are then distributing them to the Mexican cartels. And this case is still, just in the beginning parts. My suggestion is that some of the Caribbean people should start suing the gun manufacturers and the distributors and any other people involved, and especially target some of those manufacturers that have assets outside the U.S. so that if they get a judgment, they don't just have to enforce it in the U.S. because, there's this problem of the immunity, although one of the issues that's being litigated right now in the First Circuit, this Massachusetts case, is whether the federal immunity law applies extraterritorially. Mexico is saying, wait a minute, you can give immunity in your country, but it doesn't seem like the legislation has extraterritorial impact. So I'm advocating that in the Caribbean, you should use your courts to bring civil or maybe even criminal action against the persons involved, because it's a human right to have access to courts. And so, for instance, there's a case right now in the Inter-American Human Rights Court, again brought by Mexico, that has asked for an opinion on whether victims of gun violence, especially from assault weapons, have a right to have access to justice, and whether the states that participate in the Inter-American community have an obligation to provide access to justice to those victims. Because essentially, what the U.S. Congress has done is, we all know, they've denied access to courts by victims through giving immunity to gun manufacturers. So if you have any other product that you sell in the U.S., automobile, even training equipment, if they're manufactured deficiently and somebody gets injured, you have a right to go to court. But for the law by the U.S. Congress, victims would be able to go to court. So there's a case right now, for instance, in Ontario, Canada, where a number of victims were murdered and injured by a gunman that did mass violence on the streets of Toronto. And they have, brought, pretty much like a class action, again, against Smith & Wesson. And they said, look, you could have designed your product in a safer way, like you used to, so that only the purchaser that bought the weapon could have used it, and that nobody else could use it. And so far, that case has withstood attempts to dismiss it. And I think the Caribbean countries, both the government, or even if the governments don't act, civil society in those countries should bring civil actions to make the manufacturers and the distributors of these weapons, especially these assault weapons that are being sent to the Caribbean, they should make them pay. Just like for all the other products that manufacturers make and distribute that have defects. I mean, especially assault weapons. So there is now a bill in Congress called the Stop Arming Cartels Act that has 6 sponsors. One of the sponsors is Dick Durbin, who's the head of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And that bill would make it illegal for anyone other than the government to sell rifles that use 50 caliber bullets, because those are basically assault weapons. That's an example of how some people in Congress are also trying to, are trying to have a legislative solution. But we all know that right now, the politics of the U.S. Congress don't enable a solution to this problem. And so we have to do some other things to get at the problem. So another thing that could be done is the Caribbean, again, could go after the money. Now, how do you do this? So one thing that the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force has done before is they've done a typologies exercise to try to ascertain who's financing the distribution, the illicit distribution of weapons. The government of Mexico has also engaged in a project to also determine who is financing, who's processing the sales by these gun distributors on the border. And, you know, they are considering putting out some type of a report showing which payment processors are mainly processing the credit cards that are used mainly by straw purchasers to purchase these guns. So in the United States and all over the world, there's a requirement under international anti-money laundering standards. These laws exist in the US, they exist throughout the Caribbean, that financial institutions are supposed to make what's called suspicious activity reports when they see a transaction that is somewhat irregular. But also what happens is government regulators, they put out alerts and they put out warnings. The US government has put out all kinds of warnings for things like, fentanyl trafficking, human trafficking, transnational organized crime, terrorist financing. They just put out in the last 2 weeks alerts with respect to Hamas. But, why is there no alerts on illicit firearms trafficking? Because what's killing a lot of Americans is fentanyl, the fentanyl trafficking that comes from the Mexican cartel. And what they do, there's a flow. The fentanyl flows from Mexico to the US, and the guns flow from the border to Mexico. And so the fact that the US is not doing anything about the financing, that's a problem. And I was on a panel in February in Florida with one of the high-level officials at FinCEN. And, I saw him again at the Miami airport. And just that day, there had been another mass shooting. I said, look, why don't you guys do an alert on financing of firearms trafficking? I mean, not only domestically, but internationally. And he said, oh, that's an interesting idea, Bruce. And, a few months later, after I had moderated a program on the subject, illicit firearms trafficking in the Western Hemisphere, which had it had panelists from the Mexican government, from the UNODC, from the Organization of American States, had a police officer from Trinidad. I then informed him. I said, look, here's more information on this issue, but so far I haven't heard anything.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Well, I think you mentioned 5 Caribbean countries that supported the Mexican effort in court through amicus curiae briefs. The one you didn't mention, I think it's the Bahamas.
Oh yeah, Bahamas, exactly.
Yeah, but what I'd like you to do, because some people, I believe, are under the impression that because Jamaica filed an amicus curiae brief, that it's their action and somehow they're going to benefit from it financially. Could you please explain to the viewing audience what exactly is an amicus curiae brief? Okay,
so an amicus curiae brief is amicus curiae means friend of the court.
Mm-hmm.
So interested persons can file amicus curiae briefs, and the judges will then consider not only the briefs of the parties, Smith and Wesson and Mexico, but they will consider the briefs and the arguments of the other countries or the other parties. So also 16 states in the US, most of them that have Democratic governors, they've also filed amicus curiae briefs. But that doesn't mean if Mexico wins that, any of the amicus curiae states are going to recover any damages. They won't, because they're not parties to the case.
Right.
And that's another reason why I say that, all of the Caribbean countries have common law system. They have courts where people can, file actions that can ask for damages, because we know that there's been a lot of damage done by the illicit firearms trafficking. We know that the U.S. Is the source of somewhere between 80 to 90% of the illicit firearms trafficking. I mean, this is shown by statistics that are done by both the UN and also by some of the Caribbean organizations like Impacts in the regional security system. They've been, collecting statistics on the import of illicit firearms trafficking. Maybe about 6 or 7 months ago, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent, Ralph Gonsalves, made a speech and said that, we know they're coming in containers. Just this week in the UN Security Council, the executive director, Mr. Wally of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, with respect to Haiti, where there's an enormous problem right now where gangs are in control of the country and they're using illicit firearms, most of which come from Florida. So the executive director urged member states like the US to do something about the illicit firearms trafficking. Just in the last 6 weeks, also the Interior Minister of the Dominican Republic also begged the US to do something. All of the Caribbean has said, look, you put pressure on us to do something about drug trafficking, illicit migration coming to the US, terrorism. But, part of these problems are fueled by illicit firearms. So we want you to do something. But the problem is the executive branch. Right now we have a president who really wants to do something, but he's hamstrung because there's a lack of legislation. And in particular, whenever the executive branch tries to do something, the members of Congress who get money from the gun industry, they say, no, we don't want the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to have more resources because, we know they're going to control weapons. So, this is so in order to overcome this problem, what needs to happen is other governments and international organizations have to demand that the US government, meaning the Congress, they have to act. And if they don't, the other governments and the international organizations have to act for them. So for instance, let's take the Financial Action Task Force, created in 1989, and its mission is to take action against money laundering. After 9/11, it added a second mission, second priority, to act against financing of terrorism. And then a few years later, it added a third priority, financing of nuclear proliferation weapons. Why doesn't it have a fourth priority, which is illicit firearms trafficking? And what happens is when financial institutions or when countries, governments, don't take proper actions with respect to international standards, they get blacklisted. So, I mean, I think the Caribbean and the governments in the Western Hemisphere should be demanding that some of the international organizations do more, again, with respect to financing of illicit firearms trafficking. Because again, it's all about money. And by going after the money, you're going to start finally, persuading the manufacturers, the distributors, and members of Congress to do something. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's a marathon.
Yeah, let me ask you this. When you file a lawsuit, essentially the act has been committed, right? And so you're seeing the issue after the guns have been shipped in, right? And people have been killed. And so now you're saying, wait a minute, this is affecting our country. In terms of prevention, what would you suggest in terms of prevention? Because and let me set it up a little bit more for you. One of the things that we can say with absolute certainty is that a lot of the guns that have been recovered in places like Jamaica says made in the US, but they can't prove that the guns actually came from the US to their country. Maybe it was transshipped, and we know for a fact that there was and maybe there still is a trade between Jamaica and Haiti, food for guns, drug for guns trade. So the guns are made in the US, but I don't think I've seen any studies that said they've been shipped directly from the US to Jamaica. Because if that's the case, and you know it's happening, then what have you done, or what will you do about that if you know the guns are coming in like that? And Jamaica has very, very porous borders. They have approximately, more than 100 illegal points of entry. So if you want to bring stuff into Jamaica, relatively simple. Address that, please.
Sure. And that's an excellent point. And again, there's no simple solution. One of the solutions is to put pressure on the intermediaries, just like governments do on other illicit trade, whether it's drugs, terrorist things. They put, or another example is wildlife trafficking. Mm-hmm. They put obligations on the intermediaries, the transportation people, again, the financiers. So again, FinCEN has alerts on wildlife trafficking, but why not illicit firearms trafficking? Maybe it's because the gun lobby, maybe the U.S. Treasury, FinCEN, doesn't want to take on the gun lobby. So there's also, importantly, Will, there are 3 international conventions with respect to illicit firearms trafficking. And some of these conventions have the solution because they provide for both prevention and investigation and prosecution. There's the UN convention. There's the OAS convention. And there's also a protocol that's part of the Palermo Convention. The Palermo Convention is the UN Convention against transnational organized crime. It has 3 protocols. One has to do with firearms trafficking. And almost all the Caribbean are members of these 3 conventions, except for one country. That's the U.S. The U.S. doesn't participate. So President Obama signed the UN one, but in a speech before the National Riflemen's Association, former President Trump, said he was rejecting. He was going to dissign it. And so the fact that the U.S. doesn't participate in these conventions means that a number of the things like marking, requiring firearms manufacturers to mark their firearms, or preventing certain types of firearms like assault weapons to be trafficked. I mean, all of these things, I should say, a lot of these things could happen if the U.S. was a member of these 3 conventions and was effectively implementing them. So,
all right. Well, Bruce, sorry to interrupt you, but the U.S. is not a member of these conventions. So the question then, and remember I told you about the visit that took place in December.
Yep.
The question then is, what are those countries doing for themselves? Because you can't really rely on the U.S. to provide protection for your borders, right? So the question is, what are you doing to protect yourself? Now, if you were placed in a position to advise the Jamaican government, and you say, look, the U.S. is not a party to these conventions. We can deal with Congress, we can lobby, we can do this, we can do that. But in the meantime, guns are flowing into the country. And so the Jamaican government is asking you, Bruce, you're the expert. Tell us, what can we do to prevent the flow of illicit weapons into Jamaica?
So again, I would say bring lawsuits, civil and maybe even criminal, because look, in terms of criminal, we see all the time that governments bring actions against private persons, corporations, for conspiring to do things with other people that cause harm in another country.
Mm-hmm.
They do that for things like fraud. So, for instance, the U.S. brings all kinds of cases against Jamaicans who are participating in fraud against elders, using the email. They bring all kinds of cases against Jamaicans with respect to drug trafficking. So if I'm Jamaica, I'm going to look to see if I can bring a criminal case against those persons who are knowingly or recklessly making products like assault weapons in a way that they're being distributed in my country.
Mm-hmm.
I would also then facilitate actions either by the Jamaican government or by civil society in Jamaica. And if the laws aren't good, I would amend my legislation to enable civil suits on behalf of victims in Jamaica against those people. So, for instance, if Jamaica has the names of 5 facilitators, and the U.S. isn't acting, I mean, I would consider bringing action myself. Again, either criminal action and or civil action. And in terms of, my goals would be not only to get custody of them and put them in jail, but I would also look at forfeiture, forfeiting the assets so that I can take away the fruits of their wrongful conduct, and also to send a message to other manufacturers, distributors, and facilitators that we're coming after you. And so maybe that will make, again, some of the people that participate in these acts realize that it's not a zero-sum game, that they may pay a price.
Right.
So that's one thing I would do.
So what's the other thing? Because we've heard about lawsuits, and I want to bring Herb and ISAT in. What's the other thing you would do besides the lawsuits? Because some people are skeptical about bringing a lawsuit against, or the idea that you'd bring a lawsuit against the U.S. and be victorious. Some people are skeptical about that happening. They're like, no, it's not going to happen. And what we see happening is that if I were the Jamaican government and you're talking about lawsuits, I wouldn't file an amicus curiae brief. I'd file my own brief. I've got my own issues. I would file I wouldn't be a coward and then file a friend of the court brief. And when you file that brief, if the Mexican government, if they're successful in their prosecution, like you said, and the judge says you got to pay $1 billion US, Jamaica will get zero out of that. Jamaica spent money to file this brief, and they're going to get zero. So why not file your own brief? Because you have the same issues.
Exactly.
So I don't know why.
Yeah, you. I mean, it may be more difficult to file it like Mexico has done, because the distribution in the Caribbean is different than the distribution in Mexico. But still, I agree. I would look to bring lawsuits, but not just in the U.S. Again, I would bring some of them in Jamaica, because that's where the harm is being caused to Jamaican people, and it's the Jamaican government that's having to pay for that, having to battle transnational organized crime, all the gangs that are getting these weapons.
But Bruce, let me just get a little bit legal with you here. Would the Jamaican court have subject matter jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction over a gun manufacturer that's based in Massachusetts?
So they would have to obviously show that what they did was directed at Jamaica, and that could be an issue for the manufacturers. But I mean, it shouldn't be an issue for some of the facilitators, especially the ones that, well, I don't know enough of the facts.
Right.
Let's
say to Killian in the chat room where it says you have no evidence, Jamaica will not benefit if it's successful. Jamaica will not benefit off of Mexico's lawsuit. That's what I'm saying. So if Jamaica wants to benefit because of the influx of illegal weapons coming into Jamaica from the U.S., Jamaica will have to file its own lawsuit. And so my argument is, why are you wasting resources filing filing an amicus curiae brief supporting the government of Mexico when you have the same issue? File your own lawsuit.
Yeah, but Jamaica, none of the 5 Caribbean countries are spending resources. The brief is being filed by a major law firm in New York. a very good law firm, and they're doing it pro bono.
Pro bono. Okay.
So
Well then,
they're not spending resources, but they should develop some cases. And your point about personal and subject matter jurisdiction are well taken. You've got to have the right cases, the right circumstances to bring. But I mean, you undoubtedly could find some ways to bring cases against people that are, sending these firearms in containers to, Jamaica, and that are, because they're receiving payment from Jamaica. And so there must be some ways to get jurisdiction. But you've got to go after, Jamaica has to go after these people both criminally and civilly, because they're basically selling weapons of war that are killing thousands of people in your country. So
right.
the other ways are to put pressure on the intermediaries, especially the financial intermediaries.
I want to talk to you about the legislation S.2926. But before I do that, let me just bring Isat. And Isat, I don't know if you're aware, he's a human rights lawyer in Jamaica with a lot of experience. He may have a question or two regarding this gun issue. And of course, you've worked with Herb, so you know Herb quite well. He may want to bring out some points as well. Gentlemen.
Yeah, I just have one quick question before I depart. How, in terms of bringing a lawsuit, how Jamaica is situated, where we are always seeking funding, and so we don't want to offend our donors. How could the citizen pretty much bring a claim where the government might not do it because they don't want to offend? For instance, suing the United States would never be beneficial to Jamaica in its own capacity. Can't speak for the other Caribbean countries, but our US dollar is $156 and probably 56 cents as we're having this conversation. And so what would be the alternative in light of that? I'm just putting to you that I don't think that the government, and it wouldn't be wise, I'm speaking for the government, to actually bring a lawsuit. They would lose money that they so strategically beg and get.
Okay, well, first of all, it's not necessarily the government that has to bring a suit. It could be civil society groups, and they're not bringing it against the U.S. government. They're bringing it against either, the facilitators, the people that they ask the U.S. government to go after. So I don't see especially the Biden administration, they want to do something about illicit firearm distribution. So they're going to say, thank you for helping us.
But just to follow up on Isaac's question, if you're suing the gun manufacturer, the lobby is so powerful that they, and it's been said that they own, in quotation marks, some of these politicians, that the very politicians that you're going to be asking to help with certain legislation and so on and so forth. So you're talking big business. So, which of course will come to the attention of the US government. So the question is, how can you sue? How do you really think that you're going to sue the Smith & Wesson, for example, and be victorious? Because that's almost like suing an arm of the government. And when I say that, I mean because of the connection between the lobby and the politicians.
I mean, it's a challenge, but it's necessary, because even bringing the lawsuit is an educational process. You're educating courts, you're educating the American public, and you may win. I mean, that's how social change is done in the United States. I mean, the the Thurgood Marshall, started as a young civil rights lawyer and, lost a lot of cases before he gradually started to win. And then, he won Brown versus Board of Education. And then eventually he even got on the Supreme Court. The same with, Justice Goldberg. I mean, she started again as a, civil rights lawyer. And she lost cases, before she started winning them. And then she was appointed to the Supreme Court. So, I mean, to make social change, you've got to strategically bring lawsuits. And, some of them you may bring in the US, some of them you may bring in the Caribbean. You've got to figure out, who the right parties are. But, this is a process that is important to undertake. I mean, it's only one, of many solutions. And, to some extent, I would engage with my diaspora and make them also, part of either the lawsuits, and also I would make them help on the politics, so that they're, shouting in the ears of the politicians in places like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, New Jersey, New York, Chicago. I mean, all the places where the diaspora is strong, so that they tell those politicians who are for the gun lobby that they're going to start paying for it. Again, this is a process. These things aren't going to happen overnight, and they all have to, we have to do a number of things simultaneously.
So Bruce, I'm 100% with you. But even to start with, like Rattigan said, it's difficult to separate like lobbyists. Even though when you look at mass shooting in America, the best or the highest that the president of the United States can do in all political fashion is to say the Second Amendment is there. We're constricted, or I'm constrained to say we can do anything. So pray for the families, but there's no whether it be Smith and Wesson, whether it be all the rifle owner, all the gun makers, they're so powerful that even the president is powerless to respond to that. But in relation to border control, and this is where I defend the Jamaican government, whether it be regardless of which party, this is the government in terms of how to communicate to Big Brother, is that American policies, they only care about what's coming into the country as a government politics, protection of borders versus what is going out. So even now as I'm speaking, you can just pack a barrel and fill it up with guns and you ship it. They're not worried about it leaving the port because it's not anything in terms of security. It's not a national security crisis if things are leaving. In fact, the policy is, well, we're happy that the guns are coming out of the hands of people who would otherwise use it. And it's just in that vein. So I'm restructuring the questions because the comment section can be unkind sometimes because they think I'm not sleeping. They think I'm sleeping by marrying the U.S. government with the Rifle Association or the weapon, if I'm not saying the words right. Yeah.
It is a challenge politically. There's no doubt. I mean, you see the dynamic right now in the discussions between Mexico and the U.S. I mean, just in the last week, there's a very high-level meeting between the U.S. and Mexico about things like migration, fentanyl. But, in the U.S., Congress is even threatening to, invade, to send drones and planes to attack the fentanyl labs. But the Mexican government is saying, look, we're trying to do our part, but a big part of the problem is guns. And there's only one store in Mexico, but the guns are coming from your country right on the border, and you're not doing enough about it. That's what the Caribbean has to do, so that Mexico is not doing it alone. If all of the Caribbean were screaming, because look, there's a lot of Caribbean countries in the OAS, and they could form alliances with Mexico and the Central American countries because they all have the same issue. So by doing more strategically on this issue, I mean, just on November 1, the Permanent Council of the OAS had a meeting on this issue, and that was because the head of the Permanent Council is Sir Ronald Sanders. And so, he called for a meeting, and he called for action. And all of the people that spoke, they also called for action. So, I think if the Caribbean strategically works with other countries like Mexico in all of the international organizations, not only the OAS, but the Financial Action Task Force, the Egmont Group, the UN, then, finally, and they also take action so that they start penalizing violations of these rules, then something may happen. And they may penalize not the US, but maybe a bank or a payment processor that they've identified as being one of the payment processors that is involved in a lot of the illicit trafficking. Then that's going to get the attention of the US financial community. That's what the US is doing right now to the Caribbean, but the US is using the Financial Action Task Force and the World Bank when they, blacklist or gray list Caribbean countries or Caribbean banks. And so, the other countries should utilize some of those same instruments against the US. And just even talking about it, I think you're going to get the attention of the US financial community and some of the other intermediaries.
Herb? Herb?
Hello, Bruce. How you doing?
Great, Herb. How about yourself?
Oh, not bad at all. I'd like to touch on my favorite subject here, the CBSI, Caribbean Basin Security Initiative. Does that do anything at all to counteract or establish countermeasures, legally or otherwise, that would allow lawsuits to proceed against those people who are doing illicit trafficking into the Caribbean region and facilitating trafficking out of the Caribbean region?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, the initiative basically provides for financial and technical assistance to countries, and to some extent, the initiative is used to help Caribbean countries in terms of tracing, the flow and things like that. But it's not used for things like litigation, and probably the Congress would stop the funding if the U.S. did that, if the U.S. government used funding to facilitate lawsuits. So that's
That's a
my knowledge. the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, cannot be used for lawsuits.
Now, the reason I ask that question is because every time that we go to speak to state or to USAID, that's what they throw up as if it's some magic formula for stopping the weapons trafficking, especially we know that goes down. But I recall specifically, and having been 24 years in the military, almost 16 years in the intelligence community, whenever there was actions against Haiti, those weapons would be pouring out of Florida. And it's almost as if the Homeland Security went completely blind while the intel community was well aware of what was going on. So, being that it's May, Bill Clinton did a lot to clean up a lot of weapons, over 93,000 weapons, I believe, when he sent the troops in to restore Aristide. They did a huge cleanup. But right after that, here comes George W. Bush, and he's overthrowing Aristide again, and all these weapons went in there without regard to where the weapons are going to end up after Aristide's overthrow was complete. So what we have now is a situation with excessive weapons being shipped into Haiti. And each time there appears to be disagreements in Haiti, the weapons continue to be shipped down there. The case in point, the head of that security company in Florida, I believe he was arrested. He shipped a lot of weapons in there for the Colombians.
Right.
But what the Haitians also do guns for ganja or marijuana trade, which means that the weapons are going to leak out into the Caribbean, to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to some of the smaller islands, and especially into Jamaica. So what we did in regards to we asked that the CBSI be strengthened to help us fight some of those major issues that impact the Caribbean islands. But we, like you said, if we ask that legal steps be instituted, Congress is going to veto and probably get rid of the program altogether, because they're not going to hurt their pocketbooks by taking care of the Caribbean. Now, the other area that I wanted to comment on, or actually to comment on, we sent, and I sent you a copy of it. It was a brief to Senator Tim Kaine, who heads up the Western Hemisphere Committee. And what the brief was talking about was establishing a complete database of all persons convicted of sex trafficking or sex crimes within the Western Hemisphere. We said global, but we were really hoping it would cover the Western Hemisphere. Now, we thought that was reasonable, because when we have had several Americans and others from different countries convicted of sex crimes in Jamaica against underage kids, amounted to human trafficking on the parts of others. How do you ensure? I know the U.S. has a law against traveling overseas for purposes of having sex with underage children. But how can we ensure that they do, in fact, come up with a more comprehensive data system that can be utilized by the same software that the U.S. gives to different countries for track and tracing people on the watch list, or to institute a watch list for predators, pretty much?
Yeah, I see no reason why there couldn't be such exchange of information. I mean, it would take, resources, but um, the U.S. does that for a number of other offenses.
Okay.
So I think it could be done.
So we could look further beyond that at weapons trafficking, traffickers who traffic weapons. We could look further beyond that at people who traffic drugs. I mean, these are data systems that should be in play already.
Sure. So yeah, that brings to mind one other potential solution. The U.S. designates people for, all kinds of things: Russian sanctions, Iran sanctions,
Yeah.
narcotic kingpins. There's a Magnitsky designations for corrupt people. So why don't the U.S. and other interested countries like the Caribbean start naming, designating and sanctioning people involved in weapons, illicit firearms trafficking? Because to do that, to designate people, all you need is, I mean, it's basically, intelligence people that get information, and if they have, proper evidence, they designate people. So that's another thing that another potential solution that Caribbean governments. So there could be a CARICOM designation of persons involved. There could be recommendations by impacts or one of the other regional organizations dealing with Caribbean security that comes up with designations of persons involved in illicit firearms trafficking in the region. And that doesn't take a long criminal case. It just takes your intelligence people at places like impacts that are already looking at some of these things to the 5 facilitators whose names Jamaica gave the U.S. Maybe they could be, some of the initial people that are designated. Now you need to enact legislation, but at the next heads of government meeting in CARICOM, I would raise this issue and try to get a regional initiative to designate and sanction the persons that are facilitating illicit firearms trafficking.
Because it's on both sides of the fence, pretty much, that people are at fault. There are facilitators in Jamaica, there are facilitators in the U.S. that have been facilitating this from the time they tried to overthrow Michael Manley till now. Right?
Right.
All right. Well, look, Bruce, just want to thank you for stopping by, sharing your thoughts with us. I'm hoping that members of the Jamaican government, that they were keenly listening to some of the advice you provided, particularly the one with the, assisting with the legislation and also the lawsuits. I'm hoping that they'll find the courage and the mettle to do so, because we just saw, I think it was this week or last week, where the Jamaican representative to the UN missed the vote. I don't know how that's possible when they were on the floor 5 minutes before. They were there and they voted for, they cast a vote for an amendment to a resolution, and less than 5 minutes later, the resolution came up for a vote, and they were missing. So, with those kind of people representing Jamaica, I don't know how much traction Jamaica will get in terms of trying to convince the United States government to do something about it, particularly since you know, as Isaac said, the U.S. government is more concerned about things coming in as opposed to things going out, because that's going to be difficult to do both, to prevent things coming out and also inspect things going out. It's a lot, because you're talking things coming from ports all the way from Houston, you know, all the way around up the East Coast to New York. So, but just want to thank you for stopping by, sharing your thoughts with us, and for sure we'll be in touch. We'll pick another topic the next time, and we'll give you plenty of notice.
Okay.
So
well, once again, it's been an honor and a privilege to share some of these ideas with you, and congratulations for a great program, and look forward to stopping in again.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Bruce. Right.
All right. We have two people here now. So here's what we want to do now. We're going to turn on the phones, and we're going to keep the program going for another 45 minutes. Now, I want to make an announcement. The people who left early, they missed it. But
Ratty, Mikey is supposed to be trying to log in, so I hope he is in. Look, check the.
Okay. We just, so you know, next week, don't hold me to this, but next week, close to the end of next week, we hope to file another lawsuit. And this lawsuit is going to be bigger than the previous one. This one is going to be about benefiting Jamaicans. Doesn't matter whether you live uptown, downtown, round town, JLP, PNP, doesn't matter. This one is for the Jamaican people. And we plan to do it next week. It may not happen. I'm going to try to get it done next week. And we're going to try and get some press so that, you know, you'll be able to see or read what's going on. We'll also put up the documents on the website so that you can actually go there and see what's going on. But I can tell you that this is going to be much bigger than anything. I think it's probably going to be much bigger than anything ever filed against the Jamaican government. And it's for the benefit of the people. So stay tuned to that. Somebody's asking, is there a part 2 to Juliet Holness Crooked Endeavors? Yeah, there'll be a part 2. There'll be a part 2 to a whole bunch of things that whole bunch of things that we're doing. There's Michael. Hold on 1 second. Yes, sir. Welcome. Did I catch you?
You sound like another challenging talk.
No, man. No. Welcome to Rattigan. Herb,
off your phone. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right.
Mikey, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell them about your illustrious career as Jamaica's top flight footballer with the Bundesliga in Germany, and your coaching the Olympic team.
And then the people in this chat room, they want to hear about the corruption. So
okay, which one you want to go to first?
No, start out.
I don't think my history is on fire or firing as the corruption that is going on in the football presently in the JFM.
All right, tell you what, Mikey. Do a quick an abbreviated background.
Okay, a quick thing, and then go to the fire. Okay. Came to America in 1973. Went to Andrew Jackson's high school. That's where I met Herb. As a high school student, wanted to recruit me into the armed forces, but I didn't. I went to college, and then met up with some German. One of the college coaches was from Germany, and so LIU University. So I went and played with them for a little while. Then I got a little contract in Germany, playing for Eintracht Frankfurt for the last probably about 8 or 9 years. Was transferred to other clubs, Olympiacos in Greece, and I came back and played for Eintracht Frankfurt. So finish up Eintracht Frankfurt in the 80s. Came back to my original club is in New York, Real Carib, Queens, New York. And I played ball for them for a while, and then you start family, and but them time much money was not run, like no, so I didn't make any millions. But anyway, I love football, and I keep playing football until I decide to stop and move to Florida in '92, where I do most of the top soccer tournaments in the U.S. I have teams from all over the United States plus the Caribbean that came and took part in it, and we kind of outgrow that as I get older. So I was asked to come on to Jamaica, JFF. Bruce Zagaris asked me to come join them. They wanted to make it to the Olympics for the first time, so he tracked me down and everything. So I said, okay. I said I'll help the country. Trying to be patriotic to my country. In the long run, I found out this thing patriotic, it doesn't work there in Jamaica. Anyway, I did what I had to do. We did a process for like 2 years, getting kids from all over the United States. We got kids from Canada, we got kids from England, and we even got kids from Japan. Was interested to come and train. So being that it took us 2 years, and in New York it get cold, so you can't really do any camps up in New York. So we went to California, we stayed in Florida. Anyway, we got the camps and everything. We had over 106 kids that took part in it, and we boiled it down to like 25 kids on the roster. So we had the top under 23 players in the United States as Jamaican. A lot of them move on now. They're playing for MLS clubs here in the US. Some went to Belgium, some went to England. So what happened is, when we got these teams together, we had an agreement with the JFF that we would do something, a game where we'd bring up under 23 guys from Jamaica and use under 23 guys in the US that we chose to play a selection game, so we could sit down in the stand, get the fans and everything, come to see what's developing, and also choose the best 23 players to represent the country. However, as we get closer to it, we noticed that JFF had to withdraw. The agreement was they was going to pay for their team in Jamaica to come here, lodging and everything. So by the time we find out everything, the date is getting closer to Olympic tryouts, Olympic qualifications and everything. Like 3 or 4 weeks before that, we was going to do the game. However, they kept telling us, all the date is right here. We can't choose anybody. So, there's computers and everything. So we just type in computer and to find out when everything is. So we tell them, say no. So anyway, they kind of back out on us with the airfare. But being that we are so patriotic to our country, we'd like to see our country on the map. So what we'll try to do is we find some investors to put up money for airfare, ground transportation, hotel, and food. And we was even going to rent a stadium, where we could offset some of the bills. Being that we get some money now, we'd pay back the investors who invested their money. Because a man invested money, even though he said no want nothing, you still give him something. And that's what we plan on doing. However, we never have a conversation with JFF that if we collect the money at the gate, we're going to give them any money. But as we look at it, whenever we can cover our bills, we'll also put some money into the JFF account for the federation, because we want to give back to our country. So everything fell apart, and they didn't use any of our kids. So I got a phone call. This was the year in 2019. I got a phone call from Bruce Zagaris, and he called Dalton Wind that he's going to scratch the program. And Dalton Wind called me, and I asked Dalton Wind why. And he didn't have a real reason why. And he just come to me and say, Mikey, let me be honest with you. The left hand don't know what the right hand wants, right? So I said, okay, leave it at that. So when the day of qualifications, I flew down and I watched the board games. Of course, you know, we didn't qualify. There was only 3 teams, and we draw the 2 games, and the other team win 1 and draw with Jamaica. So the other team went through. So Jamaica, the whole program scratch. So, you know, I went to Bruce and I said, Bruce, is this what you want? Bruce is the vice president of the JFF. So he started getting loud on the phone with me and everything. I said, yo, let me tell you something. Don't get loud with me because I'm not begging nothing. We'll go around and we'll accumulate over $25,000 spent on the program. We had nothing from JFF. Over 25,000. We bought airfare for the coaches to come up and see what we're doing. We bought food, we bought everything. And we pay for everything over a process of 2 years. Now, that money is like it just up in the wind. And then they kept sending me emails about what size is the stadium, how much people we expect, and stuff like those. Now, they didn't come to us and ask us how much is the airfare, how much is the hotel, how much is the food, or the food is going to go, and ground transportation. They asked us nothing about that. The only thing they asked us about is gate receipt. So when the gents called me now and shoot the program down, I called my girlfriend and I said to her, you know, so them shoot on the program. And she said, the first thing she said to me is, did you discuss giving them any money? And I said, no, because they didn't put any money in it. And we're doing it for the country. But if we had made, because we don't have any guarantee how much people would come to the games. So we can't tell a man, say, we're going to give you $5,000, $2,000, $1,000. It's whatever we make, we pay off the investors, pay our bills, pay off the investors, and what's left over, we put back in the kitty, and we'll give JFF X amount of dollars, which we cannot come out and say how much money we're going to give them. So she said to me, Mikey, that is the problem why they pull the plug, because they had no control over the money. I'm like, damn, why did they do that? We have something here that we could make. We can do this every year with under 17, under 15, and money will come from it and go back into the program. But they didn't see it that way. So when I call a friend of mine in Jamaica on the radio station, I explained to him what happened. And the first thing he said, Mikey, I can never promise them no money. I'm like, yo, these guys are very short-sighted. So anyway, I just sit down and I decide that, okay, in the last 5 years, I'm going to find out what these people really up to. All right. There was a deal going around, grassroots program deal, where I called Bruce about it. This before everything happened. So I spoke to Bruce about it. I said, listen, there's a grassroots deal out there where you guys can get a grassroots program, but the gentleman who's doing it, I'll hook him up with you guys, and you guys can talk to him and go from there. The value of the whole package was $5 million over 4 years. They did 3. When I started launching my investigation about it, they did 3 grassroots programs in Jamaica, and a gentleman from Trinidad came, signed off on it, and a gentleman named Virtua was running the program. So all of a sudden now everything disappeared. So I called around some of the president of the parishes and I asked him, what's going on with the grassroots? Him said, Mikey, only 3 grassroots them do, and after that we don't hear nothing about it. So I called Virtua, the gentleman who you're paying to do the program. I said, Virtua, what's going on with this? He said to me, Mikey, them tell me say another more money and that's it. And I said, how much camp did you do? Everybody came back and told me 3 camps. And I'm like, whoa. Now they're supposed to get $250,000 every quarter.
US
4 quarters
dollar,
in a year. US dollar.
Yeah.
Okay. So what they did was, all of a sudden, over 4 years, you hear not more about it. So I found out the person who helped them fill out the application, file for it, and get the grant, and the gentleman who supposed to come to the games and watch the grassroots program and sign off for it, so CONCACAF can send them the money. I have all those person name. So what I did was I called a gentleman who filled out the application. All of a sudden, he resigned from his position with FIFA. Because I told him I'm going to report him. The next gentleman who come to sign off on the checks, I called him also, and he works for CONCACAF, was working for CONCACAF. He resigned from CONCACAF and moved back to Trinidad. So it just go to show you how this thing has built up. Because really and truly, I have heard about it, but I never really been in it. And since I've been in it now, I say, you know what? This thing is getting very interesting. I want to know more. So what I do now, I'll go ahead and I start meet my enemy's enemy, all the stakeholders, and I take pieces here, and I put them together. So when I find out now, the election is coming. So I'm trying to get rid of these people that's in there now. And I spoke to a couple people, but it's like them so nervous, them don't want to put them at in the ring and all kind of things. So I said, damn, I have to find somebody.
Now, just
eventually,
Mikey, just to clarify, this is the election for the Jamaica Football Federation, President, Vice President, General Secretary, right?
Right.
So, okay.
So what happened is, so go ahead.
No, I said they would.
Yeah. So what happened is I start
people.
Yeah, it's election year. So them change the election by the constitution. First thing I did, I got the constitution. Read up on the constitution, and if you read the constitution, everything we them do inside there is a conflict of interest, or it leads down to corruption. The funniest thing. So what I did was I found out who was running against him, who had the nerve to run against him. So I found the gentleman and I started corresponding with him over a year now. And go on different podcasts and we speak and I but I have to interview myself first before I start talking about him. This one is Raymond Anderson. He's been in the organization over 30 years. And the first question I ask him is, you in an organization for 30 years, and you see all this are going on. How come you never step forward and think? Mr. Mikey, I always wanted to step forward, but I did not get the chance because every time they either keep me in the dark, because remember now, when Stuart Stevenson, the ambassador, was running, Raymond had back Stuart Stevenson. So he was against them from then. But Stewie, them undermined Stewie, and Stewie had lost the election. So here he is now putting his hat in the ring, and I can understand because I went to Chris Williams. Chris Williams couldn't do it, and that's is a matter of fact. That's another story in our story. But anyway, Chris Williams couldn't run, and Stuart Stevenson didn't want to go back in the race. So the only man that put his hat in the ring was Raymond Anderson. So I said, okay, worst come to worst, I have to back Raymond. So I start backing him and ask him some questions so I can feel comfortable and think. And and I ask other people. I ask other people about Raymond, and they tell me everything that I want to hear, and I say, okay, all right, I guess I have to deal with him because him say a lot of times they would go around him, not invite him to meetings, and then they will outvote him because he doesn't have enough votes. Because even the other day Wednesday they voted on something, and we call it each entity must file an application regarding the football to have a legit vote in the election. Come to find out, them people registered an entity years ago, and then throw them out. Right? I just sent a letter to Herb a while ago that I got from Raymond about Vin Blaine. Vin Blaine is what? Because Vin Blaine is registered his organization a long time ago with JFF, and them throw they throw Vin Blair thing out. So Vin Blair is asking them back and forth, what happened? I just spoke to Raymond a while ago, and he tell me that they had a meeting today, and two of the beach soccer, beach football, and coaching association and referee association, they came up with a letter and showed them a letter where they was accepted and everything was confirmed. And then Dennis Strong come Wednesday night gone and said them things are confirmed. So that's another issue again. I must say, Lord God, every time you turn around, it's not a dull moment. You're always doing something wrong. And Herb, I found out those two information that you asked me for. I'm not going to mention it, but later on I'll give you the information. And so coming back to this now, so I had called Raymond. I came up to do some business up here in Florida.
Mikey, 1 second, just so we can clarify for the people listening.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain organizations that have to be affiliated with the JFF to be eligible to vote, correct?
Yes, but you have to fill out the application first.
You have to fill out the application first. Did the JFF issue the constitution, the new constitution of the JFF in time? And did they issue any of the forms in time to any of these people?
What Dennis Strong is saying is the constitution came out earlier this year, around January, February. He's saying they have time to come and fill it out. But when I asked the persons who belong to the professional league, JPL and so forth, they say yes, they gave them, but they fill it out, but they didn't tell them exactly what to do. And they asked Dennis Strong, and what Dennis Strong do, he didn't get back to them in time for that meeting last Wednesday. So when he came now, he just said, oh, we'll never fill it out the right and proper way, and throw them out. Come to find out, today now, you have three of the organizations. You have three of the organizations came with a letter of confirming that the JFF has confirmed them that they didn't need to fill out anything. And they already filled out everything, and they're in good standings with the JFF. So I asked him, so wait, what are we going to do about this? He said, Mikey, we have to take them to court. We have to take them to court. So that's what they're going to find. So tomorrow now, I'm supposed to have Congress. I'm going to say, Bossy, we can't go to Congress, you know, and sit down and don't talk, you know. I say, even if you don't mind telling us that something is not right, you have to object, because these people are going to pull the wool over the head like how they did it Wednesday gone and lie to you. I say, first of all, you have to do your homework, because I met him yesterday for the first time. I picked him up at the airport, and we came in here about 7, 8 o'clock. We eat food and we sit down on the table and we talk for hours. I drill him and I talk for hours, and I'd call Herb, but Herb never answer him phone. So anyway, we say, okay, we get him another time. So when we drop him go to the airport, I said, those who fail to plan to fail. And I said to him, you have to get aggressive. And if you don't get aggressive, then we're going to walk over you. I say, you have this thing in your hand, and you can't afford to let them go around the table and steal the things from you. And I told him that, yes, and I told him that this morning, and I told him that last night before we go to bed. And I implemented it back to him again. And so him tell everybody first time I meet Mikey Barnes and I talk to my friend, you know, the vibes between me and him all right. So Herb gave me some questions, and I asked him a question. I got some of the answers. So I'll give that to Herb later on. And he said he has to go to court. But the thing is, he said to me, the audit that is there right now, because there's 3 FIFA agencies, FIFA auditors. That auditor came down there to he's there a year, and he's not leaving until February of next year. This audit, Dennis Strong, who's a gen said, gave him a hard time till them run him out of the office. He's supposed to work in a JFF office. Then run him out. And funniest thing, the office where the man work downstairs, here the people them the boss. They cut off the light. So when the man go in the office, the light not there. So the man asked him, so Raymond said, come in and say, yo, go talk to him and say, one thing light in your office. Him say, boy, I'm coming here, and no light now work, him turn the switch, turn the switch, turn the switch, then change bulb. So what happened was somebody sabotaged the office when in a so him can't see in the dark. This is what me I hear it last night, you know. I'm start laughing to myself till the man have to leave this, you know, and FIFA give him another office somewhere up in a Constant Spring when work out there, because he was having a hard time with them. Because this is what he was having a hard time with. The traveling arrangements, the 50,000 delegates and everything. So Mike Ricketts wouldn't sign it. So the last hurrah that they had to travel everybody was to Canada when the girls were playing in Canada. So everybody get them passport thing and them suit and everything, and then a whole delegation of them went to Canada. Anytime they travel to Canada, US, Europe, in all those places, the whole of the delegation of people come, and that's all he pays. And that's Michael Ricketts came on TV and said he has to pay back his delegates by giving them gifts, traveling gifts, so them can travel. And that's a no-no. So anyway, he came on TV and said it on TVJ. So that's a fact. So what happened is all these things now is adding up, and so Mike Ricketts signed for it. The next thing he put on Mike Ricketts' table, which is the JFF auditor, he told them to about conflict of interest. Well, we all know conflict of interest. If you are operating a football club in Jamaica, you cannot be a part of the JFF because of conflict of interest. Some people say, yeah, you can't do it because you have to wait till them commit a crime. So no. You don't have to commit a being there. This is the reason we don't put you there, is because we don't want you to have second thoughts. Because if something is coming along, certainly you're going to pass it off to your team. And it did happen. And I went on a show that my good friend Oral Tracy keep in Jamaica every morning, and they was talking about conflict of interest. And I came on the program and I told him, so he asked me, Mikey, I said to him, do you want me to give you an example or tell you something that Rudolph Speed is doing? He said, go ahead. So I said, all right. I said, you remember post-COVID, when COVID started, Jamaica has gotten the most money ever from FIFA. They usually get $1 million a year, US. This time they get $2.5 million that year in COVID. 500,000 supposed to go to the girls program that never started till way after COVID finished. And 1 million supposed to go towards the boys, between the boys program, and then the other million supposed to pay the parish president, the workers, and everybody. What happened was, since there wasn't any football and the players that wasn't playing, Speed had went to the JFF and asked them, no, he's the head of the technical committee, which is, that's why I say it's a conflict of interest. The head of the technical committee went to the president and said he needed help to pay his team. What he did, no, he took out $1 million Jamaican dollar and gave him to pay his club. So what happened was, being that he was on the inside, they thought that nobody would know. I found out, and I speak out about it. Then half of you heard about it, and them call JFF and say, yo, how come you give Speed money and not give we no money? And before I could say anything, World Tracy stopped the same time. And I said to him, that's what I'm talking about, is a conflict of interest. So him not say, boy, we don't want a lawsuit. I said, don't tell me somebody can't sue it. I said, anybody can sue anybody. But are they going to get any mileage out of it? No, because we have the proof. They did it. And I said, each time them keep doing something, and you guys in Jamaica just shutting them out, and the people ever run over everybody, and I mash up the country with football. And I don't like that. So I am going to always speak out. But the thing is, I speak about the facts. Everything that happened is a fact. So I'm waiting for them to write me a letter and say, oh, Mikey Barnes, we're going to sue you. I say, okay, bring it on. Make sure you have your facts, because I have my facts. So This is where we at. So spoke to Raymond. They're going into a meeting, Congress tomorrow. They're calling Congress tomorrow. Him say, him are going there with a fight and them have a plan, them have this. So I said, listen to me. If you guys don't straighten up down there, I will make sure I blow up the ship. And I'm not literally about blow up nothing. Because but I'm just talking about after sanction the JFF so FIFA can step in and shut the program down. Because if Raymond cannot angle it, we're in trouble. And remember now, his own the gentleman who is the auditor told him he has to come out and speak to the media and tell the media everything that's going on, and even about the money, because I'm kind of hush about the money. But Raymond knows about the money. And that's why I was trying to get Herb last night to kind of get to know him, soften him up a little bit, and make him get comfortable with you. So you can get him now and talk to him one away, and he'll tell you everything. Because that's how I have him.
Mikey, before you go any further, the Women's World Cup was played in Australia.
Yeah, all of our games was played in Australia.
Okay. Now they said that they would pay the girls $30,000 to make the first round, and another $30,000 if they went to the second round.
Right.
For a total of $60,000.
Right.
And that the overall money that the team would get is 1.8 million. FIFA.
Right. FIFA would give JFF 1.8 million to share up with the coaching staff, the girls, and JFF itself. JFF would get 60% of that money. The coaches will get 15%, and the players get 20% to share with that money. However, FIFA send them the money, but FIFA send them US dollars, 1.5 million. But JFF said reporting and said they only get 1.2. So $600,000 missing. All right, we know where the first $300,000 went to. It went to FIFA, because FIFA held back some of the money because FIFA gave them an advance, and so FIFA want back their money. So they took the first $300,000. The second $300,000 is supposed to be 1.5. The second money was another $300,000. So JFF came out and told everybody, oh, we only receive 1.2. And everybody said, well, you're supposed to get 1.5. So what they did was they paid the girl X amount of percentage from the 1.2, but the contract states you're supposed to pay us from the 1.8. And this been going on for a while now. So a person said to call him on a radio program and said, if you have agreement with me for 1.8 and you owe somebody some money, I don't business about the money where you owe them. I want you have to pay me equivalent to 1.8, not 1.2. So that's what JFF did, and hold on some of the money. And then now we're trying to find out from FIFA how much money did they send JFF for the girls, because it's supposed to send $60,000 times 23, because 23 girls. JFF only gave the girls them 33,000 and hold on 27,000. And then they told them, oh, the 27,000 is to pay taxes. Now JFF is not authorized to pay taxes for nobody. So all of a sudden now, you're owing money. You're owing money back to pay taxes. So we're trying to find out from FIFA how much money did they, because if FIFA sent them the 60,000, that means that JFF took the 27,000 for themselves, because they're not authorized to pay taxes. They're not a tax killer. They're not a tax collector. You see what I'm saying? And what's happening also, they're putting money in the girls' account, right? And they're not giving them a a breakdown of what the money is for. You know, like you work, so you do a work for somebody. On the bottom of the check it says statement or a receipt or a stub. They don't give them anything like that. So people are saying, "Oh, don't get money, don't get money." No, you have to. FIFA wants you to give a breakdown of where the money is for, and they don't do that. So what them do now, them I behind this or now. I say, well, we gave them money. Let's shut them out now. Some girls them say, no, the money that we calculate that money that we supposed to get, we didn't get it. So what I heard the girls now, they're hooking up with a lawyer. The same lawyer where in Spain that does the case for the girls in Spain.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be hooking up with them. I'm not sure. That's what I heard. And then go take it to them from there. Because when I text the coach and ask the coach, did you girls, did everybody get all their money? Him text me and I gave him the date. I said November 1st. One time, him said no. I text him back again, November 3rd. Did you guys get all the money? Him text me back, no. He said, Mikey, we have not got the rest of our money as yet. So that is causing a problem.
Yeah.
So I think the best way to attack them is through their pockets. And the thing is, what I found out, they don't like the foreign media to meddle or to talk about their business in outside of Jamaica. They want the 9 days spell where the Jamaican people talk about for 9 days and then they forget it. Because remember now, FIFA doesn't listen to those local media.
Yeah.
They listen to the foreign media. And somehow I detect Jamaica don't like when them things come out in the ESPN, Fox Sport and all those other news stations and CNN and all these things. They get quite jumpy and FIFA have attention of listening. I don't know what America do to have up with FIFA. But somehow when America speaks, FIFA listen. And in order to save the football in Jamaica, I think that's the way we have to go. Because if we sit down, they will mash up everything.
Michael.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the chat here, and a lot of people outraged at the things you've said. And
okay,
some of them have said that what we should be doing, we should probably have somebody from the JFF to come on and address the issues that you've raised. Because they said,
okay,
you know, they're hearing from you, but they're hearing one side of the story, and we haven't seen any document.
okay.
But then there's another group. They're saying that somehow you have a motive for doing this. Some ulterior motive for doing this. I don't know what they mean by that. If they're saying that somehow you were spurned by the JFF for some reason, you know, maybe you applied for a position or maybe you wanted to.
No, I've never applied for a position. Never.
I'm just saying, for example, what is your reason then? What is your
reason is my reason is they have been doing this for the kids, the people and the kids in Jamaica for a very long time, and it has to stop. That's my reason. I had my kids, listen to me. When I got the confirmation from Dalton Wint, I jump on a plane. I couldn't tell the kids them in a person. So what I do, I gather everybody. We played a game and we sat down and I said, no, these are kids in high school. No, one kid from high school, the rest of them are in colleges, second year of college, because you know them young. And I gave them, I didn't want to tell them on the phone the news. So what I did was I flew up and I get everybody in our circle and we talk. And I said, listen, guys, I have some bad news. I said, what, coach? I'm going to tell them, shut down the program. The kids, them literally cry in front of me. Cry. Them said, coach, you know what we'll go through for this? I better them play the game and give us a chance and just tell us that we're not good enough. They don't have we on these big hopes and tell me this and tell me that. And I went when I went down to Arnett Garden and watched a game, you know. There was a game supposed to take a team to Japan, right? The Olympic team to Japan. And I said to them, why don't you use, through the Japan coal, our kids are used to the coal. I said, why don't you use I was still fighting, trying to get my kids to go to Japan and play because they're used to the coal. They tell me no. They use the kids them from Jamaica, the youth them get about 11 of because they're not used to the coal. And I said, look how they cut off the nose to spite in the face. I said, that's all right. I said, listen, all the kids that would want to represent Jamaica, who live in America, and the ones who is also in Jamaica that's getting a hard fight, because there's a lot of kids in Jamaica is getting a fight to come and play for represent them country because of their background. You know, they will say, well, we don't want these kids. Them have too much. You have some kids where they are privileged. You have some kids because they are educated, so forth like that. Because what happens is a lot of the educated kids will talk back, and they don't like that when you conversate with them and talk back, and then find out say you have a little sense. Then some of the kids, I'm not stepping on anybody, you know. Then some of the kids them would just say, okay, I'm glad for this, I'm glad for that. And that's what used to happen with our men's team. The man who have a contract somewhere else abroad would try to tell the JFS, no, you have to give the youth them who come from Jamaica more money so them can help themselves, because some of them are baby mother and all kind of thing. And then turn it down and them shoot down. And remember I don't remember if you remember the patty shop incident. That was part of it. That is part of it. So if we can either get somebody who's competent, who can show and run the organization the right and proper way, and stop running it undermine. Because right now, you know, they don't do nothing visually. FIFA told them everybody must have a bank account and stop paying them cash money. All of those things. And they say you're supposed to get $100, they give $60. You can't complain because you don't know how much you're supposed to get. Everything's supposed to be on your website. Just if you go on the US website, it tells you everything. Jamaica have none of that. And when you ask about the website and everything, oh, we so put it up. And this has been 6 years. So, boss,
Michael,
it have to come to a stop, boss.
Hold on a second. And I know you get emotional about it, and I can feel your passion and everything like that. But let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Know that you've been watching this for a while, right? You've been watching.
Yes,
this.
sir. 5 hours before 2019, before the pandemic.
Right.
Before the pandemic.
And you were probably hoping each time that you saw it that would be the last time it happened, and going forward things would change. But
yes, sir.
Lepers not change them spots. I mean, if them are thief, them are thief. Some of those continue stealing.
I not call about a thief, you know. I just said mismanagement of whatever they're doing.
Well, here's the thing: if the money was provided to be disbursed for a particular event or to a particular person, and it didn't get to that person, it ended up somewhere else, and you still have the same people in charge, I think that's stealing. I think we can make a reasonable case about it.
All right.
That's your question now. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
With the girls thing now, with the money, I don't know much about the tax thing, but that sounds like high taxes to me. If you're going to get
no, 45%, Australia's supposed to charge, and that's what they said. But FIFA came out and made a statement that we're not going to collect any taxes from the girls' money. Assure everybody. And before JFF supposed to fill out the paperwork, they sent it to them twice, and they did not fill it out.
Okay.
Oh, and then after, when they found out now that they didn't fill it out, FIFA still came and said, we're going to get a tax wrote to Australia and say, still don't take out any tax out of the money because we want the girl them to get the money. That's why this is the first time I ever did that.
All right.
And the money is still missing. So
All right.
we are laboring. Okay, go ahead.
Meko say there is Meko say okay, there is no stealing, but there's mismanagement and there's
mismanagement of money.
All right, Meko go by that. This mismanagement has been going on for 5 years, right?
Right. Since I've been involved with them.
Right. And the money is supposed to be going in one direction, but we know that it's not going in that direction. We don't know where it's going, right? Let's put it that way then, right? We're not calling about no thief. We just know that the money is supposed to go right, and then we don't see the money coming over here, and the money was earmarked to come right, but we don't know where it's going. If it's going straight, going left. You've watched this over a 5-year period. The question now, and somebody mentioned it in the chat. They said, look, now that you're a witness, you've been a witness to all of this. What's your next move?
Right. My next move, that's why I spoke to Raymond Anderson about it. We had a chat. Right now, I'm in the kitchen. We had a chat right here till about 12 o'clock. And we was to get up back by 3 o'clock to go back at the airport. And we had a chat. And he said some things to me. I don't want to mention it right now. But I'm going to give him some time. I'm going to give him some time for him, because he's the man on the inside. And what he told me. And I am going to hold him accountable for coming out and say, because when he started coming out and say, there's a reason why the FIFA auditor said to him, you need to take these things to the media. He tell him that, you know. Just tell the media what's going on inside the organization, how the money is being spent, and how the money is being shared up. So I'm going to sit down and wait for him after Congress tomorrow. Come said tomorrow they're supposed to have a press release after the Congress tomorrow, and then he's going to start targeting the media. So I told him, okay, I am going to sit back and watch you and listen to you to see what you're going to say. And every time you don't say what you're supposed to say, I'm going to pinch you. I'm going to pinch him and say, listen, I'm listening to you. And if him don't go down that line, then I have to go I have to come to another conclusion. Because this has to stop.
Mikey, have you ever thought about filing an ATI just to the JFF to ask for the accounting to say, okay, let's show me how?
No, I never did. I never did.
All right. That
I never did.
We can work on, because they'll have to respond when you ask them for, because it's nothing confidential about FIFA money coming into Jamaica and somebody asking for an accounting of how the funds have been disbursed. There's nothing wrong with that. But of course, you have the legal route. You can always bring a lawsuit as well. But I would say use the ATI for now. Continue to work with your sources, named and unnamed, and make sure that you keep your notes. And at some point in time, you may end up having to go to court if these people continue to do it. Because 5 years is a lot. Can you imagine how much money could have been spent on the program that went elsewhere? That went up this point.
Well, the interesting thing is this, Will. Captain Burrell, who ran the program before, was able to take the money. See, this is the same crew that was on the Burrell, right?
Right.
Even
that gentleman was on the Burrell too.
Raymond Anderson, right?
Yes, he was, and I asked him about it.
And Ricketts and all. This man had Captain's Bakery in Jamaica, in Turks and Caicos Islands, and in Cayman Islands. Could be in Miami too. I'm not sure. But this man
I didn't hear about that.
A whole chain of bakeries, and this is a guy I knew who came to Kingston at age 15, ended up getting a scholarship to go to Sanders, joined the JDF, and in the JDF it was because Bruce Barkley had to go off to Staff College in England, why he let the captain take over the football team at JDF. And that's what started his ascent all the way up to the JFF level. So, and everything Mikey is saying is stuff I've been track and tracing and following all this time. So these people are corrupt to the core, right? The only reason the JDF captain Burrell did not go to jail is because the FBI International, they flipped him and he turned evidence on Jack Warner, the guy in charge of the Trinidad program. That's the only reason why JFF is still around, because they should have taken down JFF as well. The guy Webb, who's the head of Caribbean Football Union and close to Captain Burrell at the time, he flipped on him too. And Webb went to jail. The head of USSF here in the United States went to jail for 5 years. You know, so everybody got punished except Jamaica, and Jamaica is still doing the same crap they were doing before the FBI moved in on FIFA and started arresting people for corruption. So Jamaica needs a reckoning, right? Need a come to Jesus moment. That's what they need.
But also, you know, if anyone in like if Raymond decides, say, he wants to go to what do you call it, FID?
FID, yeah.
FID is a government, Jamaica government. FID is a government. It's like FBI. It's a government agency, Jamaica government agency, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, FIFA would automatically come down and
lockdown,
because FIFA does not deal with the government, right? That's why Babsy and them can't step in. But Babsy did step in one time, you know, and they kept it quiet.
Because of the Vin.
And I mentioned the Vin Blaine story. And I did mention it. But everybody's like, them free to mention it. I said, no. They did have that meeting, and JFF supposed to be sanctioned for that. And nobody reported it. Because the minister is a government, she's a government person, and she's not supposed to intervene with operations of JFF. And she did. And I mean, the people have known.
No, just stop right. I said, the phone line is open, and we take questions on all of the topics that we've discussed today.
Yeah, man.
Whether it's gun running to Jamaica, whether it's the Prime Minister's wife's foray flat, anything that we talked about today, whether it's
okay,
or the things that Mr. Distant talk about, the consensus monitoring on crime, or the things that Mr. Howard Mitchell spoke about. The phone line is open, and of course Mikey is here if you want to talk about FFF. So if I don't get any in a short period of time, I'm going to turn it off, and then we just finish up the program. So this is your moment. If you want to talk to us, ask questions, make a statement, we're open for business.
How many people we have watching still?
1217.
Good.
Wow. Yes, any questions they want to ask me, can go ahead and ask me.
Come on, people. We have 1,216 people out there. So
I've never seen our people this quiet. All 1,200 of them. 1,200.
Well, maybe them can't believe what them hear.
Them in shock.
Because what happened, you know, a lot of people in Jamaica don't know this going on. One man called in the radio station and said, I wonder if Mikey Barnes is still in the office. He must sit amongst them. No. And when I first met Raymond Anderson, he said to me, for a man like you who never been to a JFF office meeting or none of the meetings that we have, you know, 80% of the things what that happened in JFF.
All right.
And I laughed.
Hold on, Mikey. Where am I calling you? Caller, where are you calling from?
I call from Jamaica, boy.
I can't hear you. Hello?
Jamaica.
Jamaica. All right. Go ahead. You have a question or a statement?
I don't know if it's a statement. Well, it's probably not a statement. A question, really.
Go ahead.
All right. So I want to go back to Brother Lloyd. I think his name is
Lloyd Distant, yeah.
Distant, right? I heard you mention some things in his utterance about crime is what he call it, informal commercial community, that kind of a thing, which I grossly opposed to that statement, because my take on that is, where does poor people get money to buy a gun?
Okay.
Crime is not a poor people endeavor, rich people something.
Okay.
So I don't know why they always try to jump put crime on poor people when poor people can't afford crime.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Distant has promised to come back within the next few weeks because he's waiting on some statistics to come in. And at that point, we're going to open the phone lines because we're going to have a more expansive review with him. And I'd love for you to call back at that time, and then you can raise this point with him.
All right.
All right.
But the caller Ratty has a point, because them weapons were run from $1,000 to $3,000 US, and them boys are barefoot. Them can't afford them weapon system.
That's true. So that's why I want to pose the question to Mr. Distant. For everyone, the phone number is running at the bottom of the screen on the ticker.
All right.
Thank you so much, caller.
Take care. We'll chat later.
Take care of yourself, sir. All right.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, the phone number is at the bottom of the screen, 667-369-8569. And don't forget, tune in tonight to Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio from midnight. I was going to say until 2, but I think they changed it. They're going to move it back 1 hour. So it's a 2-hour program, but I think it will register from 12 till 1, but it's actually 12 till 2. Don't worry about the ending time. Just tune in at midnight. We'll be on at midnight. Yes, caller. Thanks for calling. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Atlanta.
Atlanta, yes. ATL in the house. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Michael. This is Trevor Smith from, Tower Isle Road backup.
Tower Party. So bone.
When you were running the about the program, at that time we were doing the Caribbean Cup soccer in New York with Connie and the other guys, and we were.
Yes, and you sponsored us.
Yes, yeah. I was bringing up the Jamaica team. Airfare, everything. I didn't even know that there was any relationship with that could have helped us at that time to enable them to have a better lifestyle when they're coming up. It was all of that available at that time for that type of involvement that we're doing as a community, as a business in New York.
Repeat that little part again. If it was a business in New York?
No, what I'm saying, as a business, we were sponsoring the full Jamaican team, bringing them up for the
Right. We had asked you for some sponsors to feed the kids.
Yes, and I did not know the level of at that time of what you were doing. And,
okay.
And I'm just amazed, to be quite honest, at this disclosure.
Okay.
I mean,
the reason probably you never know it as big as what, because we was doing it the country, our country that we love so much, and I had spoken to you, and you have assisted me, and I had asked you for help feeding the kids, because it was a 2-day camp, and you came through, and we picked up what we needed to pick up from the from your office or your bakery that you had in Brooklyn, And thank you very much for helping us. But the agreement with JFF was they supposed to pay for the kids them to come. Because what I found out was they were getting money from the Olympic Association. They was getting money from the Olympics Association. So it's after everything had finished, and I went to the game in Arnett when they played, and I was talking to the gentleman who was a VP for the JOA, and he said to me, boy, Mikey, my money burn up. And I said, what do you mean your money burn up? He said, we gave them, what did we give them? I'm not sure, but they gave them money, a couple millions, to pay the coaches and to affiliate everything for the team. And when I start telling him about it, he said, wait, it's you, because the funniest thing, I knew the kid. I knew the gentleman who signed the checks. And when I started telling him, I said, ask your uncle, because your uncle was there, and your uncle also sponsored like breakfast food, like porridge and banana and orange and all those things for the youth. So what I did, I went and I got individual people, because remember now, I live in Florida. I don't base in New York. We was doing a camp in New York. So I don't know the companies that is there. So what I did was I even called Herb. Herb came up and we went to individuals, and everybody played their part and played their part well. Is when they come up to the big game now, when we're supposed to showcase everybody and make a strong team, they disappeared on us. And then we get to find out that they got money for that. So like when you bring it up now, I remember they got money for it from the JOA. So it just goes to show you. But we didn't know that I didn't know any big businesses in New York to really go to, because I spoke to a couple of them and they turned me down. So in order to go to the big business, I just said, let's deal with the small people. And the small people came through. And that's it.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello. Caller.
Yes.
Caller gone. Okay. Yes, people calling. One of my favorite supporters just said that it looked like we take on our whole heap of issues now, because not only we take on issues with just government, like the ministries, but we are taking on issues now with agencies, like our federation, football federations, and other organizations that normally we wouldn't even associate with the government. So that's a good thing, though.
But
So
remind him though, Ratty, there's a one central theme running through all of them.
Yes, corruption.
The theme is corruption. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember, JFF is the largest sporting body other than track and field that everybody looks up to. And I think it's a norm. And it's not the norm.
Right.
And that is the problem.
Let me just respond to my good friend Maria put in the chat here. To be honest with you, I don't know the sample that Mr. Distant used. And I won't pretend to know. The only thing I can tell you is that everybody that I talk to in Jamaica, from uptown, from the most exclusive neighborhood to down in the heart of the ghetto, everybody have the same complaint, that they're worried about crime. So, and when they were doing that, they said they're doing a study and they're saying they're finding out that people in their communities, they said they feel safe. People don't just live in their community. People go out and come in. And so the question I would want to ask is, how do you feel in Jamaica? Not how you feel in your neighborhood or on your street. Because crime is not only being committed in one neighborhood or on one street. It's committed all over the country. So that's a question I would ask. How do you feel about crime in Jamaica. I guess you could ask, how do you feel about crime on your street? But to me, that's not telling. What's telling is how people feel about crime in Jamaica. Because remember, the JCF is not a force that will come and police just one street. They're there to police the entire Jamaica. So when you ask about their effectiveness, you don't ask about their effectiveness, on Penwood Road. You ask about their effectiveness across the island. So, but Mr. Distant is gonna come back and he's gonna provide us with some answers, as he said, to some of the questions that he said he didn't have answers for, or he couldn't answer. So we'll wait for him to come back. We won't make any further statement regarding his answers until when he comes back and he provides us with more information regarding the state of the organization and crime in Jamaica.
One of the things that them people need to look at, the same time the football team was having problems, so was the Sunshine Girls in netball was having problems getting paid, right? So, and each incident involved Babs Grange, who claimed that she gave millions of dollars to the JFF for the girls and to the Netball Association for those girls. So the question is, how much money did she give and what did they use the money for? You have any idea, Mikey?
Hold on, before you answer that, Mikey, hold on a second. Caller.
Yes, sir.
Business Rattigan. Where are you calling from, sir?
Yeah, man. I see a Waterhouse, man.
Waterhouse, man. All right, my brother. Go ahead. Yeah. Talk to it. What's up in your mind?
Hey, man. Yeah. I just make you know that Jamaica not safe, man. It's not safe, my brother. Because even the law enforcers, them are supposed to look up to safety. It's not safe around them. It's like the regular people, they may even feel more safe around them more than some of them police. Yeah.
So
criminality.
So what you're saying? You're saying that we shouldn't take Mr. Distant at his word then?
Yeah, man.
Yes, we should.
Come again, say that again.
Yeah, no, Mr. Distant Mr. Distant exposed an opinion that he was saying that that they were doing some studies and the idea that people don't feel safe in Jamaica, it's not quite true. Because people are saying that they feel safe in their community. It's just when they go out that they don't feel safe. But
you're not safe about them.
You don't feel safe.
It's not safe out here. It's in my community where I live.
Yeah.
I literally can't sleep. I can't sleep with my door open. I'm living in a gated community.
Right.
I just see beyond the wall, trust me, Jamaica not nice.
So you feel safe only in that, only behind the gate then? You feel safe only behind the gate then? But if you step outside,
once we come in my community, we can walk because we have a good neighborhood system where we build inside it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, once you got through the gate, it's a no. Anything can happen at any given time.
Okay, so it's not. So it's not your neighborhood, then it's just your little. It's not in the whole neighborhood. It's just that gated community inside the neighborhood that you feel safe.
Right. Once they go through the gate, trust me, anything possible. Because the gated community, it have a security, so anybody cannot just come in like that. You have to give authorization if somebody come to you. You understand? So
right.
The sense of security is there.
Right.
But once you cut through that gate and there on the road, anything possible, anything can happen. You don't even see it around the police then. Trust me. Because the stream of Jamaica is so corrupt. It is so corrupt from the heads of government. Come right down. Trust me, Rattigan, I want to vote, and me tell you I'm afraid for vote. Because I never know if whosoever come in now, if them that's, I just want all of them myself. And a lot of people is like this right now. Is a given right to vote. But at the end of the day, you want them to all of them are give. Because Andrew Wallace was the same thing him come and tell people. And look what I do now. You understand?
Mm-hmm. But
the whole system of government corrupt.
Did you listen to Howard Mitchell's discussion with us earlier?
You know me that listen, but we never catch it from beginning. So I don't know if we get everything.
No.
Now if we go look back over upon the when the life finish.
Right.
I'm gonna get it from start to finish. So
Right.
we get a little sketch of it still, but I'm gonna get him from start to finish.
Yeah, he was talking about the same thing you just spoke about, the fact that, you know, opposition and government. He was saying that they need to do a better job, you know, in terms of particularly the government, because they have the purse strings. You know what I mean? He's saying that they need to do a better job in terms of providing the basic necessities for people, and also a program whereby people can just look beyond color, you know, green or orange. People can just look beyond that, because he said that basically we're become tribalized.
Yeah. Right. This is the thing you want, Jamaica. The thing is this, Rattigan. You want people to stand up as Jamaican. Whether they vote for JLP or PNP, you understand?
Yes.
Where you vote for this, when you are the wrong, point it out and tell the people them say them are the wrong. Me have my child, me love my child dearly. If my child go there and do something wrong, you feel like say me I go defend him? Me I go make him know say you're the wrong brother. You understand what I say? And this is what some of the Jamaican them is not doing. Them are take side and do the person wrong. And that is wrong. You have to make the people them know when they're wrong, man. They're wrong, brother.
All right.
And right now, the government, the present government right now, they are doing a lot of rubbish. A lot of them need to go to jail. I know the things here, Rattigan. I'm not all of the program, but that's my few pieces.
No, but don't go anywhere yet, because I'm really interested in the conversation that we're having. Answer this question for all of us. What would it take for you? Because you said you're disillusioned with the idea of voting because you don't trust the government and you have problems with the opposition. What would it take for you to be convinced that you should vote? Doesn't matter who you're going to vote for, but what?
The thing for me that look to UIC, but the thing is this: UIC don't have the push there for going a government, because we love some of the ideas for the UIC, but somewhere the UIC fall off for me. I don't know. It's like for some reason, I don't know. Because people just come and go. I don't really understand it.
But here's the thing, Bertrand.
So it's like.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you don't vote, do you think you have any reason then to criticize the government if you don't vote?
Well, that is the thing, and there's some of there. That's why I really listen to Mark Gole to see where I'm really. The thing is this, you know. I'm more for vote, I never vote before. You understand? So the thing is this, I'm mostly there to the side of the UIC are Mark Gole.
Right.
But what happened by me voting UIC is like it's not gonna make a big difference right now. So it's like I'm not gonna vote, because anything better than this in government right now. Yeah, we're gonna vote.
Well, all I can tell you is that I think I know. I would suggest you vote. I would suggest you vote. Just vote. Don't stay home. Vote. Because if you don't vote, it's kind of difficult for you to come and then criticize the government and say, any government, the one that or criticize the government, the party that wins the election. It's hard for you to come and criticize the government and say, well, them this and them that when you didn't vote, because you have to take a stand for something,
Yeah.
Take a stand for something. So you have to go exercise that. You have to go exercise that, because remember, people died so that you could have the right to do this, People. So don't feel to exercise it, brethren. I know you say you have never voted, but
all right. Look here, Rattigan. Let me say something before you leave. You see, the thing is this. Me have this saying. You see the illicit when the what you call it? The terms where you say, for instance, you thief the carrier there. Me know for a fact say you thief the carrier there. Because you have split me buy it. So me come like me, I help you to carry out your duty.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the concept I'm having in my head. It's like so me feel a way by me giving you a job. And then in return, you are going to come rob the people. So that is the thing. I understand what you say. It's my right to vote, It's my right. I want to vote as well. But I don't want to be the part of a person where I vote for a criminal entity. You understand?
So so you think
put them in a power.
So you think this government is a criminal entity? The present government?
The present government is a criminal entity.
So why would you vote for a criminal entity? You just said you can't vote for a criminal entity.
Is a blind man is a blind man wouldn't see that right now.
Okay.
Trust me.
And you say you're not voting for the criminal entity.
Information that you get. So much people can't lie. Right. The thing is this: we watch your program and me know you're not give out no bad information. Me see the information then from you. Me see it from whole heap of different people, and then I make it look like so much people are tell lie.
Right.
Come on.
Right. All right. Let me grab this call, but thanks for the call here, sir.
Yeah, man.
All right. Take care of yourself.
Respect our man.
Yeah, man. All the time.
Love.
Yeah, man. Bless up. Yes, caller. Good. What's it? Night. Where are you calling from?
Good night. Jamaica.
Yes, sir. Welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I heard your guest, Mr. Barnes, talking about the Federation.
Yes.
And the girls and their portion of monies that that caused some controversy. And I guess this is for the same reason why the girls protested. And the senior girls is as though they are out of the Football Federation setup. That's one thing. So there's a thing that concerns me. I don't know if Mr. Barnes has any inside information to what the real reason is. And also the court has carried the girls at the highest heights for Jamaica. They just dispense with him. I mean, I can't see no rhyme or reasons for these things to be happening. I don't know if Mr. Barnes have any information because the media in Jamaica, they're not really saying anything.
All right. Well, you have a question for Mr. Barnes?
Yeah.
What on the mic?
If he has any knowledge, about the real reason, what's the situation with the senior girls vis-a-vis the JFF and the real reason why the coach was carried them so far. They have not taken him back. To me, it just seemed as though that is one-upmanship or ego. Okay. And it's not good. I don't think they are thinking about Jamaica.
All right.
It's about more themselves.
All right. Let me have Mikey answer the question. Thanks for the call.
All right. What happened to say is ego and not looking at the big picture. Because you see the people who got rid of that coach, if you ask them to do the job themselves, them couldn't do it. And that coach was fired before the World Cup started, but they couldn't find any replacement. So they had to let him go to the World Cup. And when he went to the World Cup, remember now I said he was supposed to be fired before the World Cup. But when he went to the World Cup, he did so exceptionally well. Because remember, before he went, there was a controversial thing about, if you remember, the girls them on the bus. It was looping long before that because there are things that the coach was asking for from the JFF, and they wouldn't give it to them. They didn't give it to them. So after a while, people get frustrated. And what the JFF said, they don't want anybody to speak out of term where if something happened, they're not supposed to go to the media or anything like that. But if I am asked if I am asking you for something that I know that the girls them need, equipment and support and other things, and remember now, they haven't been paying the girls at all. So the girls was working without getting their stipends. They might get something here, something there, but the talk of it was they wasn't getting their full money on time. So eventually, people are going to get frustrated. No, they said the reason why they never renew his contract was because he talks out of term. But the thing is, they came up with a lot of things where them start build a case against him, right? And he knew that. So when the bus incident happened, that was just a little way of saying that let's get rid of him now, because he didn't tell Miss Elaine Walker Brown to get off the bus. He told, and he didn't want to do it in front of everybody. So what he did, he pulled her to the side. He went back inside the hotel, because at the bus entrance there was a lot of cameras and people, reporters and stuff. So he didn't want any scene in front of the bus, because the girl says if she comes on the bus, you're going to walk off the bus. They didn't say she cannot. She's not supposed to come on the bus. They say if she comes on the bus, we're going to come off.
Okay.
Now, the thing was, there was a Zoom meeting held the day before, and Miss Walker had her microphone open, and she was bashing Sidela, because no, Miss Walker is supposed to be the head of the girls' committee, but somehow, like the gentleman said, ego played a part. Now we know what Sidela brings to the table. She brings finance to the table. So if you're bringing finance to the table, I would say I must have something to say about something that's happening, because I'm giving money towards this program, and I guess Miss Elaine never liked what the girls was leaning towards Sidela. So what happened was the Sidela became like a mother figure to the girls. They didn't like that. I remember now, these girls are professionals. These girls have their contract all over the place. Most of them, I think about 5 of them, was born in Jamaica, but majority of them came from abroad. Remember now, they're professionals. So when they hear on the Zoom meeting that Miss Walker left open, and then hear her voice, because she was the only woman on the podcast, on the Zoom meeting at the time, and she left it open, they heard everything what she said. And that's where the girls then choose a side now, so they don't really want to be with her. So being Lon hearing that now, Lon pull her aside and say, Miss Elaine, the girls on the bus say they don't want to ride on the bus with you. Now, Babsy had sent another lady from the government. They didn't have a problem with that lady riding on the bus, but they had a problem with Elaine. And she jumped up and started making a lot of noise saying that
Hold on.
Lon disrespect her. But Lon didn't respect her. Lon just tell her what was happening, and she didn't like it, and that's where it started from.
All right, Mikey, hold on a second there. We have a caller from where you calling from? Fort Lauderdale? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can you speak up a little bit louder?
Calling from the Cayman Islands.
You're calling from the Cayman Islands. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm hearing you, man.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm calling from the Cayman Islands. Yeah. A question. I wanted to find out if not having my Cayman, my Jamaican voters ID, how could I still go in and vote? Yeah, there was some information that I was getting from the Jamaica Act, but I didn't really get a chance to take all the information that he was given in regard to not having a voter's ID. How would you be able to vote?
I think there's a honorary council in where you are. Just check to see if there is such a person, because then they'll be able to provide you with all of that information. Or you can always call back to Jamaica. You can talk to someone at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and they should be able to help you, seeing that you're overseas, and they'll help you navigate through the system, figure out where you need to go and what you need to do.
But Ratty,
Mm-hmm.
if they don't have the voter ID, they will still be allowed to vote once the name can be found on the voters list and their identity can be confirmed, right?
But you can't vote from overseas, though.
No.
Okay. No. He says he knows. He'd have to go back home to vote. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Got you.
I is a situation who really want to, go back and live my life comfortable there, but something going on right now.
Well,
it's
really
steep.
Right, and I urge everybody who has enumerated and is eligible to vote, I urge everybody to go and vote, because that's your constitutional right. That's almost like a God-given right. People died for you to have that right, and so you cannot sit back and not vote, because if you don't vote, then you don't have a voice, and you shouldn't have a voice. You shouldn't have a voice. You can't decide not to participate in the process and then complain about the process and what's happening, what it's doing to you. Complain about the system and what it's doing to you, unless you cast a vote. So I'm heartened. I'm happy that you're asking about you're asking these voting questions, because it suggests to me that you want to participate. And like you said, you really want to go back home. So kudos to you, sir. Big up yourself.
Yeah. And on the other hand, I really love.
Yes. Hello?
On the other hand, I would love to have a number. I'm not sure if this number, if I could get onto you at a time or probably after the program.
No, you can call me on this number. You can call me on this number after.
All right.
All right.
To have a half-year talk with
All
you.
right. No problem. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, man.
All right. We have about 17 minutes left. So let me scan through this. So, Mikey, are this pure corruption are going on in the thing, Mikey?
Yeah, as we see. Because remember now, them even ask me, they send a friend of mine, who talks to me, who's in the federation, for me to come in on certain committees, with them, As like the gentleman asked about if me get job and get turned down. No, sir. I don't want any job there. And I would not do anything with this administration. If another administration come in and I look at them them can they're going to do what they're supposed to do. I don't mind helping my country and get kids top of the line kids for my country to make it to a World Cup or whatever. So I was offered twice. I was offered position and I turned it down. And I called Herb and I told him. And he's a gentleman who called me. I told him I am not interested. And why would you ask me? Because you know that me and these people do not get along. So they have asked me before and I turned them down.
Are you eligible to vote, Mikey?
In Jamaica, boy, vote in America.
You're not eligible to vote in Jamaica?
No. I left Jamaica when I was 13.
Okay. We may have to get you enumerated if you get a place down there and you change your residence. Then we have to get vote,
Well, say that kind of in the plan, but say no matter what happened, we still love America. A lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
I love my country, but I don't like how my country, the people in the country is the one that's making the country look bad. Not the country, the country hasn't done anything. It's the people in the country.
Okay. We have 15 minutes, people, and then we're going to close shop. We're closing early tonight.
Yeah, I guess no one asks me a question about the Federation anymore.
Sure. But
somebody said, Ratty, I forget in touch with PNP because JLP know that if you're overseas, you're for PNP.
say the funniest thing, a good friend of mine, in high position is a JLP man. I'm sat down, I'm gonna tell him, say, listen, the only thing I'm interested in Jamaica is football. And we never know what they mean by orange shirt and green shirt. Somebody have to tell me, and because I wasn't interested. And I tell them, so listen, anything we have to do with football, that's what I'm interested in. The other thing, I don't want to get mixed up in that. So that's it.
Well, the issue that you have raised is an issue that cuts across party line and demographic.
Yes.
With that, so
it's political.
But Mikey, we should talk about the guy out in where is it, Lucy, the mayor of Lucy.
Whoa.
Talk about the corruption in a Lucy. I could take this caller. Caller, good night. How are you?
Hi, Mr. Rattigan. How are you, Herb and Mr. Michael Bohr?
I'm on top of the world. And I guess
you're driving the train.
You drive the train. Oh.
Yes, you do a very good job, might I say.
Thank you.
Okay, listen. I'm calling in regards to this football situation. For all of this work that Mr. Barnes is putting in, and you can feel his pain and his passion for the game and the legacy of doing something for the younger generation coming behind him. I would strongly recommend that he documents this using technology of videos and whatever to get it out there. He's always have to be going to different platforms and talking, but if he was to create a website, document it, people can go there and watch and be informed. I think that would serve him better, and more importantly, it would serve the younger generation, which he's invested in.
Right.
So that's my recommendation, and always never give up. Never, ever let anybody take hope from you.
All right, then. Thank you so much for those encouraging words.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a good night.
All right.
Good.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan, I call from Philadelphia.
Yes, sir. Philly in the house. Talk to me.
Half the year, I want to talk to you.
Oh, half the year. All right, then you have to wait. You have another 12 minutes or so.
All right.
All right. Take care of yourself.
All right. Soon call you back.
Yeah, man. No problem.
All right.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. But the corruption out in Lucy,
we have a video where the vice president of the Hanover Football Association come on and bust out the PNP man Lucy, who is head of the Football Association, and talk about the corruption between him and the JFF.
Wow.
Said they're supposed to be running a league in Lucy as part of the agreement. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mikey. And instead of running a league, JFF sent him the money for the league. And him get the money and split it. Because on paper, them have a league written up, but there's no real league. And that's why the deputy mayor come out and I was busting them out on YouTube, and it just spread like wildfire. Well, today, was it a year later, Mikey?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they must get to the guy because all of a sudden him not saying anything. Him don't want to talk no more. But the video he made is out there. And he was calling on C-Talk. He was calling on Mocha. He was calling everybody and the brother to come investigate what was happening out there. So this tells you the type of influence. And I know my man Loxley been saying that, you know, government can't touch them and that Babsy can't make any contributions to JFF because it's prohibited by FIFA. But look, it's happening. These things happen. They've declared it publicly. So I don't know if FIFA, them afraid of what's happening in Jamaica and don't want to touch it.
Michael,
but remember now, you know. Yeah, go ahead.
The question from the chat is, what are some of the actions FIFA can take if they find significant irregularities within JFF? I don't know if you can speak of FIFA. But...
All right. Right now, there's an auditor in JFF right now, and a FIFA auditor, and there's two more that came last week, Tuesday, to watch the election, and they know what's going on, but they are watching. In order for them to really get involved into sanctioning against the JFF, somebody has to come out and
make a complaint, right?
Make a larger complaint and then look into it. But the thing is, things been happening because that court case and that homophobic slur that he made, that Ricketts made, he should have stepped down, and he hasn't stepped down yet. So we're wondering what FIFA is looking at. Because if you watch a FIFA game, it says no racism, no this, no that. And this guy come out and said on the media, lost in court, a silver case in court, and still running. So how is this guy still surviving?
Well,
this is the biggest question.
Are you going to be the complainant?
If I going to be the complainant?
Yeah.
I think, well, like I said, I'm sitting here waiting. I'm giving them some time. And I tell you, if that's the case, the ship needs to reconstruct.
Well, you have a good lawyer that you're talking to, Mikey, so you don't have to go very far.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you I think Herb, you have the Constitution, right?
Yes.
And it says page 40. Anybody that has a criminal criminal case lost in court, or a civil case that lost in court, which that comes under a civil case,
yeah,
and it's proven. And right now, them take one first bench, buy a second bench, and them have to take one the second bench, and then in the paper it comes out that the guy might be filing to the courts for them to lock him up because he owes the guy money.
The ruling,
and he's not paying his
$9 million.
Huh?
$9 million.
$9 million to the gentleman and $2 million for court costs. Total 11. And they took his first bench, and they sold it off, auctioned it off for 3.5 million. Plus, I think he had gave $1 million before that, $1 million or 1.5 million Jamaican. But he owes the rest, and the guy wants his money. And this is like going on to 2 years now. So the guy filed in court now. So they wait for them to the court to do something about it. So it just goes to show you, the court has said something, and them still run up and down. FIFA knows this because it's in the court system. Before, everybody was waiting for the court judgment, and the court make a judgment that he's guilty. So why isn't he stepping down? So nobody's pushing it. So that's what, because what I say, with Jamaica media, it's only 9 days. After 9 days, you know more about it. Come on. The Spain man president kissed the girl, and within a week time him lose him job, and him sanction him from football for 3 years. Come on. This man make an homophobic slur, and it's still there.
So the bottom line is, once FIFA decide to move, that will take care of business. Now FIFA will move if the government gets involved and start investigating.
Or somebody push them, because remember we was trying to get it into the foreign media.
Yeah.
Remember we was trying to get it there.
What you should do is you should have somebody contact the criminal division of the FBI, because they're the ones who actually did that big FIFA case. It actually happened when I was there, but this could be a continuation of that case. So you could actually reach out to them, because the files are all there, and I'm sure some of the case agents probably still around. Well, it doesn't even really matter, because if the case is there, it doesn't matter. People come and go, but the case, if it's there, people are going to work the case. But they already have a familiarity with it, because the people have gone and have been released from prison. Some people I think are still in prison, and some people are fighting extradition, like the guy down in Trinidad who doesn't want to,
yes, right.
What's his name? Jack
Warner.
Jack Warner, right. So I would suggest you reach out to them, among other things. You can talk to FIFA, talk to the FBI, and file your ATI.
We have been trying to talk to FIFA, but wrote to them several times, no answer.
Yeah. And FIFA has an attorney in New York City, a female attorney. We wrote to her. She is what is she? What's her job? She is the FIFA representative in the West, in the Caribbean.
Yes, in the East. Yeah, the Caribbean.
So she was going to Jamaica inspecting their program, and she got frustrated. That's why the FIFA sent the auditor down, but the auditor happened to be a Jamaican. He's out of the UK. And he's getting frustrated. So now it's 3 of them down there inspecting the books and listening. And they're still going out with the same shenanigans. Of course, this thing with the Jamaican girls, it's hit the CNN, it's hit the ESPN, it's still going on. So when
Body Shaw had came out, it wasn't really there was mad with what Body Shaw saying, but when I look at the big picture, what really hurt them and them get mad about is the foreign media.
Yeah.
It's just like a man of a little shop where I do everything foolishly. But everybody around the town knows that him I do. But when it reach outside the country and the whole world know him I do and come down upon him, then you see him start to that's how them do. They respect the foreign media more than how them respect the local media. Because if the more local media talk about it, they say, man, after 9 days we forget about that. If the foreign media talk about it, them burn out America, them burn out CNN, them burn out. So that's what you need.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to close up shop here, because we need some some
All
victuals.
right.
Well, but
So
let me just thank all of the guests. We had Lloyd Distant, Howard Mitchell, Bruce Zagaris, Jayot, Isat, and of course Mikey Barnes alongside Herb Nelson. So, family, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back next week, Saturday, I think at 2:00. But we'll send you the promo because I think the time is gonna change tonight. It's gonna what?
Yeah, yeah, fall back. Yes, fall back.
Right.
1
So I
hour.
think we're gonna be at that time. We're gonna be on the same time as Jamaica. So it'll be
Right.
So instead of 3:00 next week, I think we're gonna broadcast at 2. But we'll keep you apprised during the week and let you know what's going on when we come out with the promo. So again, Mikey, thank you for coming on, sharing the story with us.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bless up everybody watching the program, around the program. And we just want everything to work out with the country of Jamaica and the youths them, because that's our future. So we have to make a sacrifice for the youth them and the future of Jamaica.
Right.
All
Thanks.
right.
And good night.
Good night.
Relax with the Rebel, Reggae Global Radio. Soft tune, slow jams up here tonight. See you then. Take her.
Romantic music.
Listen, Mikey, we soothe your jangled nerves.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. My nerves soothe, you know. But I'm just waiting for answers.